which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Healing, Curative, Mending, Remedial.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste to all. We are so grateful to all the people across the globe, from West to East and the Middle East, who have helped us healing our earth through their prayers, through their health systems, through their body and soul integration. And this is 146th episode of Healing Our Earth. I'm grateful to the team who has brought it since the COVID up till now, and the efforts are going to have incremental engagement of people across the globe so as to have collective approach how we can make this earth a better place to live. Welcome. I was thinking, let's have a big prayer because this is a special occasion. Our beloved Queen has demised. So let's pray first and then we will observe 1 minute silence. Let's connect to universe, the universal power that actually gives us the energy to live. We know that there is much more to the human body than we can think of, and all of us come with a purpose in life. It's good to try and think and discover the purpose because that gives us the energy. And recycling of the energy every single day makes us happy. So health and happiness go together. Let's connect to the universe. And the universal sound. Oh. भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Let's observe 1 minute silence for our queen who has been a monarch for 70 years and she has just demised. So we will observe 1 minute silence just to pay homage from healing our earth. We let us heal ourselves, but also collectively send our prayers so that our queen lives in heaven in peace, and let everybody who is friends, family, have that power to connect to the departed soul when they need to and continue the life as a connected soul. Let's start. Welcome all to our Healing Our Earth session. And today's session is devoted to particular part of healing the body. And as we know that healing is very different than treating, so health and disease are connected to each other, and it is the same spectrum. And as we go longer and longer, we know that there is even micropartitions between the health and disease. And quite often, there is a flow of energy from the universe into our planet, into area we live, into our body, into our organs, into the cells, into the molecules, into the mitochondria, into the ATP, ADP, the enzymes, and the juices of the body, and the plasma, the blood, the brain. All of these are immersed. And that immersion of that energy provide the vitality to the body. And that is the main difference between a body that is on a ventilator with artificial respiration and artificial cardiac massage or the drugs, but there is no soul into it. So let us devote today to a situation where we can heal the body to a state of a complete health, which includes physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual well-being. The initial description of healing was found thousands of years, even in the English literature, in the Versailles literature particularly, where two versions of soul and body were found in a poetry. And the modern literature and the scientists are digging it out. So let us just hear from a galaxy of speakers who will take it further from the Smetana, which was 85 years poetry of healing, onto a modern lab of healing, the quantum healing, the therapeutic healing, developing a full personal sense to perform better, to do the things which we need to do, to connect ourselves to the bigger purpose to which we have been brought on this earth, and we discharge that purpose. So I'm going to invite Kavita Ashok. She's our first speaker, and I think it will be good to see what she has to say. She has been in the glamour industry before, and she has now come onto the environment and public health, and she's an activist. So that journey has been a long and difficult journey, but she has made that connections. She is president of one of the non-profit organization, it's an NGO, and she is working with the Indian government for past, I think, 14 years or so, probably longer, 2008. And she has multiple projects which she's connecting India to the other parts of the country, and she's trying to bring the reputation to a situation where we can think how women, and I am not being a sexist here, there is an observation, and that's a universal observation, that women are generally more into emotions and a spiritual journey compared to man in this current modern world. In older times, it was men who were onto spiritual journey, and you will find all the sages, Muni, Rishi, Tapasya was mainly men, and women were at that time more connected to home, looking after children. So Kavita actually has done a lot of work to take it further, and how the hospitals can be connected to the camp outside, so delivering the healthcare outside, and environmental control of the pollution, particularly the noise pollution, and making the planet a green planet, which is happy and healthy to live, removing plastic and anything else. So I think it is a fantastic opportunity to hear her. So welcome, Kavita, onto the platform of Healing Our Earth. If you can turn yourself 90 degree, then we can see you horizontal, and then it will be better for us. But I think for people, those people who are in the platforms, please do keep putting the questions if you want to. It's amazing day. We're going to have a very different aspects of the health, which is healing, not just treating. So welcome, Kavita. You can unmute yourself. Global namaste and global welcome.
Namaste, Naya. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. When it comes to spirituality, I am really no guru to define what it is and how I feel. But as a lay person, I would love to share my journey with everybody who's listening, because I believe that besides all the hard work and the struggles of life, whether it's family, career, or other platform, whether you're working with the government, whether you're a businesswoman or you're a homemaker, I think spirituality today, everybody relates to and understands in some way or the other. And I just thought this was a beautiful platform to share how I got into spirituality. Because as you just introduced me, I have been in the glamour world for so long. And then suddenly, I have this change of heart one fine day. And I feel that I have to give back to the society and to the universe. I've been, bestowed with so many blessings. So I thought it's time I give back. So that's how I got
One
into.
thing for viewers, just to think, religion is very different than spirituality, and the modern
Yes.
world is moving to spirituality. And old mythology was that yes, religion and spirituality are same or interconnected. Spirituality is going inwards, making your journey inwards, and I think that's what Kavita is going to share. So please do not be confused. Religion is very different, and we are not going to go to religion. We respect all religions and we respect all human beings. The idea is how we can become a better human being. So thank you so much, Kavita, for sharing that journey. Not many people are brave enough to share what you have been through. So thank you once again.
So, when I got into thinking, my change of heart got me into more of prayer. Slowly I started to understand and learn from other people what was happening around me. Today everyone talks of meditation and spirituality. They've become household words. So I also got into understanding. My friends were doing meditation and going for spiritual retreats. It had become a fad. It has become a fad now. People are doing this so much. So I got first into meditation, and of course, uh, just before that, 8 years I practiced Buddhism. So I think I'm more of a seeker, if you may understand. That I just did not, take one path. I traveled, I explored, I looked inside what I wanted. What was there, a religion that I wanted, or was it a practice that I wanted? So there's a difference between the two. So I did practice Buddhism with my friends and people in my locality for 8 years. And I think the most beautiful thing that I took away from Buddhism was compassion and forgiveness. But after that, after 8 years of practice, I just thought that there's more outside in the world which I need to discover. Maybe what is the soul? All those questions I did not get answered when I was practicing with my friends. Then I got into more meditation. And it's very strange because as I just said, my soul is a wanderer soul. So I also went to Brahma Kumaris for a few months to see what they were saying. And I read the Bhagavad Gita, I read the Vishnu Puran, the Shiv Puran, and I traveled to so many pilgrimage places in India to see what the energy is. What is it that vibrates best with me? So then I finally realized that it was not just the ritualistic practices that we were doing for so many years. There was something more to it. then I got introduced to healing, and that is what my topic is for today. That how in today's life we need to introduce healing to balance our day-to-day lives. It's not just when I'm sick or when when a person is in a crisis of health and finance or a relationship that we should look up to healing. Healing should be a part of our lives. That like people in India do puja in the morning, when they do agarbatti in the morning. So healing should become like that, everyday practice, so that we are able to balance and live such a happy life. Because see, if you have stress, you can heal yourself if you know how to heal. If you're having a relationship problem, you can heal yourself. If you have a physical ailment, you can heal yourself. So I'm here on this platform just to advocate how beautiful healing is, and how we should incorporate it in our daily lives to live a better, well balanced and a joyous life. So I'm presently in Philippines. I belong to New Delhi. I'm myself speaking from Philippines today. I'm myself on a spiritual retreat at Master Delpe's ashram. And here, energy healing, he's an advocate of energy healing. He's the founder of this ashram. And I've been here for a month. And trust me, the experience is so amazing. I've had so many breakthroughs. I'm so peaceful and no pressure of the world. So I think everyone has a different calling. So for me, I think spiritually, I think I have found my calling in healing. And I think that more than being so ritualistic, that we are so rigid about what we follow, what our parents, what our grandparents follow, I think it's time to explore a little bit more.
Wonderful, wonderful. And it's really, a big change from being a TV panelist and, that where the whole world's attention is drawn to you. And
Oh, you are making me feel so humbled. Not at all.
and it's like you want to make a different journey. So like it's a journey from outside, and now it's a journey from to inside. That is a very different aspects, and I always think there are two different arms. We have got an outward personality and we have got an inward personality. Majority people don't even go on journey to discover their inner personality.
Absolutely. I realized this much before than now I'm here today. But I think many years back, when I sometimes I used to sit alone. I'm sharing a very heart to heart experience, very, like everybody can understand this. That I used to still think that, what is it? Is this me? Is this just me, the personality, Kavita? Or is there something inside me which I'm unable to discover or understand? So, I needed someone to guide me on this. This question has been killing me for years. And finally, I think I found my answer because I explored a lot. I wonder if everybody gets this opportunity to explore, because as you just mentioned, not everybody is an avid reader. Like I read a lot. I've read so much mythology. I have read the Tibetan books. I follow Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese monk. I've read his books. I've read Buddhist monks. I've read the Lotus Sutra. I've read Hindu mythology, and I read so many books. So I think from somewhere I started getting more interested in spirituality. Then I started reading more about healing. And here I am in a healing retreat, feeling all fresh and good and revived. So when I step back into my own world of New Delhi, which, as you just mentioned, I work on the most, very drastic issues of India, like air pollution, deforestation, plastic pollution. So I'm always surrounded by such a negative, environment, because there's so much to do, and there's so much more that we can do about this. But I think when I go back, I'll be more fresh and more balanced. So I feel introducing healing to each one's life on a day-to-day basis is going to add a lot of balance to our homes, to our families, physical, mental, spiritual health. So I am now a diehard advocate of introducing healing to every household.
So what is the biggest change you have noticed in yourself, and what you would feel that, I know apart from the message that everybody should go on that journey?
Yes.
How did you feel like, and what, that you have made that change? What was the trigger for change? But more importantly, how did the journey happen, and how did you notice? Because there are micro changes in the journey. So what was the first change? What was the second change? What was the third change? And where did you really find started getting that joy and happiness?
See, I think the first, I really don't know the chronology of things, but yes, firstly, I think the first thing that that was my calling was that I had to let go of my past, that the past really haunts us, I think. So even with regular puja part and all, I don't think I was able to get over that. So that I got introduced with Buddhist practice, which really, emphasizes on forgiveness, whatever, line of Buddhism you're following. It really advocates a lot of forgiveness and, compassion. So I think I got into that frame, and that really changed me as a person. Like, earlier maybe I would be, I am still a perfectionist, I'm still, but maybe that perfection used to get me very upset about people around me, that they're not doing perfect things and why is it getting delayed. I used to get worked up about it. Slowly that change started happening with me. So that was the first change that I saw in myself, that I was adapting to more to people around me, and I was, not getting upset about little things like a 2-minute delay here or a 4-minute imperfect thing happening around me. That was my first thing that I noticed a change in myself. Then secondly, the big change came when I got into healing, because I realized, as at where I am, Master Delpe's ashram, because here I realized that the past is being healed, the future is being healed, and what you are at present, you are being healed for that. So I really understood that me as a person, why am I unhappy? Why are we unhappy? Because we are unable to forget what happened to us in the past. Whether it is, even if we talk of this birth, what happened with us, how my relationships with my family has been, my in-laws, my husband, my children, my neighbors, my cousin who hurt me at work, whom I could not forgive. So, all those things were cluttered up. I think that was a big excess baggage. And I think all of us carry that huge baggage on our backs. So healing, I think, is not only physical, healing is from the inside, because it really cools you down, and gives you a fresh perspective of the world. I mean that I was able to see the rainbow, appreciate it in real life, that wow, because, you have, when you have a clean heart, and when all your excess baggage you've left behind, let go. I think healing helped me do that, because with nothing else was I able to forgive and let go of the past. I was holding on, like, you clutch on to things, and I'm very frank, you clutch on to things. Even people told you 20 years back something bad, you remember it. I think everybody remembers it. So that change comes when you get into healing. So firstly, you cool down, you start forgiving or forgetting your, letting go of the past. Only when your slate is clean can we write better things and neater things, I think.
So I think that's fantastic. When you said about you have discovered so many things, what is different with Master Delphi? Because we're going to invite him soon. It might be a good idea that we have that transition. What actually have made you think about that particular, you see so many things. So Master Delphi he's well known.
Yes.
But apart from them, how did it connect to you, and how did you feel different? Because as you mentioned, you have been there for nearly a month.
Yeah.
How did you know that you have changed, and what changes are observed? And did anybody else mention to you that you are different?
I think the first change that a person feels, is from within. I'm not even looking at other people telling me, how I've changed. Because if I feel the change within, that's my biggest victory, is when I start feeling more solace, more peaceful. And, truly speaking, there is such a lot of good flow of energy here. It makes a difference. High energy is so high, and there's a very beautiful flow which we don't find in cities. Everyone around is like so focused. There are so many tools that Masters teaching us, of healing. So education part, keeping that aside, the whole flow is so beautiful. It's very difficult to express once, so I totally feel that my experience here has been so outstanding that I would keep coming back here every year. I think it's not the end of my association with Master and the whole team and all the healers here. I'm going to keep coming back again and again and again. And I would really suggest that everyone should make healing a part of their journey, a part of their spiritual journey, bring it to your homes and see the difference. And of course, I am truly grateful to Master Delpe. And, I think it's time now to let Master take the platform and speak actually, about healing and what they're doing here at MDP Ashram.
Thank you so much, Kavita. That is
Thank you.
excellent. And that brings us to introduce Master Delphi, who most of people who have ever been into the sphere of healing or energy, they know that this is the person to go to. As you were saying, he is in Philippines, but I think it's from the whole globe. People come to his institute, which is the institute he has established called World Institute of Incurable Diseases. And that is not only just for the physical diseases, but people who would want to have that spiritual journey, the physical journey, the mental journey, and the baggage which Kavita was just mentioning, because our world is contaminated. We get told so many things every day, and we are unable to really get rid of it. Where and how we can get rid of it, one of the place is the institute which Master Delphi has created, and his Be Well Science Energy Medicine, bringing together the coaching, the energy healing, the mentoring, and creating an environment, as Kavita was saying, where you feel that your waves around are so calm and easy and simple, and that allows you to relax and be with the universe in one go, rather than having your individual sanctity separate from the universe. The other big thing with Master Delphi is doing is conditions like HIV, AIDS, particularly in Africa, but also other conditions like diabetes, for which there is no cure, cancer, for which there is said to be cured, but we don't know, it can recur at any time. And being a medical doctor myself for 27 years plus, I have seen so many conditions where we think we are curing, but the disease conditions come back. And if we can find a way where the incurable conditions can be cured, why should we not go for it? And that's why I would really love to hear from Master Delphi what he's doing, how he's making these miracles. He may or may not be happy to share all these secrets, but if he can, it will help everybody listening here. And he has written many books, but I think books don't tell you. And, and I think there is an opportunity to hear from him how he can heal, and maybe practically he will give the tips so that he has made his journey. So I will be very interested how and where he has made his journey, what was his trigger points, as Kavita was saying, and then what made him a man he is now, and what can he give to us. So global namaste and welcome, a very big welcome, Master Delphi. So yeah, please share your journey, your triggers, your system that you have created. Why have you created? How is it working? And what we can do. And if there is any magic or secrets, please do share. Thank you so much.
Namaskar, namaste to all. Mr. Rajiv Gupta, thank you for that warm introduction, and thank you for moderating our speakers today. Salute to you. And to Neil Gupta, which is our Planetary Earth Healing, I would say, active member. I think I remember that I was invited into your group again during the pandemic. So I'm here again, and I'm very happy that I was included in your array of programs and also your speakers. So today, I think I was given an idea about how to heal your past and transform your present and energize your future. So we can talk around the topic, but if there's any important topic or items that you want to include, I would rather talk about that than just talk what I know. So rather make it practical based on the queries of the group. May you suggest whether we will start with questions, answers, or we will just start casual as possible?
I think let's talk for like 20 minutes or so. What's your experience? Why you have chosen the path you have chosen, and what is it which is different in you? Because there are many other healers across the world. What make you different? And then that will be fantastic. And then we'll go on other things.
All right, let me just give my small point of view, but I would say that a wide research I've done in studying many healing systems, from pranic healing to Reiki to Ayurveda to Chinese medicine to naturopathy, homeopathy, all kinds of healing systems that are very popular. So I kind of studied them before, and I was looking for something that might include healing the karma, and I did not find any good healing science that includes healing the karma of the past. So I had to go into this subject matter and found out that if you can heal the past, especially the karma of the past, it's easy to heal the present. Most people's evaluation of the chakras are of the present, like what the chakra is today, if they are using the chakra and the human aura to evaluate the disease. So if I would see the condition of a liver, for example, a cirrhosis of the liver, I know that probably the person has drunk a lot alcohol and other stressful situations combined. So you heal the liver now, you might alleviate the liver, but if you do not heal the karma of the liver and the past emotional stress and other situations that exacerbated the liver conditions, it's hard to heal the liver, just healing the current condition. I always say we are what we ate, not just what we eat. What we eat today might not affect us, but it might accumulate. In due time, what we eat might be our future health. That is, if you are dealing with just physical diseases. But when I was in the Himalayas, I studied with an immortal who was supposed to be more than 400 years old. He doesn't eat anymore. He just drink, and he's naked in the snow in the Himalayan Badrinath, because I've been traveling to all the holy spots of Hinduism, including Kedarnath, Gangotri, and Badrinath, and all kinds of holy places. And I found this immortal whom I've studied, and he doesn't eat anymore. So you cannot say that he is what he has eaten, or you cannot talk about nutrition because he doesn't eat anymore. So there are exceptions to the rules that anything that we accept as normal might not be normal for others. So since I've seen that he doesn't eat, I was also able to not eat for weeks and did not die because I don't have any nutritious value taken through the mouth. But we do a lot of pranayama and a lot of energizing our navel, because the navel, the Hara chakra, is the one that centers and absorbs your synthetic prana that turns into food inside your large and small intestines. And that also affects your gut's health, your probiotic, and your longevity energy. Now, when I was writing my book about the higher science of longevity, I found also in my research that a lot of these super centenarians, more than 110-year-olds in Vilcabamba, Ecuador, in Ugimi, Ecuanawa, in Hunza Valley in Pakistan, and Caucasian Mountain in Russia, that these people are not also following the medical way. They are not doing what nutrition are suggesting to them. And there are a few common things that I've seen that are typical of these super centenarians who are still walking and planting at 110-year-olds. And so I see that it's not really true that you are what you eat. It is possible for some people, but in some cases, I see them eating different kinds. They're not standard. But I'm sure I see them eating more fresh food. They're more drinking alkaline water from the brooks and creeks in the mountain. But there's a few things that were common. They have a sense of fun. They're always looking for something to laugh about. They're looking for something not painful, not hurting them. So they're looking for people who are funny. They want to talk to everyone who has got jokes. So that's like a sense of fun I saw in almost all of them. Secondly, they are also the sense of faith in a spiritual being or a faith in something bigger than them. So they also are not too religious, but they have a sense of spirituality that connects to their own divinity. They have faith in divinity. That's a sense of faith. I also have discovered that they have a sense of functionality. I think that is one most common. As they grow older, they did not have maids or drivers or butlers. They didn't have anyone carrying their pail of water. They still carry their vegetables from the garden. They still have functionality. They still pick up the dirty things and throw it into the trash can. Whereas most people do not do that anymore. They let their maids and drivers do all the carrying of small bags. So they will never be functional. So functionality is important because your mind will tell you that whether you're old or not, you still have to pick the dirt. You still have to carry your water. You still have to clean the yard. You still have to plant your vegetables. You still have to connect to the earth. And a lot of them are always barefooted. So there's a ground prana that connects to your feet that grounds you like a tree. So when people are always barefooted, they have contact with that earth prana. So they have a connection to the earth's power to make your bones, your muscles more dense, and there's a strong energy at your hara, your navel chakra, your sac chakra, your base chakra, your muladhara chakra. So you can touch their muscles and they're still toned at the age. So with the immortal teacher that I had. So when I look at the functionality of people, as we modernize our life, we tend to have more robotics. We have fast cars, fast computers, fast elevators, fast trains. So we end up delegating our strength to something that carries us instead of us walking and flexing the muscles and flexing the mind to think creatively. We always rely on the easy way out life that you have to be following only instructions, consulting your apps, consulting your computer, what to say, your GPS. You don't think anymore, just follow your GPS. Before, I used to think of maps. And as an engineer, when I travel and drive around Europe or South America, I usually use map, and you have to be thinking when you're driving. Now you don't have to think anymore, and you don't even know where you are, except that the GPS is telling you what to do, and your GPS is the one commanding you to turn left, turn right, turn around. So what I see in this old people is they're really functional. They still think what to eat. They still think what to do. So that is one thing that I have seen that is missing in many healing. You just heal the chakra as of today, but tomorrow they have relapse because their modus operandi on how to operate their health and their functionality is abnegated to vitamins, to medicine, to sleep aids, to many things that we found an easy way out from our health condition. So we have to mentor many people to have functionality instead of just giving them energy and just making them mantra Om or Om Namah Shivaya or all kinds of mantra to heal them. We need to get them to be accountable. So we have the mentoring and coaching piece of our healing system I added. Because I think if you don't bring back that karmic accountability to them to fix their health, not just you as a healer or doctor, I think they will not modify their behavior to still do wrong things. And you will end up being tired because there's always relapse. Another thing that I have found in my healing system is there's an equation to achieve a good healing rate. The speed of recovery should be faster than the speed of decay or degeneration. So if there's a severity of the case that is cancer or pancreatic cancer is more speedy than breast cancer or ovarian cancer. So if you have a pancreatic cancer case, you need to be healing that person 3 times a day faster than normal because the speed of recovery should be faster than the speed of decay. Like in pancreatic cancer, it has a very aggressive approach that can kill a person very quickly, more than HIV or more than ulcer, more than other kind of dreaded diseases. So if you do not increase your speed of healing by repetition, redundancy, the healing energy is not enough for the person to recover especially even with kidney failure or thalassemia major or more difficult cases. So you are healing the person the same as other people who are not in urgency. So the speed of recovery is slower than the speed of decay. So even a good healer, if your repetition or redundancy of healing is slower than the speed of decay, then you will not be able to heal. And that's a big equation that I have found, that sometimes your healing works in people who are easy case. Sometimes it doesn't work. Even a good healer cannot work on difficult cases that consumes prana and energy very quickly, like the pancreatic cancer. So one equation that makes a healing not work is, again, the equation that the speed of recovery should be faster than the speed of decay. When you follow that, different diseases have different frequencies of healing. If you heal, for example, the pancreatic cancer once a week, it won't work. By the time you heal the person again after 7 days, there's a lot of deterioration. And so a healer should estimate and profile what severity and seriousness is the case, that you need to have more repetition of energizing or cleansing the person than the speed of degeneration. So when there's a COVID-19 with comorbidity that is already intubated in an ICU, has already a kidney failure, an ARDS, or a severe heart condition, or other kinds of swelling, if you are a healer and you just heal the person once a day, I think it will be in a status quo that the person will not deteriorate but not also heal. But if you heal the person 2 or 3 times a day, the chances increase tremendously. See, to me, that's a big equation when I use my healing specialization and teaching healers.
I want to ask, but do you have like a scorecard, this condition, this many times healing, and any particular type of healing? Because it's very, very interesting. I have not heard of that. And I know that there is more severity of disease, there is more like energy and more healing is needed. And we probably have some more speakers. And although I'm from my pure medical background, I work in hospital, I'm a consultant pediatrician here for many, many years, but have always thought of the complementary and alternative therapy to really work together. And treatment with pills is one part, but healing, which means restoration of the cells back to normal, is the other part.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. When we evaluate a patient, we first do a scorecarding on it, their total health quotient. We grade their physical health according to what the doctors say, and just visualizing the person alone, looking at everything, we can see that their health at the physical level has a score, like say 0 to 5, 5 being perfect, 4 being very excellent, 3 being very good, 2 being poor and fair, and then 1 almost very bad. So when we score physical health, we base it on maybe what the physicians say, or just looking at the posture, looking how weak they are. But we also grade the vitality health, how healthy a person is with stamina, how good are their energy. We can scan the energy also through the charcoal scanning. Then we also evaluate the emotional health. How healthy is the emotion of the person, and how mature the person is emotionally, not just how sweet the person. We also see how thin they are or how thick they are, how enduring they are, how mature and wise their emotions are, and how immature their hearts. So when a person is mature emotionally, they will have less stress because they can handle with patience, persistence, determination, forgiveness, understanding, sacrifice, and so on. The virtue of the heart is already developed. Some people are very sensitive. Their hearts are so thin and so sentimental and sensitive that they cannot stand small things and they cannot do sacrifices. Now we have also logical health. We see how much they have grown mentally, how are they growing their minds, and there's also the philosophical health or abstract health. How good are they in terms of principles? Do they understand philosophy? Do they have a slogan in life? Do they have a psychological profile? And then we have also what we call spiritual health. How wise are they? Are they already practicing spiritual seekers, or are they already mature as saintly people? Are they already dignified people? How healthy are they spiritually? I say this because if you do not look at the profile of the patient, we are only using the normal standards of templates of the DSMB-4 or 5 or the medical templates, which are good when conditions are not complex. If it's just complicated, you can solve it by rudimentary medicine, or just look at the templates of symptoms and you have, if there's a bug, you give them anti-bug, something like antibacterial or something. But the complexity of life, like even post-pandemic, there's stress, there's financial problem, there's an in-law problem, there's a scarcity of nutritious food, and there's a very stressful global market in terms of the wars. So the complexity of life today will not form into the DSMB-5 or doesn't form into template of rudimentary medicine, because the stress doesn't come from work anymore. It comes from macro stress, from the global market, the global economy. There's a lot of pressure of war, and there's a lot of anxiety because of civil unrest in different places. So what we call as rudimentary medicine was starting to be questionable in terms of many templates that are not old. They are new templates of health. For example, emotional health is not always taught. The people always talk on mental health. Many people I've seen is more emotionally disturbed, fear, anger, jealousy, envy. These are all emotional. They're not mental. Even anger is not mental. It is emotional. This is the feelings that are provoked. Frustration is emotional, it's not mental. Envy might be more mental, but jealousy is more emotional. Anxiety is more emotional than mental. So when I look at these things, there's a need to reinvent healthcare by looking at the new symptoms versus the new actual diseases. And like, for example, loneliness. If the loneliness is caused by spiritual yearning to look for a higher development, you cannot medicate, because it's not hormonal, it's not depression, it is not sadness, it is not bereavement or grief, it is loneliness, which is not, is partly mental and partly emotional, or partly what we call the dark night of the soul. When a person is maximizing their spiritual development, there's an impulse from the soul, the Atma, that brings loneliness or spiritual apathy to the person so that they will go down in a similarly a spiritual depression. And by doing that kind of low feeling, you search for answers. And sometimes you look for healers, you look for gurus, look for books that you can read and explain your conditions. And I call it the dark night of the soul phenomenon. So I have written a book about it, and I've healed a lot of people with that. So I do specialize in the healing, like I have the book about it, the dark night of the soul. So this is a very important manual that any doctor, any psychologist, psychiatrist, or anyone in the spiritual path should learn. And I scorecard also the severity of the case. For example, if you have COVID-19 that is just asymptomatic, then the healing is just 3 times a week. But if the person is moderate to mild, then I'll be healing them like 3 times a week. If the person is critical, is already in ICU, I have to do it 2 or 3 times a day. You see? So when you say COVID-19, it depends on the severity, and we have to evaluate according to the doctor's evaluation, if they have already ARDS, if they have kidney failure, if they have already inflamed heart, or all kinds of organ failure, I will take it seriously. But if you have appendicitis, I will tell you, please go to the doctor immediately in the operating surgery, because you will be in trouble soon in a few minutes. I will not do healing. I can maybe healing as they are being, operated.
Recovery, more recovery rather than.
Yes. You cannot make them recover by putting a vitamin therapy on appendicitis. You need to bring them to the operating table quickly. So most healers should really look at what place is the medical doctor better than you, the healer. Or
that is excellent point, because a lot of people mistake that there is no one thing fits all. There is different conditions where you need to really identify and find the right fit for that.
Yes. Like if the person has an accident and has a broken bone, I will probably go to the orthopedic or go to the hospital now. I will heal you later on, and I will help you accelerate your healing, and you will recover faster with my healing, but please go to the doctor right now. go for X-ray. So healers should be very practical and very humble to look at their positioning of how can they help best a person, or who can help best a person, the doctor versus you. If there are emergency, I would rather go to the doctor. This is already a cirrhosis. You need to drain your liver and your, if you have, I would say, kidney failure, then you have to combine healing and the doctor's intervention. So there are many cases where I've seen that I have to advise them to go for surgery if they have breast cancer, or if they have fibroids and myoma that is like almost 3 inches big, and they are bleeding and they have anemia already because they have always extended periods. I would say please go to the doctor and have maybe a hormonal therapy first and maybe healing later. So we are very practical in my school. But there are many cases that are non-medical responders, such as ADHD children. It's hard for them not to be medicated, but it's hard for them also to medicate for life, because probably there are situations where healing can work faster, but maybe medicine can work faster. So I see a lot of complementary positioning in healers, that they should not denounce a doctor or medical intervention, because that's dangerous. Maybe that's quackery in itself, or that's a panacea that you can heal everything. So if a person has dental cavity, I think they should go to the dentist.
Yes,
If a person has, if the
very
person has
valid.
halitosis, if the person has bad breath, halitosis is a combination of healing the emotional stress and acidity, and maybe the medical doctor or maybe the dentist can do the work. Or maybe mouthwash.
I think that's actually excellent, because this is what should happen, bringing everything together, finding out what is the right tool at the right time and do that. I was just thinking it's
Yeah.
really good, and I would recommend that book, and I will read myself. I haven't read that book.
Yeah, I will give you a gift, Rajiv. I will give you give me your email, and I will email you the code you can download from my website, masterdelpe.com. You can find, I'll have 12 books, and this is one of the book that I've written as a result of my healing many people with dark night of the soul. Even Mother Teresa has been declared by her mentor as having dark night or gloomy days even before she died. In Christianity, we have some insights that even Saint Francis had the dark night, even the Saint John of the Cross, and many other, I would say, very important people in the religious sector. In fact, many avatars like the Muhammad, Lord Jesus, Buddha, had always have some challenges with certain darkness, that they have to go to the desert or to the mountains for 40 days, 40 nights to meditate, to find their inner purpose, or to find out a higher, I would say, belongingness. That yearning has a symptom like spiritual apathy, or you experience a collapse of your purpose, a collapse of your existence, collapse of meaning. You do not feel any enjoyment for anything you want, even your success, your money, sex, accolades. You start to lose meaning in those things. So you have this so-called deep loneliness and yearning that you cannot explain, and nobody can heal it. You can go to the psychiatrist, they will medicate you, it won't work. You go to the doctor, you give it hormonal therapy because it's like depression, it won't work. I have seen many people who are very lonely, not because they are sad or they're emotional. It's a deep yearning that you cannot understand, looking for something you don't know, and you feel like you're lost. You feel like nothing can satisfy you anymore, not even your family love, not even your romantic love, not even sexual experiences, or not even success. This is one of the symptoms of the dark night of the soul.
I think it's wonderful, and I see, as you know, people, at deathbed or dying, the regret they have is very different than the regret and somebody else will have, because that baggage haunts them time and time again, and at that point it's there. Does the book also have the scorecard and some of the tools and techniques that you're talking about?
Yeah, when we I have a book called From Success to Fulfillment. I've written this, and in fact, this is published in India also.
Ah,
In the From Success to Fulfillment, I have scorecards for every aspect of your virtues that deals with success, which is different from balance and fulfillment. You can score how much of your success virtues, that are four of them, are you achieving, and how much of your scorecard of the virtues of fulfillment. So there are people who are fulfilled but not necessarily rich. But when you look at their profile, the scorecard or grades of being fulfilled relies on four key virtues. But there are also people who are not fulfilled, but they are very successful. So there are virtues that are indicative of their success and cause their success to manifest. So I have 8 key virtues to live your greatest life in the mainstream level. And that is very important, because if you don't know why you're not succeeding or why you are not fulfilling your life, you sometimes cannot name the problem, so you cannot solve it. Like a doctor can cure somebody if you name the disease. So if you don't know what is bothering you, if you don't know why you're not succeeding, your blind spots, you can find it in a scorecard of the 4 key virtues to succeed versus the 4 key virtues to fulfill yourself. So there is a thing. Another thing that I want to indicate, Rajiv, is, and to your listeners, is
we lost your voice. Master Delphi, if you are hearing, we can't hear you.
and maybe children. That's enough to make them happy and successful. Now, when you start to get promoted to an intelligentsia, something, a good family and a good career, social contribution, you started to look at your health life as a necessary ingredients for success and fulfillment. So you are not anymore grading your own health by looking only on how healthy your blood test and your sugar test and how happy you are with your wife and your children and how much money you're making. Can you afford a car or not? So those are not anymore the indication of your happiness or your health factors. You're not looking now on financial health, which contributes to society. You adopt a mission that would give you a profile to be a social transformer, a humanitarian, a charity worker, or a philanthropist. So that will make you happier at the time. Now, if you are more advanced soul, you cannot be fulfilled anymore by just being happy with your career, your family, and your health. You have to be looking now on your spiritual health as an indicator for your maturity as a soul. So your journey as a soul, like Kavita was saying earlier, is important because that signifies that you are already maturing as a soul, you're becoming an older soul. So your happiness, your fulfillment, your way of balancing your life is not any reliant on mediocre success or material success or gain. You're looking at grading yourself now, how advanced you are, so that you can contribute to a bigger number of people and beneficiaries for a high impact mission that affects a longer span of time. So you're starting to grade yourself that how mature you are as a soul, and your happiness do not rely anymore on just a happy family or a good work or a good career or a good health, but looking for a more meaningful purpose that will be labeled as a mission in life. So you can only achieve that fulfillment once you achieve that mission. Now, as you mature even to a more lofty individual, a more advanced soul, you're not anymore happy to just be balanced in life and not to be successful, not to be fulfilled. You are looking now how to get more enlightened. An enlightened life will satisfy you. A life guided by virtue, a life with a moral compass of values, dignity, integrity, and you want not to fulfill your life not just to contribute to a small number of people. You're now wanting to be a philanthropist, a humanitarian, a champion of a good cause. You're looking now for techniques how to get enlightened. You're looking for a guru. You're looking for a spiritual mentor. You're not happy anymore with your life coach. You're not happy now with your professor. You're looking for a spiritual mentor that can kick your butt to move forward and kick your ego to dissolve. And you're looking for somebody who can challenge you, who can humiliate a little bit your ego to move on and shatter your old dreams into a new reality that you are not that great. that you have more greater things to do. So when I look at the scorecard or grading of humanity, there are sources of happiness and diseases that is for the mainstream. The doctor is good for them. Medication, hormonal therapy, because they are not sick because of lack of spiritual purpose. They are sick because they're eating bad food, they're eating junk food, they have high cholesterol, their blood tests, they have high insulin resistance. They are sick because of violation of nutrition and physical laws of health and a little bit of emotional stress. But if you look at the more enlightened person, they are not sick because they are toxic. They might be vegetarian, they are vegans, they observe the laws of physical health, they are not stressed, they are meditators, they are loving members of the family, they are contributing to society, they are spiritually behaved. But why are they sick then? Because they are accelerating their karma, because as you get enlightened, your karma accelerates to clean and purify your personality. Therefore, you are sick because of the karmic law. What you have sown in the past, you have to pay back, or there's a boomerang of something you've done in the past that desecrated life and others. So now you are reaping and harvesting those karmic delivered diseases. So now you are not just behaving now, you have to look for how do you neutralize your karmic issue. And how do you heal your past so that the past will not bring you the present boomerangs? So that's where I come in as a spiritual mentor. I look at the past, I analyze the profile of the person, because there are 8 types of human people. There are 8 types of patients. The Mother Teresa probably did not hurt anyone, but their karma is probably because they did not exercise, or they ate bad food when they were younger, and so it's coming back when they're older. Or they did not have metabolic processes, they did not exercise, they did not, release their stress. They absorb a lot of stress from people because they want to save everyone. They were betrayed, so they have bitterness. So all of these are now coming back, and it was probably 20 years ago. So if a person does not smoke, does eat well, but they had bad childhood, they were battered children, they still have a lot of the incomplete grades, the karmic grades that they have not solved. So now the spiritual mentor or advisor would now to look on how do you bring healing into your past so that your present will heal, and how do you heal the future. Now, how did I know that there's a karma of the future? When people are overladen with negative things, the karma of the present is so much that they are not able to solve the karma of the present. So the sum of the karmic energy is overtaking the present, then the negative karma is already to the future. So when people are like distressed, every time they do something, there's always a problem. There's always health problem. You solve one problem, there's another one. They are walking already in the karma of daily things because the negative karma from the past overtook the present. So when you have a loan, and you don't pay those loans for some time, this compounded interest, this one will already overtake you. You cannot pay anymore by your modes of payment because it is already more than your capacity to amortize. So some people delayed their karmic lessons. They did not solve their attitude problems when they're younger. It accumulated when they're older. So a lot of diseases are now pending, and it is even overtaking their present. So when you solve one disease, there's another one. You solve another one, there's another one. So I have seen a lot of people whose negative karma has overtaken the present. So if you do not clean the future, this is an abstract thing to a lot of people. If you do not clean the future, which overtook, then you are making the person clean every day. You have to clean every day the person so that they will not have distress. So there's a psycho-spiritual condition called karmic overrun, or the karma overtook the present. That is difficult to heal when people have so much bad karma. They have done so many wrong things and they did not fix them ahead. That's a problem. So I will list all things that they did not close and have to help them with closures. Asking forgiveness to as many people, forgiving others who have betrayed them, donating a lot of money to a good cause, and dedicate a good karma to neutralize and lubricate their karmic purging. And there's many things, and even the blessings of the Guru can help and loan them some blessings, or make a life of service so that they will do a service so that they have a karmic bank account to lubricate their healing. So in my own healing sciences, I do factor all possible things that can cause diseases. I will consider and respect the doctor's perspective, the psychologist and psychiatric perspective, the naturopath perspective, but I will add what are missing gaps, such as that karmic cause of diseases, or lessons that I were not learned. They abdicated lessons, they did not close, energy is leaking. So some relationships has to be closed. They need to have closures. And of course, we do scan the chakra. For example, when the patients come, we scan the chakra, the crown, the forehead, the ajna, everything, so that we know what chakras are sick, what chakras are overactive that overstimulates the glands, what chakras are underactive that causes hypotension, or it causes hypothyroidism, or it can be type 1 diabetes, inborn. So when we scan diabetes, we have to differentiate type 1, type 2, and even the gestational diabetes. When you say diabetes, most people heal them like, okay, let's heal the solar plexus and the pancreas. No, there are diabetics that needs to be subtracted because they are very stressed. They need to remove the stress, then add energy. In type 1 diabetes, you need to stimulate the pancreas to secrete further insulin by adding energy at a certain color or prana, like red and yellow and violet, all these kind of colors. So I have instituted a certain color energy that is used for different diseases. For atrophy or even muscle dystrophy, you need to add circulating colors like red, a little bit orange and green. For herniated disc or for inflammation, for painful causes by inflammation, you need to be subtracting a lot of inflammation energy and shrink the inflammation by using another color like violet and blue. Like ice, if you put ice on any inflamed thing, it has a lot of blue prana. So therefore, if you don't have ice, you can put blue prana on the inflammation or the herniated disc or the newly wounded person, and it will stop bleeding, because blue can also cause clotting of the blood. It can also use, I would say, cooling effects. So if a person has hypertension, I would energize them with blue color on the back of the navel. But if the person has hypotension or low blood pressure, I would add red into the back of the navel to increase circulation. If a person has ADHD and ADD, you need to be extracting a lot of red energy from the hyperactivity and impulsivity of the person, and then cool them with a blue color, especially in the adrenals, also in the perineum, and also in the solar plexus for emotional energy. And you can chant Om Shanti if you want, if you have a mantric yoga technique. So there's a different approach for atrophy, for dystrophy, for type 1, for type 2 diabetes, for gestational diabetes, for heart disease. If it is an inflamed heart, the approach is more cleansing, subtracting the energy, and then bringing more green and blue to the heart to increase pliability. If there's a cirrhosis of the liver or inflammation of the liver, you need to do a lot of extraction of the congestion, then adding an anti-inflammatory color, such as green and blue. If you look at the medication for hypertension, it has a lot of blue prana, and the 250 milligram has a smaller order than the 500 milligrams. So you can scan the energy of medicine if they're potent or if they're weak. So these are things that I have included in my healing science. It is science because it does not only talk about what to do, it also thinks of what not to do with the energy, that contraindications, what do you not mix, something like that.
This is excellent, because what to do and what to not do is very important, and that's why you are clean and you are crisp and you are able to go where it is sustained. Otherwise, people do the things to different people, and the energy of different people is very different compared to your own energy, and you should be able to scan and pitch it right, because if it is above or below, it will not give the same effect.
Yes. Yeah, for example, when you have a 200 heartbeat per minute patient, of course, you need to apply a lot of colors and blue to shrink the blood pressure. But once that is controlled already and with the medication, you cannot use the same technique because you will over shrink the blood pressure. It becomes hypotension, you see? So the healer has to know these things. And they need to scan the energy, whether the person has already taken a medication that shrinks the blood pressure. Then you don't need to have that long energizing as usual. But if they're not taking medication, your energizing time is longer than normal because you are the only one doing it. But with the aid of medication, you have to be less energizing because you can do redundant shrinking of the blood pressure and the person starts to faint or get dizzy. So in my case, we measure, we do scientific measurement through our energetic techniques. And I think I have a bearing towards my engineering background because before I became a healer, I was an engineer and I was a scientist, and I always think what will work and what doesn't work. What doesn't work, I should not use it anymore. So there are many healing systems that have so much superstition and rituals in them that they are wasting their time in the superstitious rituals more than healing the person who is already dying. So I did remove a lot of rituals. I did remove a lot of superstitions behind healing. I did only put what works for me repeatedly and what can be repeated by my healers. So those things are not anecdotal anymore. They can be repeated. Like if your members who are listening have headache, I can try to remove the headache right now. Something like that.
Why don't we try that? I think that would be fantastic. So
tell anyone who has headache to show their face, and I will remove it in a few minutes or less than 1 minute.
I'm pretty
That's
sure.
the proof of concept. It's a proof of concept.
Exactly.
But if you have a pain in your wallet, then that's a difficult thing to do. If you have a painful bank account, wallet, financial disease, that's probably another level of healing. I'm just joking.
I know. So I think that's very good because that indicates you can do it all from remote. And
Yeah. In fact, 95% of our healing is online. I've been doing it for around 18 years already. During the pandemic, our healing drastically improved 5 times because we are doing it online anyway every time. So we are used to online healings already. So it's not like only during pandemic that we did online. I've been doing webinars for almost 18 years.
fantastic.
So when pandemic came, it's like, oh wow, this is like the chance for me to do the same thing. It's like a piece of cake, as they say.
Wonderful. I think.
All right, any volunteer?
Latha, do you have a pain or you want to ask a question? I think I'm.
Yeah, please ask questions.
Yes. While she's asking that what happened, we may not be able to see because we have 2 platforms. One is for the panel, which is on Zoom, and the public, because there are thousands of people watching, which are on live Facebook and Periscope and YouTube Live, etc.
Okay.
So it's there. Latha has a question.
Okay, so yeah, if they don't have a picture, they will just mention their name and age and location, and I will tune to you like a cell phone.
Fantastic.
And then I will.
Yeah, hi. So
Hi.
what my question is, today I don't have a headache, but could I ask about behind my voice box, so throat, I feel a congestion. Is
Yes.
that possible?
Okay, let me see. Okay, I think your thyroid chakra is overworked. It's like spinning but doesn't have much energy. I don't know if you've been talking or you've been always using your voice, but it looks like it's depleted. See, when I look at your chakra in the throat, it does have less energy than usual. This is the energy of your heart, and this is the energy of your throat. So it's very depleted. And your voice box is active, but it is depleted.
Yeah.
So if I can give you energy, I can correct the thyroid energy and the voice box. And it's, in fact, it's affecting your neck. You're getting stiff at the back because of it. How's your neck?
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I see the energy is depleted. So your energy in the neck is depleted. So you have stiff, you're always like learn like this, you're always like testing your neck, right?
Yeah, I've tolerated a lot of pain. Yeah. And
Yeah.
and I think they've said that recently it's affecting my heart as well. Yeah. Connected.
Yeah, because
You're getting healing energy, Lata, from Master Delphi now. So
yeah, I can help her right now. I can give her energy now. And okay, the problem is this. This is the neighbor chakra of the heart. So if this is blocked and depleted, it also depletes the heart. That's why if you have a problem with the tonsils of this, it can affect also the heart. So may I just give you a little bit solution right now, because some people might have questions. Okay, I will just give you the energy. I'm energizing your throat with green and violet. Another issue also is you are a person who is so refined, sensitive. You tend to worry many things affecting others, yourself. So that constant worrying can also deplete your throat, because the throat is the one that energizes your left hemisphere of the brain, your concrete mind. So when people are thinking, the throat is getting depleted. So if you worry more than usual, the depleted throat becomes more depleted because you're using it to energize your left hemisphere of the brain. This is the center for logical thinking and meticulous thinking. So you must be a sensitive person that worries here and there for what's happening, and you tend to worry for others, your family and others. So you get depleted when you worry a lot. This is where the worry energy is depleted, aside from the emotional center. But I'm correcting that energy. I'm activating your chakra now in thyroid. The thyroid is also depleted. And I'm activating your thyroid and removing some of the congestion. It's affecting your heart, it's congesting your heart. I'm removing the energy of the heart that's congested. In fact, it's just not just, it is tight. Your heart is tight, like affecting your breathing, the solar plexus also. So I'm doing a first aid healing for you, because to heal this one, I need a few minutes, but I'm doing it fast because I see other things connecting to lower sides, to the ovary, uterus. That's why if you look at the relationship with the thyroid, it's also connected to the ovary. Left ovary, right ovary, nipple, there's a meridian that functionalizes. So if there's some problems to the ovary, sometimes it goes to the thyroid. A thyroid problem, it goes to the ovary. So the healing should be done more than just the thyroid. Okay, that's a first aid healing, and I'm circulating and metabolizing energy. Okay, how do you feel?
Less congested.
Yeah, your heart is lighter, right? You were very heavy, hard to breathe.
I was having pain.
I'm also,
which is
then
lightened, from the rear of my, of my heart.
Yeah.
I've just had a bereavement as well, so that's added and compounded it. But
Yeah,
I feel
I see a lot of your energy at the back and the back solar, very bloated, and it's connected to many things like a spaghetti wire. So sometimes if you heal yourself now without blessing or healing the people who are stabbing you at the back or giving you some sadness, or blessing people who are caused this pain, it will come back the next day. So when I do this, we also have to bless people who are affecting your karma. We have to bless if you have death of the loved ones, or if you have sadness because somebody betrayed you. We need to heal the karma with that person. Otherwise, it keep on coming to you in the back. That's why your back heart and back solar is jamming your heart, which comes to the throat, and then the throat gets stuck, and then you start to get stiff neck. And this is energetic, but it's also emotional. So if you want, you can have a free assessment from my specialists and 30 minutes of undiscovery, and then you can ask what kind of session do you need from the specialist. So we have healing specialists for different kinds. So just send us your email later on, and we will have somebody contact you to assess your energy. And we have a lot of clairvoyants and psychics who are healers who can also look and x-ray your aura. Like I just x-rayed your aura just doing that. But anyway, I hope you feel better now.
It feels a lot lighter, yeah, but there is there's something going on the thyroid. Definitely there is something causing.
Yeah, I see it.
That needs to be removed. And then, of course, the energy will start flowing.
Everything worked together.
Yeah, the thyroid needs to be energized more. We need to energize more the thyroid so that your neck will stabilize. And the emotional energies has to be cleaned and decongested. So we have a special meditation to do that, and also special healing techniques. But at the end, I think this can be solvable. It can be healed. You might have a cure by painkillers, but the healing is more from the healing science. So there's a cure of medicine, but there's a healing of the specialist.
Yeah, because I think the medical field has said they can't do anything for the thyroid. But yeah, so I need to.
So I was right. It's a thyroid, right? Okay. I'm sorry that we have to broadcast this. I was hesitating because it's a private matter, but I thought that your thyroid is depleted. Yeah, it is.
It's amazing, isn't it? The whole idea is that if you go to the right person, they can really scan you from distance. And it's so useful that the healing can be provided from distance. And this is a live demonstration for all those viewers which are on like Facebook, Periscope, or in the YouTube Live. It's a message that this can all be done in distance. You don't have to be there. A lot of people think they need to do the scanning with hands when it's close to you. But
yeah, the beauty is I can transfer the skill sets to others easily in 4 months. We have specialists. We have 57 specializations from HIV/AIDS, COVID, depression, anxiety, burnout, sleep, ADHD, all kinds. So I have put curriculums for specialization. So we have many specialists that I can transfer the skill set before I die. If I die early, then I have transferred my skill sets. If not, then I will be training more people. So everyone should transfer the skill sets and wisdom to others before they die. Why should we bring it to the grave if we can transfer it to other people and multiply ourselves? So that's probably one of the things I always like, is to certify people to become a world-class specialist on different kinds, so that they can be in 4 months become adept in what they do, because they focus not to heal everything. Focus on, say, depression, anxiety, or sleep disorders and burnout, or ADHD and learning disorder, or they can do COVID-19 and its comorbidity. So we do specialize a lot because healers do not specialize. That's why they average the healing technique. Like for diabetes alone, we heal differently type 1, type 2, or gestational. We have to scan the energy. Even in terms of HIV, if it is a stage 1, stage 2, it's easy for me. The T3, the T4, the T8s are still doable. But if the stage is 4 and they're wasting period and they're almost like dying, it's just to prolong their life and maybe rehabilitate and have a peace with their soul. because the wasting period is terrible already. It's not easy to recover.
Would you
Even in
share?
cancer, yeah. Yes, go ahead, Rajiv.
So you have actually done that. So I'm just thinking, I know that people need to spend a long time with you in order to learn that. But what was the process in your mind? Because you were doing something, so it's like coordination of mind and hand, and more importantly, your own alignment of the energy. So what are the steps where people learn? And I mean, probably when I get time, I'll probably learn some of this stuff from you. Uh, but how does it work from your point of view? And during your journey, because you learn from the masters, how did you learn? What were the steps? Like that was there, then I was able to learn this, then I did this. Because the stage you have reached is a long journey. So, what you can.
Yeah, I was very blessed to have. I was very blessed to have 4 mentors who were alive physically. As I said, one of them is the immortal in the Himalayas in Badrinath region. One of them is a Filipino psychic, and one is a Chinese, and one is a Korean monk, a Buddhist monk. So I studied with them, and I focus 100% on being a student. When you have a mentor, you have to be 100%, not partial, not part-time. So in a few years, I was able to master their teachings and consolidated them as one path, as a science. Because some of them are mystical, some are psychic healing, some are magnetic healing. And I studied also many systems like Reiki and all the healing, magnetic healing, psychic healing. And so I found out that there are more than 7 chakras. In most yoga systems, you have only 7. And so there's a lot of diseases if you only see 7, not 12 or more. For example, one of the missing chakras is the forehead.
Yeah.
There's also ajna and crown. Now, there's a chakra here in the forehead that is so important because that controls your limbic system, your nervous system, your prefrontal lobe, your executive thinking, your decision making, the ADHD. This is abnormal. And epilepsy, and people with Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, senile decay. This is very defective. And if you don't know there's a chakra, they will not heal that part. It controls also the pineal gland and the 3rd ventricle of the brain. So if a person doesn't know there's a chakra here, you will not heal a person, and you will not heal the disease because this is missing. Another one is in most cases, they have only 7 chakras, because when you look at the front view, you only see the first chakra on the sexual area, called the root chakra, but that's incorrect. The Muladhara is at the base of the spine. But since the front view pictures of yoga thing is only on the front view, you only see 1 chakra on the sex, 1 on the navel, and then 1 on the heart, and then the 7th. So that's the problem, because the first chakra, Muladhara, is at the base of the spine. The 2nd chakra is the sex. The 3rd chakra is the navel. Then you have the solar plexus in your sternum. Then you have the spleen chakra. Then you have the heart. Then you have the throat. Then you have the ajna. You have the forehead. You have the crown. And the back of the navel is not the same as navel. Hara is the front navel. The back navel is different because it's controlling your adrenals, your kidneys, and your blood pressure. Hypertension, that is overactive and very red. That's why there's a headache, there's a blur vision, like glaucoma effect, there's like heat in the back, there's a lot of pain in the back, and this sometimes followed with kidney problem, because that energy at the back of the navel is the one causing the overpumping of red energy, which cause headache, migraine, and heat in the back. So for hypertension, you do not heal the navel, you hit the back of the navel. So that's another chakra that's not registered in yoga or in the most healing systems. So there are at least 12 major chakras. And a person who is more evolved, the more you need to heal most of them. For mainstream humanity, you need less healing because their causes are very pranic. For a more advanced human being, you need to heal their minds, their emotions, and their soul. For a saint, I used to heal saints in India. You can name a lot of the saints in India, I've healed most of them. and I've healed most of the gurus in India. Because I used to live in India, I used to live in the Himalayas, I used to go everywhere. I've taught from Kerala to Rishikesh to Haridwar to all places that you can think of. So I enjoyed being in India. In fact, I have past lives Indian, so I know exactly where to go. And unfortunately, I was able to go and meet some of the Mahagurus in the Himalayas that are not accessible. So I was blessed with good teachers, and I was blessed because I have dissolved my ego when I become a student, because I used to have a big ego you cannot measure. But when I become a student of these people, you need to be so humble and so receptive 100% and so occultly obedient before you to learn. They will not teach you much if you are just there to learn and bring it home to America and give a book, an author a book. You need to be 100% receptive. So that's what I learned from my mentors. They have to be really on top of you so that they can chew your ego and then learn fast. And you have to be really like a pupil.
Rajiv, Master Delpe, we
Yes,
have on the
yes.
screen Dr. Naveen, who is an Ayurveda Acharya, who has now become a senior resident at Healing Our Earth because he's there on most of the integrated session. He has got a question and he'll be involved
Yes.
with you and Rajiv for the next 30 minutes because we've still got 30 minutes. So Dr. Naveen, go ahead. Master Delpe and Rajiv is all yours.
Namaskar, namaste, Dr. Naveen and Dr. Rashmi.
Yes. Naveen, you can ask.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, sir. So, Master Delpe, thank you very much for delivering such a wonderful lecture and talk on Healing Our Earth. And thank you very much, Neil, for allowing me to ask the question. I asked already with the permission of the chair. But I'm very thankful to Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji already, because he has already asked the question. The question when he was asking about your gesture and movement when you were doing the healing session live on the screen, Rajiv, I knew that Rajiv ji but he was a little bit fast than me, and he asked this question which was exactly in my own. Of course, in my own terms, I would like to ask that same question, which you already replied. So thank you for that. So now coming to the first session of your talk, you were telling about some assessment you do about the physical health status and emotional health status and the spiritual health status. Then you have some questionnaire in which we are giving marks from 0 to 1 or 5 to 0, whatever you call it. How you would like to see that? I would like to see. I was very, 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 very happy when you started from 5 to 0, not 0 to 5. So you came from 5, which is the best one, and you came downwards. So very, very good. This is what makes you master, and you are the master. So Master Delpe, my question is, can you share the questionnaire with us?
The total, what's the question again, please?
Can you share the questionnaire with us?
Questionnaire. Okay, usually we use this in the mentoring session where we have to scan the energy. I can scan the energy of a person in different levels by psychic method or third eye. So that is the most important, because, for example,
before you come face to face with a client or with your staff or your juniors must be doing some kind of questionnaire to patient, like for example, in a normal medical sense, what a modern medical doctor will do. I'm just trying to say to you, you are well aware of all the facts, that your name, age, sex, date of birth, and all this, and then chief complaints with duration, past history, family history. So then, and if it's a woman, menstrual history. So these type of questions you will ask. Then you make history of presentation, and all these kind of things to just come to a conclusion, and then the doctor will see in his cabinet. But my question to you is, before the patient comes to you face to face, what type of questionnaire the patient has to fill to make you feel good and time efficient to assess the situation of the patient who is coming to you?
Okay, we have intake form that has questionnaires. And filling up the forms would have the physical symptoms, what the doctor said, the diagnosis, the prognosis, and then we go to vitality health. How are you doing with your vitality? And we have emotional health. How dealing with relationship, with work, family, karma, whatever. And then we have also the grading of maturity. And then we have also the aspect of the mind and so the spiritual practices. Now, that is more.
What I'm asking, sir. This is what I'm asking. You have that form.
Yes. Okay. Now, we have that one, but my training to our healers, my training with healers is we don't need a form. Like I can scan your energy right now without the form.
No, you were talking about the intake, sir. You were talking about the intake form.
We have. I can.
You want to share that? You want to share that?
Yes. We can share it to you later on when after this.
Thank you very much. And my next question. My next question is about chakras. You mentioned that in the yoga. First of all, I do agree with you on everything. But when you were very subtler, so I must say that in yoga, everything what we are going to speak, it's never in new research we find out. It's already done in yoga. So if you do go deeper in yoga, we'll find 8 chakras, 12 chakras, as you are mentioning. So my question to you is, when you do the energy from the colors, you do that with imaginary colors. And in Ayurveda medicine, we do that by different oils and different parts of a plant used to introduce that color to that organ or that srotas or that channel to the body. And that's the deep Ayurvedic understanding. For example, and you know that colors, normally the plants will not have much colors because it's brown or this or that. So, but when you talk about the violet and this, then it comes to the flowers and fruits and seeds. So we treat our patient from different colors by these plants and also stones when it comes to minerals. And so do you do only on imaginary levels then?
Okay, let me answer you. Let me clarify. The colors are invisible colors that it doesn't have to do physical. So if your chakras has violet in the crown and heart has pink and gold, it's the inherent chakra color that is available that is healthy in the chakra. For example, if I want to make your health healthier, I will use my heart to bring the color that is suited for your heart, which is pink, gold, and red. But if you have a very small chakra, I will put a violet and gold from my crown and my Atma energy and bring it to your heart. So it's not physical. Now, say the dragon fruit is good for vitamin C and antioxidant. There are yellow dragon fruit and there's a red dragon fruit and a violet. So if the dragon fruit have 3 colors, it does not change the color because the color of the fruit is changed. So like a lot of green colored vegetables doesn't always have that they have only green prana. So I'm talking about the prana composite and composition of the energy field. For example, if you have Karela, okay, if you eat Karela, the leaf has a stronger color green and blue than the fruit Karela, the bitter gourd. So it's not only the color of the thing. There's also some colors like violet in Karela that is not only the color of the fruit. So I do not only include that fruit colors is the one that guides us. It's more of the chakra color. For example,
well,
when a person,
very beautiful, you brought this story of the Karela and the color, and you're so good. That's why you're master. And you know that in Ayurveda, when we cut the Karela longitudinally, what I used to do with my students in master classes of Ayurveda in the Netherlands and Switzerland, I used to bring a Karela and cut the Karela longitudinally to 2 halves. And one of the half I was putting just in the surface anatomy of my pancreas. And I said to them that now look at the Google, you will see that half of the Karela is looking like the pancreas. So beautiful. Mm-hmm. This is the same thing which is working on pancreas. So this is how we were doing the innovative teaching, and you're absolutely right when you're talking like that. And still, so this you already answered. And in a stick way, how you will explain that in Nirguni, because you have been to Himalayas for a long time and you have seen a lot of invisible or not so gurus, and not so accessible gurus. You have been to them. You just mentioned. So my question to you is, how do you fit Nirguni, or like it says in a song in Nirguni Bhajan, that Asht Dal Kamal Charkha Kate. Charkha is one which you see always when spinning the wheel, when Mahatma Gandhi is doing that. So Asht Dal Kamal, they mention. Can you throw some light on that in Nirguni?
Well, I don't know your terminologies, but the chakra is seen as a spinning wheel in the old design. See, because most of the teachings in Ayurveda and in even Mahesh Yogi and all this proponent of Ayurveda are from the old traditions. So when you look at the teachings, they had also indicated that things can change with different millennia. So it's like science. If it's true science, science is dynamic. How can in Ayurveda science does not change? So if we can change the science of today, then therefore a lot of old sciences has to also pick up some revisions. So for example, you have the three divisions of Pitta, Kapha, and all those things. Now, those are three types, right?
Yes.
But there are 8 types of patients. The Mother Teresa patient would be different in diabetic tendencies than the George Bush or a Shiva energy. So the disease of Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu types are totally different because they have different attitudes. They have different ways of using their force, love, or their bhakti.
Anyway, you are very right, sir. But we don't talk about Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva when it comes to typing. So we don't type them because they are beyond that. They are beyond that. So typing is for the physical beings.
It's just a profile. For example, in Christianity, we have the God the Father, God the Son, the Holy Spirit. It's similar to God the Destroyer, God the Preserver, and God the Creator. So let's not use the term, but I can speak of the God the Destroyer, the God the Creator, and God the Preserver. So when people are preserving, because they have more bhakti, their diseases are diabetics, they have joint problems, because lack of will, they do not exercise, they do not move, they don't metabolize. So a lot of the insulin resistance culture, like India, like Asians who do not exercise much, do have more of this because metabolic issues happen when you don't have the Shiva to move. I'm giving more metaphoric in terms of substance. When you are a person who is always thinking, you tend to be faster in your metabolism, because when you think, your thyroid is more active than a person who is only quiet and absorbing all the emotions. So by a profile alone, you can see which kind of diseases are more the will or lack of will, or excess love without will, or excess intelligence without love, or willpower without intelligence. So when I profile patients, I can also see who is more powerful. They have problem with diseases that are typical of power people. Love people would have more obesity. In the essence of willpower, there's more obesity. Willpower and muscles do not, willpower and fast do not occur in the same place.
Master Delpe, thank you very much. People are enjoying your coolness and your calmness. So we've got a lot of people who are on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, website, everything. And we've got about 16 minutes left. So thank you, Dr. Naveen, for your questions and interaction. So Master Delpe, a lot of people are saying that while we've got you on the screen, is there a general 5 to 10 minute healing session that you can do for the well-being of the earth in the current turmoil time, and particularly United Kingdom, which is grieving because of the departure of the Queen? Is there a general healing session you can do for 5-10 minutes so people can calm over it?
Okay, because you have requested, I will also collaborate with you. And when you say planet Earth, humanity is one of the kingdoms aside from the Deva or the animal kingdom, plant kingdom. When we increase our light, we can increase the surrounding light and the people we touch every day. So we can heal the earth through our own interactions with our own light and our substance. So one of the duties of human beings is to increase their light, their power, and the love, so that they will contaminate the earth through different people, through the environment. So today I'd like to increase our light by first reducing darkness. So most people have to decrease their darkness, the illusion, the Maya, and all these impermanent issues, so that the light will shine forth from the Atma, or from the soul. So that is what we will do first. Let's first decrease the darkness, and then we increase the light. And then by improving the heart, we can relate to others better. If we improve the mind, we can understand more people. If we increase our power, we can energize more people. Again, as I always say, that Trinity is very important to understand, and understanding the profile of people. So can I guide it now?
Yes, please, please.
Okay. But anyway,
Tell us what to
I
do.
will give you, I will give you, I have a book on the science. I will give you this for giving out to your thing. You raffle it, whoever wins. This is one of my book research on the supercentenarians, and maybe the dark night of the soul. This is one of the most important books that I do for psycho-spiritual. This is not included in the DSM-5 manual of psychology, so it's very important that this is in the hand of health caregivers or people who are searching.
That's great. Thank you so much.
So I will give you that, and you can select who's gonna win, and I will just give you the code to download from our website.
Thank you.
Okay, so you use this mudra. This mudra is important because when you use only this mudra, you only activate the upper chakras like Sasara, Anahata, and Ajna. But this one activates the Muladhara, the Hara chakra, and the lower chakras. So when you want to balance your upper and lower chakras, you have to combine them. The other people, you always use this. That's a good thing if you want to be enlightened, but you will have problem with money. This one does not activate the Muladhara because it is for more samadhi. It's more for enlightenment. But if you want to balance your life, material success and spiritual success, it has to be the mudra with these three fingers. This is a very important injection of the concept in yoga. So you have to do the triple finger mudra, and you put it on your lap. You don't have to do any asanas except Maitreya asana or just sitting down, but your feet flat on the floor. Okay. Now I will show you some exercise to breathe, which is not the same as Kapalabhati or Vastrika. This is my design. When you inhale rapidly to your turbinates, you will convert to ionic particles, the prana, and of course you increase your oxygen saturation like this. You have to breathe strongly on the nose, exhale to the mouth, okay? 15 times, and then we concentrate on the heart chakra, Ajna chakra, and the crown, so that your thymus gland improve your immune system, the pineal gland, pituitary gland, and the pineal gland. These are chakras also that activates the emotional intelligence, mental intelligence, and spiritual intelligence. So it's a very important concept. All right, let's do it. Ready?
Yep.
Inhale through your nose. Exhale to the mouth. Nose, mouth. Continue. Okay, head straight. Press your heart chakra, your Ajna chakra, crown chakra, and bring down your hands and close your eyes. Gentle concentration on the three chakras. Do not visualize anything, just mentally focus. And breathe slowly to calm down. Align. Relax. Concentrate on the heart, the mid-brow, and top of the head simultaneously as I'm healing you. Okay, we'll do it again 15 times. Ready? Nose, mouth. Okay, head straight again. Concentrate on the heart center, ajna, crown chakras to stimulate the glands, boost the immune system, balance your hormonal aspect of the pituitary and pineal gland. This will keep you still and calm, releasing your fatigue and stress. Okay, last time, breathing deeply. Start. Again, head straight. I want you to concentrate on the Anahata chakra, Ajna, and Sasara chakras to stimulate the balancing of your hormones to the three glands, but especially boosting your thymus for the immune system. Now I want you to shift your focus on your navel. Your belly button is the Hara chakra, which accumulates the so-called longevity prana. The energy that increases longevity is on your navel. Not only to support your gut's health and your probiotic, also it increases your absorption of nutrition and longevity prana. Concentrate on the navel. Nothing else but breathing slowly and center yourself. This is one of the most important for longevity. To end, I want you to focus on your heart center. Breathe slowly to awaken your heart. Smile internally to your heart center. And I want you to recall happy moments of your life, happy, successful moments. Feel in your heart and recall those happy moments. Re-experience them again in your heart to open up your heart. I want you to share these nice feelings to people who have helped you. Remember people who have helped you in your life. Express this gratitude from the heart to open your heart, to feel the joy and the happiness. Be grateful to these people as if this is where your last time to express it to them. Even those who have died, express gratitude sincerely from the heart. And extend good wishes to your loved ones and families. As if this were your last wish for them, what would you wish? The best wish you can. Express to them from your heart, sincerely. And what would you wish yourself for your future? If you have to have one or two important wishes for your life, what would that be? To maximize your potential and maximize your enlightenment, your service to life, maximize your human potential. What would be your wish for yourself from your heart, as if you're talking to yourself or a friend? And what would you use the planet Earth? If you have to heal the planet Earth, and the Earth is a being that can give you receptivity to now and listening to you. If you were the representation of divinity, what would you wish for the Earth? The best version of the Earth. And of course, the best version of humanity. From the power of Lord Shiva, from the heart of Lord Vishnu, from the creativity of Lord Brahma, to Ishvara, to our hearts, our minds, and our energy. Let the earth be blessed. Let humanity be blessed with great things to heal the earth, to heal humanity. We channel the energy from the gods, from the deities of life, to be a channel of healing. We invoke the blessings of the deities to use us and this group and heal the earth organization and members. Let all be channeling this healing energy for the earth. May the best earth physicalize through these blessings. Let all humanity be blessed with transformation, transmutation, healing, and positive changes. If this has to go through pain, let it be, as long as we have wisdom and positive changes. So it is. Let the devas and angelic beings who are caretakers of nurturing the ecosystem of the earth bless the earth. May humanity be blessed with more heart, more conscience, and more wisdom. to know the right things to do for the next step of the earth and humanity. Let the karma of the earth be blessed with good endings. Let the karma of humanity and the earth be blessed with good endings, with positive changes, with recovery. So it is. Now it is done. So it is. All right, open your eyes. Anyway, I hope we have contributed to you today, and in the name of my organization, the World Institute for Incurable Diseases, also my gratitude to Kavita Ashok for bringing me here as an invitee, with the moderation of Dr. Rajiv and also Dr. Neil and all the people who have made this, and Dr. Rajiv and the Ayurveda group. Namaskar and namaste to all of you.
Thank you.
May God bless everyone.
So kind of you. It was excellent session. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I would definitely read your book as you mentioned. And we would also ask that it was so good to heal all of us from a distance and give that happiness. And I was about to ask about the third eye opening. It looks like it's already happening there. It's amazing, very helpful.
Yeah. By the way, I have a third eye book. So if you want to read this one, it was launched even with the President of India and by Karan Singh. It was launched in India in 2010. It's the third eye, all the drawings of the third eye are from different science or art of spirituality and philosophy. Anyway, I will be glad to give you the gift again. Those who want healing, you can always talk to our organizers. You can visit masterdelpe.com. We have our World Healing on October 2.
Fantastic.
And also we have Enlightened Life retreats here at our resort and on November 5 to 11. So if you're passing by the Philippines or Asia, we're very glad to talk to you about it. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be part of your speakers bureau today. And I will offer you the books that I have promised, The Dark Night of the Soul and Longevity Science, as a gift today. Just give us the winner and we'll send them the code from downloads. So again, namaskar, namaste.
So kind of you. Have a great day. From healing of our earth, again, a gratitude and a global namaskar. This is so nice of you, and we will really appreciate what you're doing, and we will popularize it to all our viewers, because we have first-hand experience today, and you can have a lot more. You more deeper you go, more you learn. So I think that's fantastic. So namaste. I will read your book, that Black Book on Soul, definitely, and I hope.
Yeah. Atma namaste.
Bye for now. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we'll connect to you via Kavita and then take it from there. I think it was a fantastic session. All of those who have been here, can I give a big round of applause to Master Delphi for doing an amazing work, amazing work, amazing work.
I would not be able to serve you today if you were not listening and not asking questions. So thanks for all those who have asked questions and those who have listened. Good luck to everyone. Blessings.
Bye. We have our next speaker, Dr. Birinder, because today is our focus is on healing. And we know we have talked multiple times about what is it which is missing in the normal concoction of the physical health. And because this is what they typically say, you fall between the stools. And physically, stools are what the physical health are, but the healing is in between. And I have with me Dr. Birinder today. She is one of general practitioners, and I and her have been knowing each other for quite a long time. We have worked together She is general practitioner in my area. She is, in addition to currently doing the medical general practice, doing this healing, and she is doing it for a very long time. So the idea is that how we heal people from inside. So we have heard from Master Delphi. Let's hear from Brinda, who is a qualified obstetrician and gynecologist, from back her job from India. And now she has been on its journey of doing the medical practice in UK and has progressed further into the complementary therapy, connecting healing. And she has got a healing circle, and I'm part of it. I'm proud to say that there is so much of healing sent via remotely to people through the flowers and various aspects right onto a WhatsApp group. And there are people, and I feel it's so important that we add that to whatever our normal medical treatment we are giving, whether it be Ayurveda, homeopathy, allopathy, chiropractic, whatever, because this doesn't harm. It's just a good thing to do. And why would you not do? So she does pranic healing, emotional healing technique, bioresonance, flower essence, quantum touch, etc. She's got multitude of talents. So she has been actually traveling from from the right near to the Scotland in the Lancashire, and she has been stuck because of the marathon that's happening in the way. So we have actually touched with each other what is the plan. So the next best plan, although she was planning to do it from her own home, the studio where she does all this healing and Reiki, etc., etc. She is going to stop her car in the middle to right join our session in there. She had a presentation to do, but I think more important for us is to have her wisdom and her healing in a practical way today. So let's invite Dr. Brinder. I can see she's still in her car. She stopped her car and she's going to help us healing ourselves. And she would be happy to answer the question. So here we go. Over to Brinder.
Global namaste to everyone, and thank you very much, Dr. Raji, for that wonderful intro. As you can see, I am in my car in a car park, and so I'm not able to share my presentation by a share screen, but I will go through it and then send it to Neil and yourself so you can upload it onto the website. And one of the things that crossed my mind as I was sitting in the traffic was, what am I doing here? Why am I stuck in this traffic? Why can't I get to my destination? And I thought, maybe an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours later, I had traveled a distance of 2 miles. So our life is a journey as well. And all these things that happen for a reason. So accepting that I am where I am, and I'm doing what I need to be doing, was a realization today. And also, wherever I am, there is my presence, there is my energy, and there is my office. So whether it's in my car, in a car park, or in my therapy space, that's where I am, and that's where I can best do what I'm here to do, which is facilitate healing for individuals. So the topic was personal development and the integrated approach to healing and well-being. So the first question that arises is, who am I? So we tend to associate ourselves with either our physical self, I am this body, or our feelings, I am my emotions, or our thoughts, I am my mind, though the mind is much bigger than our thoughts. All these collectively are held together by the spirit within us. So which one are you? What do you identify yourself with? So just take a moment to think. Do you feel you are your body? Are you your mind, your thoughts, or are you your feelings? The answer that I have got over a long period of time is I am none of these. And yet I have all of these: a physical body, emotions, thoughts, and a spirit. Now, bringing together the Eastern and the Western philosophies of the elemental energies, the Western approach is there is the element of earth, the element of water, the element of fire, and the element of air, as well as the element of ether, otherwise known as Akasha or space. The Eastern philosophy, specifically Chinese, is earth, water, fire, wood, and metal. And within our awareness, we have a physical body, we have an emotional body, we have a mental body, a spiritual body, and an etheric body. Now, all these bodies integrate and work cohesively with each other. So for those of us that are sitting in I am my body, the integration of healing through physical therapies to wholeness, I will list a few therapies. These are not the only therapies because all therapies will bring in healing, but these are specifically for people that identify more with their physical body. So we've got Ayurveda, breathing, pranayama, and other breathing techniques, energy therapies, homeopathy, music, massage, meridian therapies, nutrition, reflexology, and yoga. This is not the only way of achieving wholeness, but this is one way of bringing the body, emotions, and mind together so the spirit can function through all the different bodies. For those of us that identify with our feelings, integration of healing through emotional energy healing, energy therapies, there's healing through healing the chakras, the cleansing, the energizing, the balancing, and these can be done through, again, a whole host of modalities. So crystals, color, music, all the life force energies, so Reiki, quantum touch, pranic therapy, Tai Chi, Qigong, they all come under the remit of energy therapies. EFT, emotional freedom technique, that is something which is consistently growing, and there are more and more applications of this. I've been doing EFT since 2001, and I'm constantly amazed at the results that my clients are able to achieve through working with them. Homeopathy, again, addresses emotional aspect, as well as hypnotherapy and talking therapies like CBT, psychotherapy, as well as yoga. For those of us that identify with I am my thoughts or my mind, integrating the healing process through mental healing processing, we have energy therapies, hypnotherapy, meditation, neuro-linguistic programming, talking therapies, and yoga. And yoga is one of the practices that integrates all the elemental energies together. the energy therapies that I put in the other sections, we look at aromatherapy, which is using the essential oils, because the fragrance from each oil carries a signature which balances our bodies, and they are used by aromatherapists in different ways as diffusers, as aroma sticks, using them in massage, and also they are used significantly to allow people to balance their physical, mental, and emotional in palliative care. There is a huge application for this. Breath work is again energy, and we've just had a wonderful demonstration of using our breath to shift the energies throughout our physical beings. Chakra healing through different modalities, crystal therapy, flower essences, which are basically essences made from flowers and plants, and they have a unique energy signature that allows our body to align and vibrate with the same frequency to bring us into a state of balance. Meridian therapies, which are acupuncture, acupressure, as well as the Ayurvedic practices of working on the body. Pranic healing, Reiki and Sikkim. A lot of people are not familiar with Sikkim, but Sikkim is the full spectrum of the healing energies. Reiki is the earth elemental energy. Sikkim has the fire, water, and air as well. So when you see a Sikkim practitioner, you draw in through that practitioner the elemental energy that you need to bring yourself into a state of balance. Tai Chi and Qigong. We have had wonderful demonstrations of these practices as the sessions have rolled on from the beginning. And quantum healing is another energy therapy, very similar to pranic healing, working with the breath, but with a lot more quicker shifting of energies and energy blockages to balance the body. Now, looking at the spiritual and metaphysical perspective, source energy or universal energy, when it is manifest into the physical form, the vibrational frequency has to come down from a very high vibration to a more dense vibration so we can be present physically. So it's almost going from air to earth. And so if, for example, you had an ice cube that is solid, if we give it some energy in the form of heat, we get water, and we need a container for the water to hold its shape. It is more fluid, more flowing. If we heat the water, we get steam. So we're giving it more energy in the form of heat, it becomes steam. And if we superheat steam, it becomes invisible. Now, that doesn't mean it's not there. It's there beyond our perception. Now, if we remove energy from the steam, cool it down, take away the heat, we get condensation. So we're back to water. Cool the condensation by taking away more heat from it, we are back to ice. So energy moves into form, through form, and out of form. It cannot be created or destroyed. It always has been, is, and will be. So the understanding that we have from the Newtonian physics is the potential energy and the kinetic energy. But with quantum physics, we have more energy that is dynamic, that changes states. And also within the quantum, we have the fact that the observer affects the observed. So what we are looking at when we are working with subtle energies is the intention we set beyond putting energy into a space is what changes that. So if we're working with somebody and we're trying to clear an energy field or the energy body, that's what works. And then we bring in the intention of putting in more energy, energizing it and balancing it. So thereby our intention is creating the reality that we are working in. Now, when we have a baby that's incarnating, it is pure light of consciousness that is present as a little spark in this baby. And a baby is a pure expression of source energy. a being of light. And as the baby grows, it picks up different things from its environment and makes them its reality. So the beliefs that are set in from birth to the age of 7 actually dictate how we interact in life. So this aspect is amongst the psychotherapists called the inner child. The subconscious mind of a human being from birth to 7 is like a sponge. It absorbs everything, taking vast amounts of information from its environment. And then as we grow up, we lock this emotional intelligence within us unless we learn to process and be more in the flow. The next aspect we have of ourselves is our middle self, which is the mature self that has developed discernment and abstract thinking. And it constitutes who we become by developing through learning, thinking, behavior. And as we think the same thought, that becomes a belief, and that then alters our behavior. And as we repeat the same behavior, it becomes a habit. And the habit, once it's repeated over and over again, becomes our character. And that is what then defines us. So if we are going to change our reality, we need to work backwards, changing our habits, our behaviors, our thoughts to what we want our reality to be. And then the aspect of us, which is the wise aspect, the divine aspect, is by some streams of belief called the higher self. And it is a divine spark, the source light consciousness that's within us. We are all blessed. Everything that is in creation is blessed by this divine energy. And we are, as an extension of that, enlightened. We have the light within us. Our journey is to actually rediscover that light that has been covered over through our experiences, through our emotions, and our thinking. So once we start peeling back those layers, as we clear our energy fields, the light will start to shine brighter and brighter. So using integrated healing in personal development, why do we want to do it? It's to become all that we are meant to be, to fully realize and express our potential, spiritual beings in a human form, to know ourselves and become the best version of what one can become while remaining authentic and aligned with our core values. So to start an integrated healing process, what I do with the individuals I work with is start with grounding. So the spiritual energy that is within, when we are stressed, we get ungrounded, especially if we have been doing the fight or flight for a very long time. So the sympathetic overdrive, and we haven't really done the rest and digest, which is what the parasympathetic nervous system does in our beings. And once we grounded the energy, we are able to be present more in our current reality. And the next step is energizing. Once we are cleansed, we energize, and then we balance. So all of this will come together to ensure balance on all levels of being. And different practices can be incorporated into this. So grounding can be done either by visualization or imagining yourself growing roots, or through different practices, through food, through music. It's whatever works for you. Walks in nature are excellent grounding. Just walking barefoot on the grass is grounding. And that will allow us to be aligned and present. So healing, I work a lot with the chakras, and I access the chakras through crystals, through Reiki, through color, through flower essences. But I'm just going to go through a list of other things that can be used to achieve the same. So we've got a system called Orosoma, which is very subtle, but very powerful. And this uses color and essential oils in 2 layers within a bottle, and integrating those 2 colors and applying them changes the energy field and the perspective, as well as brings about healing of that individual on different levels. Then we've got Ayurveda, which has several different aspects to it that can be incorporated to bring in the chakra healing. Then we have the bija mantras, chanting the seed sounds of the chakras. And I have heard the bija mantras being chanted in a very subtle way on a specific frequency that brings a lot of peace and healing, and it is very subtle. No effort needs to be put into that. Just simply listening will change the frequency of the individual. Using color breathing, where we use colored discs to enhance each chakra and bring about a state of balance. Then there is crystals, using the crystals in terms of their color or the frequency and balancing the chakras. Using what I call etheric weavers. These are basically tools that can help clear, energize, and balance the whole body as well as the chakras individually. Essential oils, flower essences, music. Now, when we look at music, it doesn't matter whether you're looking at the Eastern perspective or the Western perspective. Each chakra corresponds to a sound. So if you look at the musical scale, the base chakra corresponds to C, the sacral to D, the solar plexus to E, the heart center to F, then G for the throat, A for the third eye, and B for the crown. And if we look at the other aspect of it, do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti, do. And in the Indian system, sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa. We are actually using 8 notes. So with the 8th note, we are checking and touching the soul star, which is a higher chakra. Simply chanting Om will cleanse the energy centers, energize and balance them. Chanting it out loud is probably one where the energy disperses very quickly. Chanting it softly, the energy is much more concentrated and within the physical body. Very, very softly chanting it will shift the energy dramatically. So it's something that you can try in your meditation practice, or when you have a few minutes, chant Om loudly, chant it softly, and then kind of hum it and see what energy shifts for you. Then we have pranic healing that we had a talk about last week, quantum touch, Reiki, Sikkim, vibrational medicine, and yantra meditation. Yantras are sacred meditation, sacred geometric symbols, and focusing on these can also change our entire beings. So they can have an effect on the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. Some of them are more stimulating, and they have to be used with a certain degree of caution. So when you're doing a yantra meditation, it's important to get one that is balanced and not just the Shri yantra, because when people use the Shri yantra, which is a very complex pattern, their energy can shift very rapidly. So they might need some help to get grounded again. So the 5 elements that we work with are air, fire, water, earth, and ether. The air element is what we use with our breath. The fire element is what we use when we are providing our bodies with nourishment. We are giving it the energy. The water is the fluids we drink. The earth is the source of all this, and the ether is what holds all of it together. So working on the physical body, which is from the elemental energies connected to the earth element, we have the focus on nutrition, exercise, sleep, and also paying attention to how our lives are. Are we living in a fight or flight state, or are we living in a more balanced state? So more we focus on this, we can start to balance that. The emotional element corresponds to the sacral chakra, which is the water element. And this is where we balance our polarities. And also, it's about creative expression, connection with others, as well as emotional balance. So working on the sacral chakra, whether you use specifically tones or crystals or mantras, will allow you to balance that element in your body. Then the fire element corresponds to the solar plexus, and this is the mental aspect of ourselves. It's the personal willpower, the self-esteem, and it is important for assimilation of energy. This is also the chakra where when individuals are stressed and they're not addressing it, it will manifest as symptoms of digestion or associated glands, which is the pancreas, so hence diabetes can be around this. A lot of people that have imbalance in the chakras sometimes will show a distribution of the adipose tissue, the fat tissue in that specific area. So sometimes if people are carrying a lot of fat in their middle, it's worthwhile paying attention to whether they have got self-esteem issues and are they using the fat as body armor. The number of people that have been able to drop weight once they have been made aware and they address these issues is very interesting. I have about, I think, 35 people that have actually shifted their body weight once they became aware of this. The spiritual energy, which is air, is connected with the heart center. It's a connection with source. It's a seat of the divine spark, and also intuition, which is in is within tuition. So tuition from within. It's the knowledge we have deep within us. It's the inner knowing. And balancing this allows us to work in a cooperative fashion rather than competitive fashion. And finally, the throat chakra, which is the etheric element. And this is what holds all our energy bodies together. It's the divine expression by speaking our truth. It's also the vastness of space. The Akasha is infinite, and connecting with that and allowing that to hold us together, to empower us. Now, what I would like you to do is just for a few moments, rub your palms together till they are nice and warm. And once they are nice and warm, what I would like you to do is take your hands far apart and then bring them towards each other till you start to feel a sensation between the palms of your hands. It may be a sense of warmth, coolness, breeze, or a sponginess. This is your energy field. Okay, and now you can relax. So what we're going to do is a meditation to bring about this sense of integrating healing on all levels for you. So to start off with this, what I'd like you to do is make yourself comfortable, making sure you're sitting with your back well supported. And gently close your eyes. Rest your hands, palms up in your lap. Still feeling the energy in your palms. And imagine standing under a shower of brilliant white light. that flows from the top all the way down, from the crown of your head all the way down, and it also goes in through your crown, cleansing your entire being, sparkling, brilliant white light. And now gently look up into the space between your eyes on your forehead and start to draw all your senses inwards. Your sense of sight, your sense of taste, your sense of smell, and your sense of touch. Gently bring all of these senses in and become aware of simply being present with your breath, the in-breath and the out-breath. Now gently moving your awareness to your crown. Simply imagine that opening up gently like the petals of a lotus, and allow the brilliant white light from the universe to flow in. And as you breathe out, simply let go of anything you no longer need at this point in time. Another deep breath in, and breathing in more of this pure, brilliant white universal healing light, and sensing it flowing down into your being, going throughout your being, into your head, neck, shoulders, down your arms, down your chest, into your abdomen, into your pelvis and hips, and down your legs, all the way down and out through the soles of your feet. With every out breath, simply release anything you no longer need at this point in time. And get a sense of this pure, brilliant white light shifting anything that is no longer serving you ahead of it and out through the folds of your feet into the earth, Mother Earth receiving this energy and transforming it. Breathing in more and more of this pure, brilliant white light. Get a sense of it filling your entire being. And feeling it swirling throughout your entire being. And as it swirls and flows and shifts anything that is unlike itself, become aware of a sense of deep peace and calm, which is now filling your being. As you take your next breath in, breathe in the affirmation, I am universal light, and breathe out, I am universal love. I breathe in universal love, and I breathe out universal light. Breathe in, I am universal love, and breathe out, I am universal light. Breathe in, I am universal light, and breathe out, I am universal love. Breathe in, I am universal light, and breathe out. I am universal love. I breathe in universal light. I breathe out universal love. I breathe in universal love and light. I breathe out universal love and light. I breathe in universal love and light. I breathe out universal love and light. And just relax for a few moments. And get a sense of this brilliant universal light and love flowing from your being in all directions, a full 360 degrees. And collect between the palms of your hands as a beautiful, brilliant white sphere of light and love, about the size of a football. And you can, if you wish, do this or simply imagine doing it, is place a blessing of universal love and light on each of the chakras. So the first one is about 6 inches above your crown. Place a blessing of universal love and light there. And then at your crown, blessing of universal love and light there. And then onto your third eye, placing a blessing of universal love and light there. And onto your throat, a universal blessing of love and light there. Into your heart space, a blessing of universal love and light there. And over your solar plexus, your stomach area, a blessing of universal love and light there. And moving down to your navel area, your sacral area, a blessing of universal love and light there. And then into the base of your spine, your base chakra, a blessing of universal love and light there. And now with your palms facing down towards Mother Earth, beam a blessing of universal love and light to Mother Earth, and see this beam completely filling Mother Earth with healing and love. And then see it radiating from Mother Earth to all her inhabitants. And if it is feasible and possible, place your hands on Mother Earth by leaning forward. And when you're ready, place your hands in the Namaste position at your heart center, receiving the blessings of universal love and light into the core of your being. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Namaste.
What a wonderful session. Amazing, amazing. So good. Thank you so much, Rajinder, for doing that session. It was very, very good. How did people feel? I felt very console and calm, and actually as if something is going in the body, doing the healing of the turbulences that's there and clearing the energy channels. So I think that's very good. I don't know if anybody else want to share, because I know Gunesh does a lot of heartfulness. And Lata, please. Lata, you wanted to say
Hi.
something?
I'm on. So thank you very much for that. Both shukriya. Dhanyavad. What I want to just, it's tingling. The energy is going round. I feel much lighter and much more whole, alive. Loads of things. Honestly, I really don't feel myself. I haven't felt like this for a long time. So something's shifting and taking shape. It's a constant thing. It's not going to happen just with the click of it, but I can feel it because I was really feeling in tune with what you were doing and concentrating on the different elements that you were working with. So yeah, it will take time. Thank you.
Perfect. That's great. So I think we have got another team of people who are going to be really, really, really taking it to another level, and they are transatlantic people. But before that, I think it's very good to really have that experience. What do you think, Birinder, that this is a skill you learned, and how did you make that shift, and how do we integrate that into the mainline medicine? Because you also have got, just like me, one foot on the typical conventional medicine and the other foot on the complementary stroke alternative health. So how do you think we should bring it more together?
I mean, it's a constant evolving process. What I found now, obviously, working with individuals that are open to complementary therapies, I give them the information. I give them the EFT website, for example, and say, if you'd like to do a session with me, we will do it. And then once we have done the session, I give them the sheet of paper. So they are then able to do it for themselves. So it's about facilitating the change, then empowering the individual by teaching them. So it's not creating a state of dependency like the NHS does, because patients keep coming back. And once we have cleared something, they are able to appreciate that they are empowered to change their lives. And once they've done that, we can offer them other things. Like a colleague of mine routinely offers flower essences. So I will suggest to them saying, have you tried the rescue remedy? A lot of people have. And sometimes patients are taking supplements over the counter, which they don't tell the doctors. And so when I open that, it opens up a thing of yes. And then asking, have you explored any other things? A lot of patients now have had acupuncture. So they're into that space. It may be just they had it for a musculoskeletal problem, but at least they're open and aware. And I've also started telling them about the YouTube channel that I have with about 367 or 387 meditations on it. So, and that is something they have to commit to daily. So daily meditation, you're getting off the hamster wheel of the thoughts constantly coming in, because while they're doing the meditation and I'm talking them through it, the thoughts that they have been having through the day have calmed down because you're focusing on their breath. They're focusing on the energy flowing into their physical body, and it is doing a clearing. So I use the same process, the grounding, the alignment, and the protection of the energy space. And then we go on a little journey. The meditations are only about 20 minutes long, 25 at the most. And I've got good feedback from that. Some individuals have said that they haven't been able to sleep and they have slept since doing the meditations for a couple of days. So it's about raising awareness, giving them tools that they can use to help themselves.
Are there any particular ones which respond better than the other ones, or any particular conditions where you find it's really helpful?
I think mostly where it's helpful especially with the meditation, is when there's emotional issues, when there is stress, anxiety, depression. For physical issues, there is a place, but I think when somebody's got a purely physical issue, giving them some medication and then opening them up to other things is useful. Because if somebody's in pain, they're not going to be very open to doing a 25-minute meditation. Whereas learning what I've learned from this forum, as well as others, I point them in the direction of the painkiller app. So I'm not giving them as many drugs.
This is wonderful, and you are saving the NHS a lot of money, but also at the same time protecting their body from the side effects which they would have with lots of pills, and pills is not the answer for everything. And the idea is that
No.
even if we reduce it to half, that's actually a lot of good work done. So it's amazing, and this is the whole system, what we're trying to do, the health and healing, just to bring them together so that we create healing environment, both inside the body and outside the body. And that is the whole purpose of healing our earth, that how we can heal individuals and the environment we work in, so that it becomes a better place to live for everyone. And that's again what Master Delphi was mentioning about functional health, emphasizing the role of the fulfillment. And you have touched upon it exactly, and through a practical session that we have seen on both sides, how people felt more serene, more calm, and more consoled as it went. So I think it is amazing thing, and we need to do it on more regular basis. And I myself culprit not doing it as regularly as I should because of the demands of the life. But when you do it, you see the difference. So I think that is excellent, and we should really do that. And Healing Our Earth has been doing it for a very long time. It's 146th episode of Healing Our Earth. Thanks to Nil Kumar and his team for continuously helping this curative healing on that side, but also collecting people who can connect to each other and do the healing of the violation of the whole human system, which has become disturbed because of the virus, bacteria, ill health, wrong thinking, a mad rush about the materialistic thing. And that all needs to really come back to a central point, the 0 point, where we can connect ourselves and our body to the universal energy and can allow the free flow of energy back to front, allowing that recycling of the energy and regular healing, creating the channels of the energy that are much open, much wider, and complement the self-circulating mechanism of healing, or auto-healing, as I say to it. So thank you so much again. Any last words? I know you have done a fantastic session on doing it in a practical way. Anything else before I bring our fantastic host?
Yes, I think what I'd like the group that is listening, and obviously people that will watch later, to do is just try doing the chanting, whether you're chanting Om or you're chanting the seed sounds, which from our Indian tradition are Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Sham, and Om. Or you can just do Sare, Gama, Pada, Nisa over and over again, because each one will shift the vibration in a chakra. And one of the things I have tried with individual clients is asking them to chant Om, but just focus on one chakra at a time. Start with the base, go all the way up to the soul star, and then back to the base. because that actually grounds the energy. Otherwise, if you sit in the soul star, your vibration is very different, and people can get very ungrounded and unfocused because they're in a very blissful state. So nothing on the earth matters. So it's nice to come back to the base chakra and connect to the earth.
So what a good description, because that's how our bio-psycho-social environment meets the spiritual environment and the spiritual well-being, because if we do it on a regular basis, that is excellent and that is really, really useful. So I'm so grateful that we are part of this Healing Our Earth circle, so that we can listen to it and do it on a more regular basis in a very, very different way to improve the physical health as well as the functional health. So I'm thinking that it might be now the right time to invite two pillars of the healing. Both are currently in the same place because I was with them for doing that filming, which is going to be the World Congress. So I'm thinking it's a bit of advertisement here about the World Congress, about the healing, and that is going to happen. And I know we're going to have a little bit more on it, but sometimes people need repetition. So that's a good thing to do. And I know Sharon and Wai Ching have been working together over weeks and weeks and weeks in order to make it happen. It's not a small task, it's a big task. And thanks to you and to universe for giving that energy and power to make it happen. So let me introduce Sharon, and Sharon will probably introduce Wai Ching. It is fantastic. Sharon is from a fantastic background. She's a filmmaker, and she is an award filmmaker. She has made on Tai Chi, Qigong, and the traditional Chinese medicine, Taoism, and natural healing, which is what she will talk. When you listen to her, these words will just pop like a poplu in the pack of cards.
Dr. Rajiv Gupta, as you quite rightly said, that these two senior ladies from United States at the moment are both also coordinators and senior hosts, senior panelists. They are instrumental part of Healing Our Earth. And what we will do now, Dr. Gupta, is for a moment, the world has known that we've got a sad news that our queen has just demised this week, which is very shocking because 2 days before that, she actually installed a new prime minister in the country where she was pictured all over the world. So why don't we do a 1 minute silence for a while, and then, you know, we hope the queen is resting in peace and God save the king. So let's now hold 1 minute silence. Thank you. Queen Elizabeth II, rest in peace. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Earth, bless the soul. Wow. And you know what a wonderful queen she was. She was one of the world's most picturized and popular leader. 70 years at a reign as a sovereign of the United Kingdom and several other countries. So we hope that she is living in Shanti up there in the heaven, and may God bless the new king for United Kingdom. Let's move on to our healing sessions with our two beautiful and gorgeous smiling ladies. And Rajiv, as you said, it's also time to plug the Congress. So we'll plug the Congress after you introduce Sharon, who in turn will introduce Wai Ching, And then Rajiv, stay over because we want to chit chat about Congress as well. And so here we go with Sharon.
Thank you so much. God save the king. Here we go. And I know that you ladies, the two beautiful ladies, are in different part of the planet. It's transatlantic, but I know people in America love the Queen. So we have joined across the globe in this sad moment, and with Charles taking over, this song will be God Save the King. So let's move on to it. So I know Sharon is not just looking beautiful, she has done beautiful work. She has lectured and performed and presented her films into universities, spiritual centers, cultural centers, museums, and constantly she's doing it. As I mentioned to you, she is currently making another one, which is excellent. And many of us, including myself and Madan and many other people, have been on it in order to compound the effect of how the whole system of the quantum energy, quantum healing, and the body system and the alignment work together, and how the divine mechanism work together with our body in order to get the body into back shape. And this is what Sharon does. She has done the guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and she is currently doing the nectar of the bliss, which is dedicated to the healing power, the divine feminine cultures throughout the world. And I can give you the first-hand experience of her big smile and big work, both in front and behind the scenes for quantum healing. So let's give us a big welcome to Sharon. Thank you so much, Sharon. Global Namaste. You're on mute, Sharon.
Global Namaste. It's so nice to be with you. We were just together a few days ago virtually for the Integrated Health Panel for the World Congress. And you gave us such words of wisdom and insight. We're very grateful. And for all our community out there on Healing Our Earth, we're going to be talking today about the World Congress, bringing in some of the people who will be part of the World Congress, including Dr. Epi Chow. This Congress has been her child, her love, her passion for, let's see, this will be the 22nd year. So we're excited to bring some of the key people on today to Healing Our Earth to share their wisdom with you. So here it is, East West Academy of Healing Arts.com. You can find information there. And the Congress is coming up in 2 weeks, September 24th to 27th. The 24th and 25th will be speakers and music and all kinds of entertaining projects. And then the next 2 days will be workshops. So the quantum chi portion, because we have 5 hours for the quantum chi portion that relates to the film and brings on many people that have been in the film, and hopefully when we raise enough money, we'll bring you, Rajiv, and Madan into the third of the trilogy that we want to do called Quantum Healing. So we start at 8 a.m. Pacific, the quantum chi portion. On the 25th, we'll be starting at 8 a.m. Pacific and go to 1 p.m. Pacific. We have Wai Ching will be doing meditation. We'll be having interviews. We have a panel on chi in the quantum field. We have a panel on the Wei Chi and the art of energetic protection. And then we have an integrative healing panel. We have Master Li Junfeng and his daughter Li Jing. Li Jing has been on Healing Our Earth. Master Li was the martial arts film star. He was head of the Beijing Wushu team. He trained Jet Li. He's an extraordinary teacher.
And Donnie Yen too.
Yes, he trained him too. So they'll be part of this, along with music from Quantum Chi, some dance from gorgeous Lorelei Cheng, incredible dancer who performed at the, let's see, what's that called? The opening of the Olympics. And it's going to be wonderful. And then the day before, I'm sure Dr. Chow and other speakers today will give you insight into the rest of the program.
Yeah, we also have, I believe, in Dr. Bernie Siegel and Lynn McTaggart also. They might show up live, but we are definitely featuring them. So you'll be interested in that, Dr. Rajiv.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It's amazing, amazing work.
Thank you. Well, it's wonderful. I can't tell you how wonderful it is to have you as part of this. Not that you coming in and Healing Our Earth, coming in to our greater healing and Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM community.
Right. And, in the natural healing to really explore the correspondences of the great systems of healing. And also you brought in such a beautiful integration of the medical, the Western allopathic, and really impressive how you brought in the conditions and then the aspects of Qi movement within the conditions. So important. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. And Professor Madan, of course, was amazing in his intellectual sharing and his personal experiences as well. So we are really excited, Sharon and I, about sharing, your work on the 22nd Congress of Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, and natural healing. So this is really taking the movement of integrative healthcare into the world.
Which is so needed. It's so needed, especially now. We need really to use these incredible tools that are thousands of years old, which means they've been time tested over centuries. We need to bring them into the mainstream, into daily life, so that people can really learn how to care for themselves and not be so dependent on, taking a pill for every little ache or pain. Let's do things to help them learn how to prevent that, how to not even get to the point where they have to do that.
And Sharon, we were talking earlier at the beginning of the session when Master Delphi was there, that how body is a lot more than what we see physically.
Yes.
We have that quantum chi or whatever, and healing or the energy flow, which is again flowing from the universe into the planet, into individual, into the organs, into the cells, into the molecules, into the enzymes, into the ATP, ADP, and recycling that energy constantly. And that energy is recycling into the body, and there's recycling back into the universe. And that's why you regenerate that energy. That is how the body is functional, which is much more than the physical or the materialistic body.
Well, that's in quantum chi. That was one of the things I wanted to demonstrate to people. It's one thing, I hear about it, etc., but to actually use animation to not only show how the energy flows through and around us, but also in episode 2, we talk about energetic protections and the power of emotions, the stress of emotions. And we actually show, for those who can't see energy, who haven't learned how to see energy, because I really feel that every person, that's a natural capacity of humanity that we have lost. And if you look at the teachings of the past and the yogis and the Taoist masters who sat up on the mountains and developed all of these potentials in themselves that every person has that ability. So in episode 2, we have animations that show like people arguing, and then you see how it's red with darts, energy around them, and then you see them when they're like hugging each other and it turns very like pink, and so you get a sense of what this is. And that's been a mission I've had in film for a long time, to actually, through animation and through the movements of Qigong or the movements of yoga, to be able to show what it looks like. So that I know for myself, when I was studying craniosacral therapy many years ago, it was like this door opened in my visionary capacity. And when I was trained, so when I touched someone, there was this whole opening of my senses, my kinesthetic sense in particular, being a dancer. And as always, I have to mention that I'm the first American disciple of my Guruji, Sitara Devi, Queen of Kathak. I'm so proud to have done that and to be have been such a deep student of Indian culture, Indian music, Indian dance, philosophy, mythology, because that's what, as dancers, as Kathak dancers, that's what we portray. It's our job to bring all of those teachings to life and transmit them to our audiences.
Sharon, remember that as a part of integrated health system, dance therapy, we have included them. So dance therapy, aromatherapy, energy healing, these are there because they all help. And absolutely, I have seen a lady who was suffering from Alzheimer's, and doing dance in the wheelchair has energized her because she has connected inside.
Oh, when I went to graduate school in 1970 in DC, I actually did some training. It was just a beginning dance therapy. I trained in it, and it's a fantastic way to help, especially relieve stress. It's incredible. But I do, before I introduce Wai Ching here, I do want to mention that when I was watching the last guest and was saying you could do sa re ga ma pa da ni sa, and I thought, not only could you do that, but you could shift to the raga for the time of day and even get a more interesting response.
Absolutely right. Because 4 o'clock, a different response than afternoon. And so those who are deep believer into it and want to go deeper into it, you are absolutely right. They can go even to the micro level where effect can be much more powerful. So fantastic. Good observation, Sharon.
Well, I love Vedic culture. I love it. It's the base of all, where I look at every culture from that base. And I feel very blessed to have, had the teachers and teachings. So let me introduce my dear friend, associate producer of Quantum Chi, Dr. Wai Ching Lee. She's going to do for us, we're going to start out with one of her long distance healing meditations. And I know from having known her many years that they're very powerful and effective. Reverend Dr. Wai Ching Lee is a medical intuitive healer from a traditional lineage. She is also a US qualified holistic health counselor and holistic bodywork therapist. As the principal of Earth Heart Holistic Consultancy, she has been collaborating with medical doctors in the field of integrative medicine since 1992. Wai Ching Lee has synthesized several cutting-edge evolutionary modalities in the field of energy or vibrational medicine. She's an amazing expert on all of this. I can attribute to that. She has developed Infinity Quantum Qigong, an accelerated restorative treatment and multi-dimensional healing, and as we said, is the associate producer of Quantum Chi. Namaste to you. Here we are together finally.
Together in the same space-time continuum.
Yes, and she's here with me in Crestone, beautiful Crestone, Colorado. And at the moment we are working on the editing of these panels and these, it's a very focused experience to edit, right?
Yes, very focused.
she's helping me. I'm there. Every little, when you're editing, it's a very interesting thing. You want to make the person, Rajiv, sound and look as wonderful as possible. And so you have to have an ear for, if somebody's going, then you want to cut that. Then you have to have the ear for exactly when to cut, when they start the next part. So it's quite a fascinating endeavor. I'm really enjoying it, learning a lot.
Are you a perfectionist?
With me as an apprentice.
Sharon, are you a perfectionist?
Yes, we both are. And so
I know that's why I'm saying it's harder for you, Wai-Ching, doing the work with her, because I know video editing, when you do it, when you see the thing, the sound, and when you say RM to cut, it needs to be a precise laser cut, and then it to start right, so that it doesn't appear that that part is gone. Perfect.
Yes, and to glean, the golden nuggets of wisdom, and to highlight that, during the discussions, and we had a lot to say, and also, the same with healing, that we have to have a very focused laser beam intention in this, and this is how as we are discussing, even on the panel, the principle of quantum entanglement, since we're talking about Qigong, translating the ancient wisdom of Qigong and pranic healing into quantum science. It's into quantum entanglement. It's really the intention, the clarity of the intention to transmit, and also for the other person to receive. So, it's same in this long distance work that I'm going to embark on right now. Yes. Is that to invite each and every single one of you to write down or to put in your computer and your intentions on a physical level, emotional, mental, and spiritual. So I know that some of us are going through grieving, and there are a lot of souls leaving the planet, and we also want to help them to transit into the light, and also to create a new matrix of reality on the planet, where we create new systems of healthcare, legal systems, government systems, financial systems. So we can create this healing today in a very short time, perhaps just 20 minutes, as an introduction to what I'll be offering on the 22nd Congress of Qigong, Tai Chi, Natural Heal, TCM and Natural Healing, as with the other practitioners here. So it's just a little introduction, but we can make it very potent through our own intention and our power of transmission.
And I want to tell you that she will be doing this healing at 8 a.m. Pacific on the 25th of September. And I'll leave you to your meditation.
So it was so wonderful to get very beautifully centered also with, I believe, the speaker. So I would invite you, I'm in a quiet space because I have to prepare myself, first of all, to be centered and going through the 0 point to connect with the soul star, very interesting. I use the same terms, and into the source. So, and we'll go into what is known as the infinity breath, and then the infinity visualization of this meditation. It'll be about 20 minutes, and then it will be an internal alchemic practice, which is called 内功 internal. And Sharon will take over with a Wei Gong practice, which is external, which can be in many forms. It can be dance, it can be working out in the gym, it can be going out for a walk in the countryside, and it can be many forms, except that it's externalized. Today, right now, we are going to do an internal practice of Nei Gong. So while you get ready, just write down very quickly a physical intention. So during this kind of healing, many people actually heal physically. Back pains are gone, neck aches gone, migraines gone, and knee pain gone in this short session. 20 minutes to about an hour, can be shorter still. So we're receiving that through the cyberspace, through this call at the moment. So let's try it out, and we would love to hear from you, your results. It may not be dramatic, it may be gradual throughout the day, not at all on a dense physical level, but things will be changing in your energy matrix. So we all, even as healers, we need a little support sometimes, right? And we all, as a collective consciousness of humanity, we all need support at this time to move and spiral up to the next level of consciousness and to the next level of reality on third dimension. So write down on the physical level, emotional level, mental, and spiritual. Ready? Dr. Rajiv, did you write down yours? Team, Healing Our Earth, everybody? Okay. So we're just going to go inwards into this internal practice. So take a deep breath, please, just a natural breath. The breath is our connection to spirit, a spiritus, beyond any religion, that holds us together from the divine presence. And we are moving through the divine presence and within the divine presence within ourselves. Taking another deep breath, breathing in, into our chalice, our divine chalice, our temple, the body, wherein all consciousness resides. It's within, not without. Another deep breath, this time connecting with the sun, sunlight or moonlight coming through. And breathing in, if you will, from natural breath to infinity breath, 8 counts, with a horizontal, sacred geometric shape of the infinity. Breathing in, 8 counts in and 8 counts out. Breathing in the sunlight through the nostrils and down into the body, just letting the light flush through the cellular structures of the body, the skeleton, the muscular system, the fascia, ligaments, the tendons, and out into the skin. Just naturally filling up the body with light. First from the sunlight, the moonlight, starlight, the atmospheric chi. Breathing in. Now we are going to pinpoint the direction of the chi. Breathing in again through the nostrils, bringing in nitric oxide into the nostrils, into the blood. Breathing in through the nostrils and down into the bronchial tubes, into the alveoli, into the lungs, the upper lungs, the middle, and the lower, filling up the lungs like a ballast Observe, if you will, if people have been having difficulty in breathing, go into each aspect of the lungs, filling up the lungs and allowing the oxygen to move through into the heart, the auricles, the ventricles, and into the aorta and into the bloodstream, bringing back into the vena cava of the lung heart. There are many people having heart conditions at this time, myocarditis. And if you know anyone with this condition, you may send the light directly to them now to heal. Just filling up the heart with this beautiful healing energy and taking this light throughout the bloodstream, energizing the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and then going into the spaces of the cells, all the cells, the interstitium, increasing the mitochondria or ATP, as we spoke about, energizing every single cell, externally and internally. Breathing in, now into the stomach, spleen, pancreas. Balancing the alimentary system, the digestive system. And now into the stomach, to the gallbladder and the liver. Digesting foods, digesting this energy. And releasing any tension in any of these organs. Breathing in into the navel, what is known as the Tantien. And moving down into the bladder, into the kidneys. And energizing the kidney jing. Going into the eliminative organs, the large and the small intestines, out through the anus and into the earth. Breathing in into the sexual organs, tapping into the creative energy of the universe. And down, connected to the earth. And moving the energy and the light down into the feet and opening up the base of the feet and seeing the spirals of light going down to the center of the earth, to the magnetic core of the earth, resonating at 7.83 hertz. And staying there in the magnetic core and bringing up this beautiful orange light from the center of the earth and spiraling up to the base of the feet, the bubbling spring in the center of the feet, and bringing that up into the legs, and now up the spine through the sacrum and the lumbar and the thoracic spine into the cervical spine, to the top of the head. Taking the time to bring this light. This light has information and intelligence from the earth. And slowly bring it up and winding it like a double helix through the infinity, spirals and strands of light through the spinal column and through the cerebrospinal fluids going up the spine. If there's any contraction, pain, limitation in the spinal column, just stay there a little bit to heal. And just using the chi, the intention, the I Ching Ching, and the spiraling up the spine. You may even start to feel a little bit of undulation through the physical body, just allowing the body to respond to the intelligence of this energy from the earth through the many layers of crystalline ley lines and the tectonic plates, grounding energy of the earth coming out the spine. Let's move through the thoracic spine, opening up through the back as well, and through the neck, and through the top of the head. And letting this light flow through the brain, to the left and right lobes, the corpus callosum, the frontal lobe, and all through the neocortex and into the eyes. This light is bringing energy and healing for people who want to do more healing for the eyesight. And down again. And now we're activating the pineal pituitary gland, the thyroid in the throat, and the thymus in the heart. Behind the sternum, the thymus, to build up the immune system, and down into the adrenals, sitting on top of the kidneys, and down again to the sexual organs, and going up in this infinity orbit up to the top of the head, keeping grounded at the feet. Breathing in, remembering natural breath, or breathing in 8 counts in and 8 counts out. And now we're going through the top of the head to the soul stars, the soul spheres, the many spheres of light, going to a point of light, the source energy, however we perceive it to be, going beyond the psychic realms, the astral realms, to the source, and bringing in the point of light, all the points of light and the spiral of light from the source. Just observe, and you can visualize or just intention. There's no need to really see if that's not where one is to see. Just intend it, and one can practice this every day. So come in through the top of the head, the 1,000-petal lotus, if you will, crown chakra, bring it down, and coming down through the 0 points to awaken the central vessel. Straight down the center line. Observe, activating the pineal pituitary gland, opening up the visual capacity of clairvoyance, creating an intention for healing on the mental level. When the mind is very busy or is static at this time, clearing the mind, clearing any problems, breathing it out. So we are going into the mental healing and down into the thyroid, the throat expression of the self, the little self and the soul self. And here we go into the heart, the thymus, speaking, acting, being from the heart. And it is through the vibration of the heart that connects all the lower and upper centers of consciousness, the 3 treasures, the sandha, or the chakras. Coming down now into the navel and into the adrenal glands, into the physical core of the body. Here we deal with conflictual energies that may be residing in the cells, amongst personalities, people, situations, karmic situations, stress that affect the adrenaline output and the cortisol output from the adrenal glands, which make it course through the body and causes stress and degradation of the cells. So now we bring back and rejuvenate the blood, the cells, bringing that in now into the sexual organs. And here we recreate ourselves, our new matrix, going down now into the feet, connecting with the earth, bringing this embodiment into the earth, into family and friends as we send this love and light. And then we send it out to the community, humanity, and the planet. And we surround this planet with this light. And if you will, go beyond into the galaxies, into all the other beings that coexist with us. Taking in another infinite breath, coming back, and just feeling into the body, into the emotional body, into the mental body, and the spirit body, through all these anatomies that we are. Bring it in now into the central line. Bring it to heart as we put our hands together into the heart area. The left hand and the right hand coming together into our center, bringing a somatic, bodily understanding of this integration of who we are. Smiling into our hearts, into our lips and our eyes. We come back to this realm, to this dimension, to this beautiful convergence of kindred spirits, opening our eyes, acknowledging each other, each soul here, for being together at this time. Namaste. Honoring the divine.
Such a great feeling. Thank you so much, Waiching, for doing that. It was so relaxing and so connecting, healing the earth in a real way. As you mentioned, going through our body to the magnetic center of the earth and going to all our friends, relatives who need that. So thank you very much for doing that.
Wasn't that so deepening? It's interesting. I met Amalia Waiching. I had dreamt up going into the visionary realms in a dream as I was working on this project, and I had no name. And in the dream, it said Quantum Chi. So I said, okay, I'll be very practical. I'm going to go on the web and I'm going to see if there's anybody using that. And I found Infinity Quantum Qigong. And that's how I found Waiching and her beautiful, you've just experienced a taste of her beautiful work. So now we're going to go from the inner to the outer. And I have a video to show you that is an exercise, a basic exercise in Qigong that I created based on what I've learned from all these masters. So here we go. Let's see, full screen. There we go. Let's begin by taking a few deep breaths in and out. And let your body relax. Let your shoulders relax. Let your knees relax. Feel your tailbone going down into the center of the earth. And then imagine that deep down in the center of the earth, there is this pool of liquid light. Beautiful, radiant chi.
And from that pool, streams of life force energy begin to rise up in like streams and rivulets and come into your feet. Feel your feet touch the earth. Really feel them grounded on the earth. Your knees relaxed, your shoulders relaxed. Feel that light come up from your feet, through your ankles, your calves, your knees, into your thighs, and then feel it rise up all around you in radiance, in beauty, and in grace. Then lower your arms, your shoulders, your elbows, your wrists, all the way back down. Bring that beautiful chi as you breathe in, all the way up to the sky. And then, as you breathe out, let it come down again. Once more, bring it up. Feel this chi come up through your whole body and out into your luminous energy field. And as you breathe out and bring your arms down, let all old stale chi, all negative thoughts, all issues, worries, problems, let it go back into the earth, where it be recycled into radiance. And now we're going to gather chi from the earth and the sky. So we're going to gather it up into our heart and then open to the sky. Feel the beautiful radiant light of the sky coming down through the central pillar of your body into your heart and down into the earth. Become a conduit of chi into your heart and up. Open your heart to the sky and breathe out. Breathe in and out. Pulling in this radiant, beautiful, life-affirming chi. And now we're going to trace the subtle channels of the body, the meridians. So you bring your hands down along the outsides of your legs, around your feet, up the insides of your legs, into your abdomen, back to your kidneys. Then give yourself a hug. And we trace the channels in the arms. Turn your hands over again. Then bring your arms up above your head and bring them back to feel the channels in the back, tracing them. Again, we're going to breathe out as we come down the sides of the body, down on the outsides of the legs, around the feet, up through the insides of your legs, into your abdomen, back to your kidneys. Give yourself a big hug. Trace the channels of your arms. Turn over your hands. Up through the channels in your head. Back. Feel the chi coming up through the channels into your head. One more time. Bring the chi. Feel these lines of luminosity as you come down around your feet, up into your abdomen, into your kidneys. Give yourself a hug. Trace the channels of your arms into your head. Feel these lines of light. Back. Pull up. And as you bring your hands down, feel this chi, like scan your body and feel this life force energy entering into all of your organs and your systems. Feel it just nourishing your body. Now we're going to bring this energy into what are called the elixir fields, the dantians, the 3 centers of power. We'll begin by gathering the chi into your lower dantian, the place of grounding, that place that really connects you to the earth. Breathe in. Breathe in, gather the chi into your dantian. One more time. Breathe in, gather the chi, bring it into your dantian, and stay there for a moment. Feel this life force energy. Feel it radiating from your dantian all the way out through your lower body, through your abdomen, your sexual organs, your intestines. And now we bring it into the middle dantian, your heart center, the place of unconditional love. Gather the chi from all around you into your heart. Breathe in and out. Feel this delicious chi just pouring into your heart. And stay there for a moment, allowing the chi to fill every nook and cranny of your heart, releasing any old pain and sorrow that resides there. Just breathe in, feel the warmth of your hands. Bringing this life force energy right into the depths of your heart. The middle dantian. And now we're bringing the chi into the 3rd power center, the upper dantian, your 3rd eye, often called the eye of wisdom, the eye of gnosis. Breathe in and out. Feel this exquisite light permeate your 3rd eye, right in between your eyes. Keep your hands there for a moment. Feel the warmth of the chi coming from your hands into your 3rd eye. The 3rd eye is what assists us in dreams. We see dreams and visions and higher sense perception. Now from here, we're going to lower our hands very slowly, releasing any stuck, stagnant energy in our body into Mother Earth. Now we're going to gather more chi from the 6 directions. We begin with the sky. Lift your hands to the sky, and then you're going, like you're grabbing, you're going to pull this chi from the sky down into your heart. And then you're going to release any old, stuck, stagnant, confused energy from your energy field And again, breathe in the light of the sky. Breathe out. One more time. Breathe in. And breathe out. Now to the earth. We bring from the sky. And then we go down to the earth, gathering chi from the center of the earth. Think about it. All the way from the center of the earth up into your heart. Release. Release your problems, your worries. Gather more radiance. And let go. Completely let go. One more time. Breathe in the beauty, the grace of Mother Earth right into your heart. And then release, release, let go. Come back up, hands to your heart. Now, open your arms. Feel the breadth of your field, your energy field. And we're going to again gather from the sides of your body, right and left, and release. And breathe in and release. Breathing the nourishing light of nature all around you, and release all your problems and concerns and fears and all of that. Let it go. Come back one more time. Now we go to the front. Breathe into your heart. From the front of your body, think of it as the future. You're pulling all of this radiance, all of these wonderful, wonderful chi-filled experiences that you will be having right into your heart, and you're releasing your sorrows. One more time. In. Out. In. And now to the past, to the back. Breathe in all the beautiful experiences, the happy, joyful, blissful experiences you've had. And breathe out any pain, any suffering, any troubles. Again, breathe in and breathe out. And breathe in and breathe out. Let any old situations that cause you pain, just let them go back into the past, and bring in all your most beautiful, wonderful experiences. Now that you have filled your whole being with this beautiful, luscious, juicy light of chi, we're going to make a protective shield around our bodies. So we start by bringing the arms up, up to the sky. Lower your shoulders, your elbows, your hands. Feel as you bring your arms up and you breathe in. Breathe in the light of chi. Once more, breathe out any troubles, worries, pain, old stale chi. Let it go, let it go. Now this time, we're going to trace our luminous energy body. So imagine at the tips of your fingers, you're creating a boundary. You're sealing your field so that only positive, wonderful, enriching life force energy can enter. No negativity can enter. Again, breathe in and feel your fingertips sparkling with the grace and light of Qi. And as you breathe out, imagine that from your heart, light is pouring through your fingertips as far as you could imagine out into the world. Again, let's do that again. Feel this light, feel it pour, feel it from your feet, coming up from the earth, coming down from the sky, into your heart, making this protective shield of light all around you. Now this last time, open your heart. Imagine this light not only filling you, but from your heart you're sending it to your family, your loved ones, to your community, and out even further into the world. Let this life force energy bring its healing grace to you and to everyone that you encounter. This healing, exquisite light of Qi.
Kindred spirits. That was wonderful, Sharon. You know, everyone, I've not seen this yet. And don't you think that she's really integrated the Qigong principles so very well? What a good student you are. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of Sharon. Oh my God.
Well, I have to say that I came to Qigong, how many years ago now, after a lifetime of dance, yoga, and healing modalities. So it was natural. I was so pleased to encounter it and just integrate it into the wealth of knowledge that I have been given by my gurus, etc.
Beautiful, beautiful. And, you know, and on my side of the story was that when we met, when Sharon called me to interview me because of Infinity Quantum Qigong, which came about in 1990. And to tell the truth, I was just then getting the guidance that I need to make a film or attract a filmmaker. And guess who? Voila, there's Sharon. Right. And so this is the birth, and we're birthing it together, the Quantum Qi movie. So thank you all for being part of it, especially everybody who's online with us. And I would like to introduce the rest of the kindred spirits, and two of whom are linchpins in creating an integrated health approach to managing cancer and combining the best of East and West, and that's Dr. Alex Feng and Dr. Amy Matecki. And I would like to introduce them together. And here is Alex Feng. We met in Oakland. Greetings, Alex. It's so good to see you. When we did a 11/11 event for the veterans of America. Yes, we hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome to
good.
Healing Our Earth. Welcome. Just introducing us and just remembering your beautiful center, the Ji Tao Guan Taoist Center and Clinic for Traditional Chinese Medicine in Oakland a few years ago when we met with Dr. Effie Chow. Yes, and we did a beautiful day of 1111 downloads. That was wonderful. That was really magical. That was good. At 1111, we might want to do it again, huh? Maybe on Zoom this time. Yes. And so that's also your cohort, Dr. Amy Mateki, who is a very, my goodness, a very illustrious background coming from China, right? In the beginning, and then now in California. And if you like to even just introduce yourself and what you've done, and she's also the co-founder of Cornerstone Integrative Medicine and president of the International Center for Integrative Medicine, the ICIM, and specializes in integrative oncology, so important, Chinese herbal medicine and acupuncture, nutritional supplements, women's health, and pain management. Dr. Amy, I was also in the Pacific Cancer Center in Singapore and teaching Qigong, just to share with you, yes, to the people who are recovering as well. So it's a wonderful time that we can actually spend together now and to learn about both your work. You're both doing this program. So over to you to tell us a little bit more and how we can learn of this East-West approach. Whoever would like to start first, please.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Fang. I just want to say this is a remarkable group of the people, and I won't be here if it's not a Dr. Fang. And also Charlene Osler, I know she's always in the background. So it's just wonderful to be with everyone. Good morning. Go ahead, Dr. Fang, please.
We want to acknowledge Charlene as well.
Yes, very much. She's been doing incredible work for the Congress. And I want to mention that.
Greetings, Charlene. You want to come on screen for a while?
I want to mention that the people coming on now are very much involved with the putting together the Congress. Charlene.
Hi, Charlene.
Namaste to you.
Namaste. I feel like we're all sisters here. Well, you're not quite.
And brothers.
Thank you for the opportunity to promote the wonderful work of the Global Health Alliance and Dr. Effie Chow's remarkable work for many, many decades.
Yes, and all of you for being on the 22nd Congress for Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, and natural healing. But as Sharon was trying to say, that the people following right now are all just giving you an introduction of what they're going to be doing during the 22nd Congress. So please do join us for the whole few days, 4 days of events. So please do mark it down in your calendar and join us then 24th to 27th of September, coming up really soon. And you can go in to register at the East West Academy of Healing Arts.com. Yes, and you, right? Everybody has notated that? So Alex and Amy, please. We look forward to hearing of your incredible work.
I would definitely want to plug for Dr. Effie Chow and all the work that she's done in promoting both traditional Chinese medicine as well as Qigong. She's really a vanguard in this area for all of us. So I've been involved with Chinese medicine since 1972. I was one of the first people who got licensed in the state of California. Through the work of Governor, at that time, Governor Jerry Brown, signing in the law for California. So we've been doing this for a while. And some time ago, I was giving a lecture, and one of my mentors was Dr. Bert Small, who's from Highland Hospital. And then later on, I was giving some talk to residents at Highland Hospital. And then later on, I did a graduation talk for the Oakland Acupuncture School, where Dr. Mateki and her husband, both Wayne, were part of the student group. then I was teaching a Tai Chi class for Dr. John Graff, who was a surgeon, and he knew Dr. Mateki and brought us together again. So we have this reconnecting karma. And then Dr. Mateki asked me to teach Qigong at the Alta Bates Hospital, Herrick campus, for cancer patient. I also got involved with cancer patient care at the same site at Alta Bates Herrick campus. So that lasted like over 10 years. Very, very good response from the patient. One of the best programs that Alta Bates had for the Qigong practice, as well as the care for patients for cancer care. And then Dr. Mateki had a great idea of creating an integrative medicine study program at Highland Hospital. And she recruited like 28 of us to join her in this work of combining Western medicine and Eastern medicine, the best of the two. So we worked at Highland Hospital for 7, 8, 10 years, working both in clinical site as well as going to the different department. We had students that we mentored and now are working in the hospitals. So it's a marvelous, marvelous, marvelous program for both sides, for the students of trying to learn Western medicine as residents, as well as students who are graduating from acupuncture school, as well as graduate already. We also have physicians from Cuba came and visit and participated in our program, all actually different parts of the United States. So Dr. Mateki created really a fabulous program of integrative medicine, didactic and practical. So we had grand rounds, we had studying, we treated patients. It's really I think it's the first in a public hospital in the United States that this particular program came into existence. A lot of people talk about alternative medicine, but I think this is the real stuff of having in the hospital, working with physicians. And we worked at ICU, intensive care. We worked at emergency department, pulmonary cancer, so on and so forth. So the physicians really got exposed to traditional Chinese medicine, and the students participated or got exposed to Western medicine in terms of didactic and ways of treatment and understanding of differential diagnosis and how to proceed, how to work together, East and West. So it's a great opportunity, a great program. It's still continuing. So Dr. Mateki is involved with ICIM, created an international center for integrative medicine, and it's a worldwide program that exposes the beauty of integrative medicine. And at the Congress, at Effie's Congress, we're going to be talking about Qigong health for cancer patients, and be a great exposure or introduction to people who are not feeling well. My teachers always said Qigong is one of the best self-healing methods for people who are weak, people who are ill, people who are not feeling well, or those who want to maintain good health. Qigong, of course, as all of us know, has a primary purpose of promoting qi, energy flow, and blood flow, which brings nutrients in this system. So both in terms of nutritional value in our body, as well as protective energy in our system. And it's a lifesaver for many, many of us, including myself, and as well as people who are in need, whether you're patients or not. As you know, it's very, very popular in so many countries. And people are getting really, really interested and excited about being exposed to a variety of Qigong styles, whether it's medical Qigong, martial arts Qigong, Buddhist Qigong, Taoist Qigong, Confucianist Qigong. It's all good. It just depends who you're karmically attracted to and what serves you the best. So Dr. Effie Chow is going to have over 100 speakers on the healing component of Qigong that's coming up. I recommend everybody who has a chance to tap into it to learn from people who have done this for a long, long time. Dr. Meteki herself was a physician in China, came to the United States, also became a physician, and went to the extra step of going to a traditional Chinese medicine school and really sort of embrace the practice of East and West medicine. So she's a great mentor for so many of us and a great leader in the community. Really appreciate the connection with her and the learning from her.
Tell me about the patients in the Qigong class.
So Charlene just mentioned we should talk about patients in Qigong class. As I mentioned, the Qigong class at Alta Base that Dr. Amy Mateki created and set up, that I've taught for over 10 years. We had tremendous, tremendous response. Some people like to use the word miracles. And if when you witness this, you see people who literally had 4 months to live, from Mayo Clinic and a variety of other fairly well-known hospitals, and they survived 7, 8 years. I had patients who couldn't get up from the chair. Later on, swimming in the ocean in Hawaii with the dolphins. So Dr. Miteki had patients who, in their 80s or 90s, their gray hair turned dark again. So there's a whole rejuvenation that takes place. And unless you're around it and see it, it's unbelievable. But this is the miracle of love, miracle of caring, miracle of good medicine. And anybody can benefit. When I was teaching the Qigong class, we had children who were 5, 6 years old, came with their parents. And we had people who, on oxygen. We have people who in wheelchair, with people who have designated few more months to live. And it was really, really a nice community of gathered healing for all of us. I love the experience, and all the people who got involved really, really appreciated it. COVID slowed everything down, but we're hoping to restart everything again. So Dr. Miteki is really once again, the initiator of this wonderful program in the hospital. So it's not just in the community, which most of us are able to do, but to be able to open a crack in the hospital world, and for Western medicine to be able to see the results of the positiveness of traditional Chinese medicine, as well as Qigong. So it's a new world. It's a new beginning, a new world with new horizon and so much new possibility. Of course, some of this stuff is going to take some years to solidify, crystallize, but it's on its way. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Miteki.
Thank you, Dr. Fan. As I listening, I started joining at around 9 o'clock. I just make sure I have a good connection. I'm still away from work, and I'm just so grateful for all of you, Dr. Effie Chow. Really want to bring this, and also with the support of all of you to put it together. Especially after COVID, I think that there's a lot people, no matter what's the background is, we are searching for healing from various levels. I appreciated Dr. Feng. He has minimized his role in my life. He did say 3 times we've been see each other. And I must say how grateful I am is for him, who is already have, well established in the community. But he always, want to mentor, sharing, teach the younger generations. Indeed, I graduated from China, practiced a few years there. That's how I get experience 智能气功. So if anyone was a disbeliever, I was one of a totally unexpected. And I was the one introduced to me actually is a good friend of mine, family friend. She's a nurse, and she was telling me. I said, how could those, this is crazy. But when I show up to the class, and that was like in the elementary school, is a big campus there. There was a grandmaster who is a Chinese medicine doctor, does the teaching. And my friend said, look, I, saw in the front row, that's all the people was like in the wheelchair, the stroke patients, all in the front. And I was just like very curious and shocked how this is a talk about the late 1980s, 89, 1990, 91. So that's where the early stage I get exposed. And I was very, very surprised the result on my own health. So years passed, and I was an internal medicine doctor in China. And I realized that there's really minimal, modalities, besides the medication, the pills. And the Chinese patients, many of them don't believe, just take the pills for their symptoms. So this is where I went on to learn acupuncture, herbal medicine extensively after the med school. And moved to this country. I went back to redid my residency, which is in Highland Hospital. And that's where Dr. Feng was invited to train the future physicians. That's the first time we met for the lectures. Fast forward, Dr. Feng, that was like a few years later, when I would see 7 years later, the second time we met, Dr. Feng was gave the keynote speech on our graduation. My husband and I, we both graduated in the Auckland Chinese Medicine School. So basically, as a physician, I was keep looking, searching for, what's the best way to help patients. And here we are. Then the third time, I invited Dr. Feng to come to Alta Bates, which is a Sutter Health program. We developed the Qigong, medical Qigong for the cancer patients. It has become the most well accepted program, and the whole Sutter Health system for the last year has been talking about a possibility, doing the research. A lot what we do, it is hard to analyze, to see, especially with the Western medicine world, the evidence-based practice. But I do see there are more science coming out with, epigenomic medicine playing the picture. So I think it's really, we are in the forefront to continue to help to serve our patients, for the wellness care instead of a current, the sick care model. And I strongly believe that there is more and more providers, and also patient is a big one because they need it. This is how for us to start to look at how we can duplicate ourselves Dr. Feng and I, we started in the county hospital, the public hospital, to serve the underserved population. So I commonly heard patients, or the physicians will say, oh, your program, integrative medicine, all serve the wealthies, which is totally not true. When we were in Highland, the county hospital, Alameda County Hospital, everyone know what kind of patients we have. And it's really benefit for them with the acupuncture. And it's become a quite demand from emergency room, gastroenterologists, in addition to the oncology cancer patients. So I want to see, hope through this gathering Congress, there will be more practitioner, more providers, come out all together. So I would not even be able to start the program in the hospital if without Dr. Feng and Dr. Osler Charlene, who is the dean for the nursing school, and decided to be Dr. Feng's life partner and quit her career. So it's fortunate for us, and also, for what we created, Integrative Medicine, International Center for Integrative Medicine. And Charlene has been played a significant role, help us get organized. When we were in the county hospital, bring the acupuncture into the UCSF academic world. And the part is with the research is become important. So the hospital gave us a small grant, and we formed the intensive care ICU, so acupuncture feasibility study for the intensive care ICU patients. And one of the reasons why do you treat ICU patients, because we try to tell the Western medicine world, if we can treat ICU patients with acupuncture, pretty much we can treat most of the patients. So those patients is awake, can give a consent, and many of the patients was on the vent also. So it was intubated, but is awake. There are publications, if you Google us, intensive care ICU feasibility study for acupuncture, you can see it on the NPI, I think is a National Public Institute. So I'm trying to see is with the work we have with the integrative medicine, research has become very important, and also education. And that's where the creation for the International Center for Integrative Medicine is a nonprofit. And our goal, our mission is to committed to combine the best of the East and West medicine, and with evidence-based research, and also customized therapies to help the patients, provider, community. And also we want to duplicate this model throughout the world. We have a request from different countries would like to partner with us, and Dr. Feng, Dr. Osler help us how to create a financial stable program here. So I know we're going to talk on the Congress weekends. Here, I just want to say this is how we all work together to really fulfill the mission to support and help our patients. Our patients out there is really searching for healings. With the Western medicine, I practice every day, work with my colleagues, oncologists, the gastroenterologists, the surgeons. I must see is how we can collaborate, complement each other. Also with the patients, many of the patients now, do practice meditation, Qigong on a daily basis as a Dr. Feng for the past over a decade. So many patients helped. He has helped. Early, he mentioned that the patients came in on the wheelchair, and then later on was a swim in the ocean. And that was a physician. She was a psychiatrist. And also she is a cancer patient for many years. So our programs really sell itself is because by who was getting involved. And I'm just very excited. I don't want to continue to repeat myself. So I will stop here if anyone want to have a questions. And Dr. Fan, Dr. Osler, and I am here at your services. It's just so wonderful to meet all of you, and the force for good and for the wellness care, for the really healing internally. I think this is the only way we can change the world. Thank you for giving me the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amy Mateki and Dr. Alex Fang. Thank you so very much for what you're doing in the world. So looking forward to collaborating much more. And we have Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who has a question for you or a comment. Dr. Rajiv, please. And this is just a beautiful weaving now.
Thank you so much. I think it was amazing to see that what we get from what we put in. And I was really glad to see the evidence-based approach. And probably you might or might not know, we are integrating all healthcare systems, including Ayurveda, homeopathy, Tai Chi, yoga, Qigong, dance therapy, chiropractic. I think probably forgot a few more. The idea is that everything has got something to do, but we don't want to be quack. We want to have the evidence base. So I'm so pleased that you're doing that. And I'll be happy to collaborate talking to you outside this meeting, because as you mentioned, collaboration, multiple evidence from different places for doing the same thing to get the same result is a lot more powerful than one or two centers doing it. And probably it's because I put through it. I'm also on the council of the Open University here. And one of the colleagues has asked question, is there a true evidence? I was thinking probably he mentioned Dr. Alex Fang. So it will be good for us to communicate to each other and get the evidence so I can pass it on to him. And then we do more and more of this study, collaboratively produce more evidence so that more people get convinced. Currently, those of us who are here are partly convinced already because this is a group of the people who believe in it. The idea is to get more people, those who don't believe in yet, to believe because of we are producing more and more. Not only just the testimonials. Testimonials could be X number, but you can't have thousands. But if we have the proper trials, but also interpersonal discussions so that we can believe in each other, that would be fantastic.
So well said. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gupta. If I could just add, because my background is in nursing and education, and these two people, Amy and Alex, are very humble. But what I witness in patients is truly integrated health and medicine. So particularly in the United States, if someone wants access to something other than allopathic medicine, they have to pay out of pocket. They have to ask their friends or go by ads. There's really no truly integrated approach. And what I've seen Dr. Mateki and Dr. Fang do, because they understand integrated medicine in their own practice. They see the same patients, they do a joint care plan, they talk back and forth. The patient no longer has to patchwork quilt their care together in order to have the best of East and West. And so it's really highly customized and very effective. And even if people are on their final transition, they provide the support so they and the family can do that in a way in which everyone is nurtured and can have a transition that has dignity. So I think for all of us, if all medicine could get there, and I know that Dr. Chow was very committed to developing a platform with reimbursement for this type of healthcare and medicine. And I just think we got good hands around the table to make that happen.
I agree completely. And I also want to mention that Dr. Feng is a musician, because we love, on Healing Our Earth, we love music.
Yes, we do. Yes.
And
dancing.
Of course. And one of my musicians who helped with the score for Quantum Chi, James Hoskin, is a cellist who plays in hospitals for people who are transitioning. Have you experienced something like this, Dr. Fang?
I sing to my patients.
Me too.
But the air who which you
Poor
play,
patient has to listen to my voice.
that air who has such a heart-wrenching, beautiful sound.
Very plaintive. Oh.
We love it.
Music.
Love you to play sometime.
Purpose.
It's music therapy. It's sonic therapy.
Exactly.
Right?
Sound
Vibration.
healing. In Qigong, of course, you have sound healing. So we all know sound has a vibration that can heal emotionally, physically, psychologically, and spiritually. So of course, sound healing is an integral part in our healing modality work, our tools. Yeah.
I just want to add it as actually we were in the process before COVID. Dr. Fan, we were asking Dr. Fan to help us to develop the music therapy program for our cancer patients too. Because of the COVID, everything changed. So we are going to restart it. I know Dr. Fan was always like, let somebody else, So I said, oh, no, you can't go anywhere. It's well connected with all the musicians. So yes, we are in the process to offer that for our cancer patients.
Wonderful. We like to be part of that, right? Because Sharon is creating a most phenomenal weaving of tones and from the different cultures, right? And part of it, there's one Kuan Yin song coming, just as a preview.
I want your help, Dr. Fang. I need your help.
And so I'm part of that too. And then I've been doing sound healing for a while with Crystal Chalice. So, my hands up, right? Our hands up. We want to be part of that program too, and invite you to be part of our program. So
we certainly should have another Congress just on sound healing.
Let's do that.
Yes.
Yes,
my dear. I could bring my dear friend Jonathan Goldman.
We have lots of people.
Yes. And now there's also a sound medical association, medical sound association. Yes, in California. That's headed by a friend, David Gibson. So, there's a beautiful collaboration here now. So next on, right, is sound healing. And did you want to say something, my love?
Sorry.
Come on.
There you are. Namaste to you.
Global namaste, Lata.
It's been too long.
Namaste. Love you all. I'm just amazed because I think also chanting spiritual words and reading the Bible or the scriptures, to someone who is unconscious and in pain, it's very soothing. And music, singing, and all that. The colors, if they can see, to use the colors. What about those? Because today they talked about each chakra had a color. So each section of the body needs a different energy from that color. Do you use those as well? Colors?
In traditional Chinese medicine, there's a hue, an aura that we learn how to read. So it depends on whether you have green or yellow around the mouth, a redness around the cheek. That tells you whether you're yang excess, yin deficiency, you have liver congestion. So it ties in very closely to traditional Chinese medicine. So we teach classes on learning how to read colors like an artist of the body. The energy comes to the body. So it's very, very, very basic, very common.
Yes, yes. I think Indian medicines and not Ayurvedic, but natural doctors, they do go by tongue and the color in your eyes and all that sort of thing, you know. But yeah, it's interesting how it correlates, isn't it, to the original Himalayan side of the sphere, where the Chinese and Indian meet in the Himalayas and all the Tibetans and the rishis and all that are found. So it's interesting, you know, how you're bringing it back to the southern part of the... But what I was thinking also is, how have you had success with prostate cancer? Because we lost someone just recently with that, and it sort of was supposed to be cleared, but it didn't get cleared. It, you know, awakened, or it was still there, and it came back with a vengeance. So how would you have gone about that? Because the patient wasn't very
Amy,
easy to convince either.
Dr. Miteki.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, the part with the prostate cancer patients, we definitely collaborate, work together with the radiation oncologist, the urologist, and also medical oncologist. So I think the part, sometimes we do see clinically patients thought that they were cancer-free after the treatment, then, recurrence. So this is where the part of the medicine with what we do is constantly we work with the patients, even they are cancer-free. I think we still see them maybe once a month, twice a month, because the process you have to continue practice, right? And we know how our cells take over the change, right? 60 days, the new cells started growing. And the science currently already show if you have a healthy environment, even the cancer cells does not, changing, so it will just sitting there, not really develop. So as said, this is where the epigenomic medicine coming in. This is where the lifestyle medicine, I think many of you already know Dean Ornish. Dr. Ornish is one of the pioneer for, prostate cancer studies, and also coronary artery disease. So you can see the lifestyle changes, which is for prostate cancer patients. They even have a specific, even say if there are those studies out there, if you walk, daily, fast or brisk walk, 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes daily, 5 days a week, actually they can see the PSA is dropping, so the part there is enough science study there. And the question is, how do we help the patients to discipline enough? Because many of the patients, what we have found out is when they getting treatment time, they are very disciplined with their diet, with their meditation, exercise, everything. When they finish treatment, they become like forgot about everything. I know with our Qi, we want to put everything in the past, forget it. But the point is, don't change what make you healthy. So this is where the part of the Qigong, the Tai Chi, and it's in this wellness center environment you associate with. So you discipline yourself with a diet, with exercise. This is very important clinically. I see patients over and over. Once they finish treatment, cancer is free, the numbers, right? Because immediately with all the treatment, so the tumor marker, everything is invisible or decreased, the undetectable. But then the point is the cancer cells, is growing back or not? The point is we don't know how we get the cancer in the first place. Sometimes we can see, genetics, all the stuff, but there is many. It is, the environment, played a picture here. So I would say for cancer patients, this is why the wellness program, the integrative medicine program become one of the most demand. I would say 18 years ago, there's no acupuncture or hardly any acupuncture treat cancer patients in the United States. That's not the case in, China. But because I know it, is all the oncologists against it. And as like a low white count, bleeding, they will give you many reasons, worry about the infection. But as of today, you look at fast forward 18 years later, and almost every cancer center, if they label themselves being the pioneer, forefront, they pretty much all collaborate, integrate with the acupuncture. And there are studies shows acupuncture benefit for the side effect from, the hormone blockade treatment, hot flashes, and also joint pain for the breast cancer patient. So there are enough, studies out there. I just want to get back to Dr. Gupta earlier mentioned, when, the COVID time, there's really can't have, research program going on. Actually, ICIM, was help, our research team was help a group of the high school kids. So we gave them a project because we know there's a lot of Chinese herbs was using for COVID patients, post the COVID recovery. And we were just curious. We said, is there any Ayurveda medicine out there? The studies. So this is the group, high school kids, and really formed teams together from different high schools in Sacramento area. So what they did, they get together, did a collaboration work with ICIM research team, and they, start doing the journal review. And they find the journal of the Ayurveda medicine. So they did over 300 articles, reviews. It was a very impressive. All this we were meeting every week on Sunday morning and on the Zoom discussion, where we are. So that study actually went on for 6 months. I want to bring this in because I just keep thinking with Dr. Fan, mentor, physicians, Chinese medicine providers. But, here ICIM duplicated the model, mentor the high school kids. So what happened when this year, the high school kids applying for, last year, they were applying for college, admissions. Because of this research project, we call research, it really is like an article review. So there are students accepted by Stanford because they participated in the program. And also, UC system, San Diego, Berkeley, get a scholarship. It's really remarkable. So, I want to see, I'm still open if there is, I believe, Ayurveda medicine, there was a turmeric was using for cancer treatment study over here, was very popular. So many of our patients use the turmeric because of those kind of study. So down the road, certainly we are very open-minded for cancer research in the hospital. And we like to build this nationally, internationally collaboration. Thank you.
Any Amy and Alex, this is Neil Kumar from London. I found that your contribution is so valuable that right now, which is what I always do in a live show, we just keep up a forum and we set up a groups and everything. Next year, early, we are setting up an oncology forum where one of the experts from Malaysia and Mumbai will be leading the forums. Will you two be okay to be part of it so that we can create a global forum from different continents? Like we've got a forum of Ayurveda, a forum to create a white paper for Ayurveda. We've got integrated health forum where Dr. Rajiv Gupta has been appointed as the lead. He leads that forum over there. So we are also going to set up a forum for oncology. Oncology is also very important because it's to do with general cancers of many forms. And that everybody in some way seem to be suffering. Some suffer after the age of 70, 80. It doesn't matter because you are coming to the end of your lifespan. So invariably, everybody has some sort of cancer. It depends when it kicks it in. Alex, Emmy, I want to ask both of you 3 general tips for cancer. And before you speak, Rajiv has a question. So has Sharon and Wai Ching. And we also mentioned Effie Chow. So shortly we'll be bringing her in because both of you acknowledged her. And we'll have an open session because Wai Ching and Sharon has lined up so many guests for us where we're going to have inbound open sessions going on. So now, Alex, coming first to you because you are senior to Emmy. Your 3 tips for cancer in general, please.
What did she say again?
3 tips for cancer.
I can't hear you.
3 tips for cancer.
There's only 4. That's actually in my practice. There's 4 things that's important in life for good health. Number 1, what you take in, how you get it out. Let it come, let it go. Your diet, your emotion, your environment, so on and so forth. Number 2, move around a little bit. Exercise. Do Tai Chi, do Qigong, do dancing. Do something, do something, move around. Number 3, make sure you get enough sleep. People are so active about doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that. You need to have the stillness in life to regenerate. Number 4, everybody knows, is attitudinal. So those are my 4 advice for good health for everyone. Attitude, very important to have a love in your heart, peaceful of mind.
So beautiful, Alex. Let me summarize that. What you said was, if you are moving, you are alive. So keep on moving. Number 1. Number 2, don't put rubbish in your body because you'll have to throw it out. Put something good in your body and it's easy to throw it out.
But that's also mentally and emotionally, not just.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you, Alex. If we can cleanse our body with material, then we should also do it with spiritual and our mind as well. And then number 3, you mentioned something of more importance, that is lack of sleep. So if you can sleep well, then your body can generate well. Of course, you gave us the 4 tips, but I just summarized the 3 for you. Alex, thank you very much. And let's go to your protege there, Emmy. Emmy, what are your tips?
Well, now the master's already said, so I followed him. I would added 1 is information. So clinically, I see with the patients, I want the patients to be more open-minded. Before you're going to choose, it's like, because many of the time I see clinical patients, I only want to do one ways, only want to do Western medicine. Oh, many of the patients come to me with only want to do alternatives. Oh, it's non-invasive. So I would say I work with the patients, Dr. Fang, when we sit down with the patients, what is the primary goal here? If the goal is to be healthy, alive, and then let's not cancel which medicine. Let's look at what is the best medicine for your condition. So this is where the combined the East and the West medicine coming into it. Clinically, I cannot emphasize enough for many of the patients want to just go easy route, alternatives. and banned the Western medicine. Currently there's so many more advanced research in the Western medicine world. Also, is many of them is not like it used to be, has to be infusion chemo. Many of them currently just like oral pills. Immunotherapy played a bigger picture too. I would see as us move forward to working with the cancer patients, really make sure they gathered all the informations, try it, not just cancel one or another out. But most important was Dr. Fan said is, I call this as a partnership. There's a 50% your mind, your body, and what is put it in the nutrition. This is all controlled by us, by patients themselves.
Thank you, Amy, because we've got lots of people joining us on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch, website, and other social media where we are broadcasting through our year. This was a specific thing. They wanted to know the 3 tips, but we gave 4 from Alex, and you added a couple of more, Amy, which is beautiful over there. Before we let you go, and you're not going till the end of this episode because we've got lots of other Congress people who are joining us, I want to ask both of you, and Alex first, what is the role of oxygen in breathing for cancer?
It's a necessary part of life.
So would you say it's important, necessary part of the life?
Well, if you think it's necessary for the part of life, absolutely, you need oxygen.
Beautiful. And Amy, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I 100% agree with Dr. Fan. So now the students never see differently. It is true, it's important of, the life, the cells. But I do know sometimes I see clinically patients, use oxygen therapy for different conditions. So on this part, I would say, I would like to see more research, for that, because for the Western way, we have a way to monitor if your oxygen level saturation is lower to a certain level, you do need oxygen, in addition. But I know there's outside currently, for cancer patients, they do start, bring in oxygen therapy. There's a different ways to look at. So I am not going to comment on that. On that part, I will follow, with a Western medicine standard, because there is insurance coverage. So we can see many of the practice do get involved with the standard of the practice, which certain, conditions, even you have a low oxygen, but it's not lower enough for insurance to cover, then, you're not going to, get it, or you could not afford it. I am not sure this is what you wanted the answer, but I agree with Dr. Feng. We all need oxygen.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Alex. What a wonderful contribution from both of you. You are not going yet because you have to stay. We've got lots of people coming here. I will pass it over to Sharon and Wai Ching, and Dr. Rajiv has got a question. Alex, Amy, we'll be in touch with you for our forum for oncology. It will be specially for integration of oncology and other alternative and supplementary medicines, okay? Rajiv, over to you, and Wai Ching and Sharon.
I think Wai Ching had a question first before me, so let us.
Oh, but I think I think Dr. Amy was discussing turmeric, curcumin. Is that what you will be referring to, or you after you? Because I can make a comment later.
Absolutely. So I and Wai Ching have discussed just a few days ago about the turmeric and also spirulina, and I'm sold to this because I'm a frontline clinician. I have been going to hospital, being in COVID atmosphere, COVID patient all around. I have not suffered a single time throughout the years from COVID, because partly I do yoga, breathing, deep breathing in and out, which is very, very helpful. because all COVID that gets washed out as are other bacteria. So energy and the flow, pranayam is quite good. But also turmeric, my wife gives me 2 capsules of turmeric every day. She gives me turmeric milk in the evening, so that's a boosting thing. And I take a super immune booster, which has a spirulina and vitamin C and zinc. And that is a fantastic boost. Spirulina particularly is extremely, it is a green algae, natural thing, but has got very potent immunostimulation.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Yes. There's a lapse here for a moment. Are you done, Dr. Rajiv?
Yeah, I think let you go. There was one more thing I want to say, but please do go.
Okay. Besides, in my work with cancer patients, and also personally, because I could have experienced that, and it's a family lineage with my mother and auntie having ovarian cancer as well, is that besides the supplement and emotional clearing, there's something that we haven't addressed. So I thought I would bring that in. And that's the external subtle energies, destructive ones that are invisible as well, but it's destructive. That is environmental toxicity. Because we don't realize that there's off-gassing from the cars, let's say, from our carpets, our varnish, and the paints in the household, and mold as well, all the chemicals around us. And especially, I'll just make this quick, is the EMF radiation, and which is what I'm researching and really making people know, especially those, who have, she's like, we have a lot of fun, Sharon and I. So especially those who are just like constantly on their computers and their phones, including medical doctors, and not knowing about the destructive energy, the destructive qi, the sha qi of EMF. So that's my path now, and perhaps in the oncology congress that I may offer that, because we're using all kinds of
it's an EMF projector.
EMF projectors. And they work, and they're scientifically based, and working with a company like this one, which is has 6 USA patents. And so it's based on the science, it's based on Nikola Tesla, free energy. And then working with Dr. Sandra Rhodes Michael as well, who's also on the 22nd Congress of Qigong and Tai Chi, TCM, and natural healing. And she was also honored with the Scientist of the Year award by Dr. Effie Chow one year. And perhaps it's the right time to bring Dr. Effie in as well to honor her.
Global namaste to you, Effie.
Global namaste, dearest beloved Effie. Would you unmute yourself, my love?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. Well, I am so honored to Neil Kumar, Amalia, and Sharon, and all of you that is appearing on the page right now. Most of you I know, and the others, I am privileged that you're going to be coming on to the World Congress with us in September. And like Dr. Gupta and also Dr. Sharp, we're really looking forward to hear from you. And as exciting as Dr. Feng and Dr. Amy Mateki is, that's the kind of people I have surrounding me. So you see, my life is full. It's like ordinary life is boring. How many find that their normal life is boring? So this is the excitement. And 1990, we held our first Congress, and I was looked upon as a witch. I was referred to as a witch. It was the first Qigong conference, and it was the first time people had heard of Qigong. Energy, what the H is that, you know? And also acupuncture just came into being in the 1970s, etc. And herbs came in the 1980s. And 1990 and 2000 is a lifetime of Qigong, the introduction of Qigong. And so yours truly was really the woman, that crazy woman there pushing energy. What the heck is that? And I have to acknowledge also Alice Dong, I think you're on here. Alice Dong, Dr. Alice Dong, she is from Toronto. As one of my first students back 26, 28 years ago, and set up, and in Toronto, they are still practicing Qigong, Chao Qigong in that essence. So thank you, Alice, for being with me. She is also a physician that was on the edge, the cutting edge of things. And so no need to talk about Dr. Ho and Kathy Liu, you'll be hearing from them. And also my dear, dear friend and supporter, Dr. Mary Jo Bulbrook, who's the president of Akami University and is one of our primary co-sponsors of this 22nd World Congress. And so she is involved in many things, which of course she'll be talking about. And so imagine having yourself surrounded by this kind of people day in and day out. What a wonderful life, isn't it? Do you think? Yes. Yeah. So anyway, I came from a humble family, Chinese family, surrounded by the culture. And I remember as a kid, and I'm a refugee from the Second World Congress, the Second World War, pardon me. So, you know, I'm not 29 years old. And I always say to people, you know, are you past 88 years old? And of course, nobody puts their hand up. Is anybody here older than 88 years old? Put up your hands if you are. Then I say, well, in Chinese, you have to revere the elder. So every one of you, please bow down. Revering the elders, not necessarily myself, but the elder of wisdom. But I see there's a lot of young people here that has greater wisdom now, just like Alex said, Amy was talking about. Their wisdom goes beyond their years. And so I remember also what took me on the line of Chinese medicine is that my father and the friends were always working with people whom, and this is when I was a child, who had been given up by Western medicine. And one particular case, I want to note, Mr. Wong, it was undiagnosed. They didn't know what was the matter. And so my father, being well known in the little city, Duncan, 8,000 people, asked the doctor, can we use our medicine on them? And so they said, okay, well, we're up the wall. And Mr. Wong lived another, he was diagnosed with imminent death. He was dying. They could do nothing. And he lived for another 15 years after my father's Qigong masters and acupuncturists, and my father prescribed herbs and medicine, how to eat, and the exercise, etc. He lived for 15 years. I became a nurse, and I witnessed the revolving door concept. I'm a psychiatric and public health nurse. I witnessed a revolving door concept. People never got well, and they were discharged. They came in, and they were discharged, came in, and died an early death. As a nurse, this is very disturbing for me. And so I said, well, I've got to bring back my historical background, which is Chinese medicine and Qigong and all of that. So in my nursing, I incorporated in with my patients unknowingly, quietly, not as open as Alex and Amy Mateki is doing, but now I am. But at that time, I just very belligerent psychiatric patients and hostile and not eating and not wanting to take their medication. And so I would hold their hands and use the large intestine 4, and then just hold their hands, look them in the eyes, and smile and talk with them. And they ate their food, they took their medication, and they were social in the room with the people. And the doctor called me in. He says, "Dr. Chow, what are you doing?" You know, very threatening. I said, "Are you using acupuncture on them or what?" I said, "No." I said, "I'm using Qigong with them." And also treating them like a person, not just here's your pill, do this, do that, etc. And so then they incorporated sort of like Qigong for stress management. I said, you have to call it stress management. Nobody understands what Qigong is. So this is a breaking ground. This was way back in I hate to tell you, the 1950s, when I had graduated from nursing. And so therefore, I saw the lack. And so East-West Academy of Healing Arts we developed in 1973 as a nonprofit organization. And the Qigong Congresses we established in 1990 because there was nothing existing. And now I'm happy to say that there are many, and this was our concept, is wanting to cooperate and foster and support other people. And so we're the biggest marketing and public relations for all our participants and for the concept of alternative, complementary, whatever you want to call it, ethnic medicine, etc. So we try to help individuals and corporations to become excellent in their field. And so I have to say that I'm so moved by all of you that has been working with me. And so really that's the integration way back in 1950s. And we have progressed very well now. And I bless Neil and Sharon and Amalia, all of you, for being on the cutting edge of things. So we've had cancer patients too as well on a personal clinical basis. I sing with all my clients and patients and students. We sing, we use a common song, "You Are My Sunshine." Probably knows that, "You Are My Sunshine." It's a very common song. And with everybody, and I say, project your voice across the ocean, and it creates a lot of laughter and all. And talking about singing, I was a soprano singer in concerts, and actually that's when I won the Princess of Chinatown in Vancouver on my singing. But for now, I had surgery and it paralyzed my left throat, my left vocal cord. So they said, you'll never make any sounds, because I couldn't have any sounds at that time. That was 2015. So I've gone through the whole medical system. And they said, you'll never utter a word again. I said, oh my God. So now what's happening to my life? And good thing that I was working with strokes and Parkinson's and all the neurological diseases that affected people's throats and talking and got them talking. So I had to use my own theory and practice to get my voice back. So, and I say, please excuse my Donald Duck voice, but some of my nicer students say, no, Dr. Chow, it's your sexy voice now.
That's right.
Yeah. My voice is sexy, not Donald Duck.
It's like with all your vast experience, you have just been, guided to create the 22 congresses of Qigong.
Thank you. We're 22. 22.
Yes, we honor you for that, beloved elder sister. And tell us more about this one then. What have you come up with?
Well, you know how you people love Alex and Amy. Well, they're going to be featured in the Congress. And, Amalia and Sharon, I gave you a platform to do your thing to do your utmost, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sunday morning. And you have brought together a whole lot of great, wonderful people. So, and Mary Jo has taken Monday and Tuesday under her wings and have brought another group of wonderful movers and shakers on board. And then Dr. Shinlin, we gave him 3 hours for a scientific forum as every year. So we go from the, the extreme to the other extreme, from science to the artistry, and we have music and singing. In fact, Dr. Feng is going to give the opening Taoist ceremony. He's also a priest, in case you didn't know that. And so we're going to have a Hawaiian kahuna blessing for the world, because we wish love and peace for the world. So the concept is, the theme is building communities, healing spirit, mind, and body through complementary and integrative health. And so that covers everything. And we also have the sublime, and what is almost ridiculous is that we always have world-renowned speakers and presenters. And Dr. Tu is well known for he's a grandmaster in Qigong and Chinese medicine. And he can stand on eggs, raw eggs, 2 kinds of raw egg, and paint a beautiful painting in less than 5 minutes. And we would open the egg and break it open. It's raw. And next moment, he can yang his energy, develop the yangness of his energy, and pull a van. Listen to this now, and no laughing. He can pull a van with his qi-endowed male organ. He's known all over the world. This is called crotch qigong. And his son is the first disciple of Dr. Jackie Chan. You all know the movie star, Dr. Jackie Chan, and is really fantastic. And the other people that we have is a Shaolin. How many have heard of the Shaolin temple monks? They are phenomenal with the acrobats and the heart chi. We're talking about heart chi. And they will perform swords and spears and from family and to adults. So we have some fantastic situation. And so, and then of course, Dr. Hall and Dr. Mu and Mary Jo and Amy and Alex, Dr. Gupta and Dr. Sharp were all family. It's just so wonderful. Okay. And so I hope every one of you will tune in to us. And I think the email, I think that you have the email on board, so you can show that afterward. So anyway, from a fugitive, from a refugee of the Second World War, here I am, and I have the privilege of being on President Clinton's White House Commission on complementary and alternative medicine, which turned medicine around. 2000, it happened that President Clinton set up this White House Commission, and after the commission, every medical school in the country had a facsimile of alternative medicine, complementary alternative medicine, and became a institute within the NIH, National Institutes of Health. And that's where I've been a research consultant with NIH. You all know NIH, right? Is the precious bowel of the Department of Health and Human Services, and established the Institute of Natural Integrative Health Division right now. They never had that. And so we're very proud of what our Congress has done with all you folks supporting. The Congress is one of their strong avenues that has created changes in the system, not just as a Congress to share and have a nice time and they go home, and etc. But we are also promoting programs between the Congress time, and which will give credit for these programs by Dr. Bulbrook of the Akami University. And so we will feature our Congress speakers and other top experts in the whole world. And now you mentioned about the concept of funding, and that is our main goal right now. I'm distressed that insurance only covers medicine and surgery, and all that is prescribed by the doctor. And they do not cover wellness programs or wellness practitioners. And so that is one of our main goals, ongoing from Congress to Congress, that we set up a well-structured wellness and health program with reimbursement for people who want to stay well and live longer, healthier lives. And I need all your help for this, and bring all the people you know into our fold meaning it's your fold and my fold, and etc. So I want to cut my presentation short because time is running on. And so that is our key. So the Congresses are platform to feature wonderful people like you to the whole world and more. And then in between, to feature your board to do programs and help to promote you. And one person that may be with us, but she's been a sponsor of our programs previously, is Dr. Master Wang from China, Beijing. And she is a director of Guolin Qigong, which was designed by Madame Guolin for cancer, and is the best known cancer program in the world. And so she is supporting us, and so we're linked internationally. And so Alex and Amy, if you don't know her, we need to put you in touch with her too as well. We need to put them in touch with you, knowing that you're doing such a wonderful job. Okay, so it is developing partnerships, just like we're developing partnership with Neil Kumar. Thanks, Neil. And Heal Our Earth, and Amalia and Sharon, that we join hands to make this. Together, we are strong. Singly, we fail. As Helen Diller's remark, together, we're but stronger. And so I look forward to a much greater togetherness of all of us. I wish we could meet every day. You're all such wonderful people. And so I'd like to just take a moment, and just quiet moment for all of us, to wish ourselves health and well and peace, as well as to each other. And what I'd like you to do is hug yourself, everybody, and then extend a hug to everybody here on the panel. And then to everybody in the world, extend that hug and bring love and peace. And God knows, and Buddha knows, that we need that in light of all the violence that is taking place in the world. So we are important to bring that side of the world out to the fore, not the violence and the hate and the divisiveness and all that. So let's all bring love and peace. And that's what the Congress basically does. Next year, we will have it in person, hopefully. And that is absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you very much, Neil, Sharon.
So much, Effie. We love you. We're so excited about the Congress. It's going to be fantastic. And for all of you out there, it's free, first of all. So please join us, because you'll get a wealth of information, not only information, but Effie, as a producer like myself, loves to mix, so we're not just in our heads all the time, but we get to be in our physical bodies. We do exercises, we do meditations, and much more.
Right. Yes. The movement. And thank you also for keeping current with these times, what's necessary, you know, the insurance aspects of it. We've been trying in different countries and trying in Singapore as well to have those covered. And there is a movement towards that, even by the government agencies. So we have hope, we keep working and we keep rebuilding. And to keep current, we have Dr. Jason Howe, who is going to speak about neuroscience, neuroacupuncture for post-COVID symptoms. And, you know, this is also important. And what's really wonderful is that medical doctors are looking towards us now to say, what is your wisdom? Please help us to deal with the onslaught of all these different conditions that are coming and also as side effects, right? And so we are here in service to humanity. And we would like to invite Dr. Jason Howe now to speak of his expertise. And he wrote a textbook called Acupuncture and Moxibustion, and also the president of the Neuroacupuncture Institute in the USA. He's the author of the book, Chinese Scalp Acupuncture. So important with that. And also editor-in-chief and translator-in-chief for the textbook, Acupuncture and Moxibustion. So academic, all the way down to the embodiment. Dr. Jason Howe, welcome. We receive your wisdom.
Hello, everyone. I finally have a chance to talk. I was muted. I asked her, I muted this small group. So first of all, I like to thank the FHU, so many years contribution for the word, Taiji Qigong, natural healings, and he put all her energy in her life. So 22, the big milestones, and we are going to do better. From early, I hear everybody talk, it's wonderful. I'm so honored to meet all the words from experts from all over the world. And again, hopefully in the future, and we meet now in small group, we'll see we organize better. And then we can do some collaborate research, clinical trials. There are a lot of things we can do. So I think it's my third year to be conference. I believe that will be the best. Anyway, from the organizer, from new host, and so it's good. Before start my lecture, from today and the past observing, I want to make a little bit suggestion in case I forgot. So number one, in our relay conference, our suggestion, everyone get a light in front of your face.
Yes.
Okay. I see most of them you're doing good. So, but we could be better, and we want to we're all good lecture, good practitioner. Let the world see how we look. Okay. And so dress nicely, everybody already, and so whatever represent your culture and your lecture. Number two, our suggestion, how your background do good job. And we still have time, FHU or whoever organize together, we can create a background like my background, some conference we create, and there are my photos and the picture about my institute building. We can share it together. If not, it's a free marketing for you. Definitely, you want to put your book or your logos or something can present yourself, put in background there. Okay, they represent all our high levels. Number three, and I'll be small co-host host for the entire conference, and I can see this group. Everybody professional, and FHU did good even herself. I was get your talk 40 minutes today. Perfect, 20 minutes. So give the respect to the host for follow lectures. Make sure your lecture on time, finish whatever you get it, okay? That things, last one about the conference, you need together promote for whole world about this conference, about Qigong, Tai Chi, natural healings, yoga, whatever we're going to do. So from now on, please, everybody send this information to your community. That's the only way we can reach out. I did already, but everybody met. They think I'll give a lecture today. They want to, they're in my community all speak English. So they're waiting for us now. So that I give a little bit for future our conference. And let us see, I ask I can share that. I can little bit show off. I was thinking you're the public, so I prepared. And you don't do this way, you're okay. And so, all right. So the topic mostly I travel international, national. It's mostly neuro acupuncture for neurological difficult disorders. And I'm going to talk about neuroacupuncture for treatment post-COVID syndrome, post-vaccine syndrome. So thanks, Sharon, you introduced me already, and I appreciate that. Earlier you introduced, however, you said that you call Achu Chow your sister. Wonderful. But you have to know something. Achu Chow adopted me, become his son. So I think you're too young to become my aunt. Okay, so careful you say. All right. Anyway, thank you, Effie, and be honored to be here. And so I graduated from Hillonian University, Charlie Manson, and in 1982, and this month is my 40 years practice in Charlie Manson. In 1989, I was the first teacher to be sent to America to teach from my university. Since then, many newspapers, TVs, journals, and have make a lot of report about us. If you want to type in Jason Howe, neuroacupuncture, Jason Howe, just step acupuncture, you can see how the image on the film, everything is about our me and our institute. So I have been traveling all over the world to teach special technique called neuroacupuncture. In 2015, I established my own institute and tried to take it easy teaching in my institute location is Santa Fe, New Mexico. So I don't have to travel all over the world. So that early our graduate student, in the middle is the most big major workshop I teach in Washington, D.C. in 2017. I have 165 people attend. So the institute, the association in Maryland, very happy. They make a lot of money in the workshop. So what I'm specialized is called neuroacupuncture. Compare other acupuncture, neuroacupuncture have different definitions. It's a contemporary acupuncture technique. Compares 3,000 years and the history of acupuncture, Chinese medicine. This technique only have 50 years of history. So neuroacupuncture integrating traditional kneading method with Western medicine knowledge, neuroanatomy, neurology, and neuroscience. Neuroacupuncture has been proven to be a mostly effective technique for central nerve disorders such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, traumatic brain injury, PTSD, Parkinson's disease, phantom pain, cerebral palsy, autism. And past 3 years, I've treated a lot of people who have post-COVID, post-vaccine syndrome. Compare other acupuncture, neuroacupuncture often produces remarkable results with just a few needles. In my clinic, People come from all over the world. Before the COVID, I have 6-month waiting list. Most practitioner acupuncture, they fighting, they have trouble, they have frustration, get a patient. I have too many patients. So I wrote this book and published in 2011 with my wife, Linda Howe. And many acupuncture schools use this book in all over the world. As you know, many film I have, many short film, documented movies all over the place in the internet, international internet. So last year is a new film on us and called Return to Life is released by famous movie producer and director Dr. 9,000 Needles. He is very famous movie. And so I decide, we released last year and decide this year we need to promote more. So this conference, we're going to release this movie free. In the past, you had to pay $5 to go to Vimeo to watch the movie. So, our announce in our conference that any people interested about movie and yourself now, you can know more about us and just go to our website, neuroacupunctureinstitute.org. You register there, they will send you a free link, okay? All right, you probably know what you think about this movie. It's a movie, it's West meets the East. It's documented many success story I treated. So let's review parts of that. See how I can do it. Ooh, what I did. Okay, I did it right.
Should I send you?
Okay, let's see it.
Hey, Doug.
How are you, man?
Good, how are you?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
So this is the place, huh?
Yeah, isn't it beautiful? I served in the military. I was with the Air Force, got into a tactical forces group, went to Iraq, had a lot of near misses, had a lot of close calls, but one of them got too close.
She was at a restaurant in Bogota. There was a cartel-related shooting, and she unfortunately got caught in the middle of it and got shot in the back.
Dean was born 2008. Everything was normal, pretty much. And on 3 or 4, he started exhibiting, I guess we would say, not normal habits. Acting out in class, and he wasn't able to basically function with the other children.
I was on my journey to stop eating and drinking. I was so debilitated by the pain of the trigeminal neuralgia that I couldn't do life.
It was an everyday thing. I was walking down a hallway that had no lighting. It was under construction, and I impacted a glass wall with my face and received a severe concussion.
For autism, the spectrum is really large. For Dean specifically, he a lot of times just speaks in like 1 or 2 words to express himself. He'll say like, I'm hungry, or my head, he'll say something like that.
The bullet got through the lung and then stopped on the spine.
We got hit by a couple of bombs, a couple of explosions, and it tore up my back and my neck and my head.
I started to have problems with vision, headaches, nausea, vertigo,
PTSD, pain, anxiety.
He's really sensitive to pain. If he falls down or he gets hurt, it's amplified for a child with his autism.
I was going through occupational, speech, physical therapy, neuro-ophthalmology.
And I came to a point to where I sort of hit a plateau and just wasn't getting any better.
I wasn't getting any results with anything.
Whatever I knew as life was no more.
I was in a very bad place. I was definitely suicidal.
And my wife said, I think I found the answer for you. And it's in New Mexico. A doctor called Dr. Howe, and he gets people better.
I was definitely open to the idea of neuroacupuncture. That's how I came to Dr. Howe.
The Hows and what they know how to do changes your life.
It's been 8 years since I first released the documentary 9,000 Needles, a film which chronicled my brother Devin's unconventional journey as he fought to recover from a devastating stroke. After witnessing firsthand the amazing results of acupuncture and a healthcare system which successfully integrated Eastern and Western medicine, I couldn't help but ask myself, why do we have to travel all the way to China to get it? And why isn't this life-changing medicine available to us right here at home?
I couldn't live even like this with my leg.
Sure.
I'm about to find out as I meet some of today's leading healthcare practitioners who are at the forefront of rethinking and remodeling acupuncture's role in today's modern medicine.
Congratulations on your life back. Yeah. All right.
To have the experience to walk into an office and within 30 minutes have somebody lower my pain from a 20 to a 2, I just cried.
After his first treatment, somebody said, "How are you feeling?" And he just said, "I feel more like myself." It just felt like it was something that came from a place in him that I never heard before.
My whole body just sort of melted into the seat, into the chair. It gave me hope, gave me absolute hope.
And that night, I slept through the night for the first time in a year without waking up. And I literally felt like my life was back on track and I was going to get better.
So that's a trailer. Hopefully everybody enjoy it. And
Thank you, Dr. Howe. That was amazing to share the real life situations, and that's what we want, with results. So thank you so much, and we look forward to you sharing more during the Congress. And we are now going to another amazing Qi sister, and that's Dr. Kathy Mu, who is not only a Qigong teacher and master, but also the vice chairwoman of the World Federation of Integrative Health, the honorary professor at American Institute of Martial Arts and Integrative Medicine, and the executive director and CEO of the Thriving Foundation. Dr. Kathy Mu, welcome, please. It's so nice to see you again.
Hello, beautiful sister Amalia. So great to see you again. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for hosting and Sharon for hosting. I had the honor and pleasure of meeting with our legendary Dr. Cho about 10 years ago. And ever since then, I have been part of the World Congress family. This is going to be my 10th time. So I want to honor Dr. Cho for her dedication. I was so touched at her beautiful advanced age. She is still working so hard for peace and health for everyone on Earth, to make the Earth better, to help humanity, and to bring Qigong, Tai Chi, and traditional Chinese medicine to the awareness of the Western world, which has been challenging, right? My background is different from the rest of you honorable guests. I have a financial background. So I have been spreading the messages that Qigong not only can heal your health, but also your relationships, your abundance, and everything else in life. Just like Amalia's business name, it's Quantum Qi, right? Sharon also got that from Divine Download. That really helps us become the greatest version of ourselves. We are happier, healthier, more abundant, and we become, better messengers to bring love, peace, and health to everyone we have the honor of encountering. Personally, when I was 6 years old, my mom was dying of cancer, a late-stage cancer in her uterus. I was only 6 years old, and I was ready to go with her because I didn't know how to live without a mom. Luckily, a beautiful Qigong master came to us to our town to teach classes, and my mom joined, even though her doctors generously gave her 3 months to live to take care of her affairs. My mom survived cancer because of the help of Qigong. At the time, I just said to my mom, wow, cool. If I ever get cancer or something, I would do Qigong. My mom said, why wait? You don't want to wait until you get a horrible disease, right? You want to do it now so you can not only become healthy, you can also help others, just like my Qigong master. And I have been doing that since. I studied with the top Qigong masters in China and learned a lot of powerful practices. I didn't go into the medical field for reasons that we don't have time to discuss here. And I went into the financial field and became a successful CPA and a financial advisor. It's funny, during my early stage of my career, my friends who are also my clients, my close friends, told me do not mention that you are a Qigong master, because most people would assume you're not grounded, like you're floating in the air or something, not very reliable. And so for many years, I didn't tell them. I just focused on what I do during the day, and then, go teach Qigong during the weekend or at nights, like an underground job or something. But later with the internet, you can really hide anything, right? So people Googled and searched, and they said, oh my God, there's another Kathy Wu who is a Qigong master. Do you know her? I said, oh, oops, my secret is out. I don't want to lie or anything. I always honor honesty. I said, that's me too. And a lot of times, only one person was a little hesitant, like, are you still dedicated to your job as our financial advisor? But the rest of them were like thrilled. And most of them said, oh my God, we always knew there was something about you that's very special, that's very different. We knew you're very intelligent, you care a lot, you're very compassionate, but a lot of other advisors are the same too. What was it? We couldn't put our hands on what exactly makes you unique. Now we know. So I was surprised that people in the US are more open and receptive to the fact of a mainstream person, like, defined by my job, can do other things like energy. More and more people are learning how energy works, how energy can help them. And I have been very fortunate to learn from wonderful masters that we can heal our body, mind, heart, and soul simultaneously. So we don't have to departmentalize different areas of life. Most of us juggle, right, among our careers, our relationships, our spiritual growth, our contribution to society, and our own lifestyle, as if we want to be successful in one thing or two things, we just have to sacrifice the rest of our lives. And once we handled one thing, we go get busy with another area, and something else happens, right? If we have been successful in our career and our contribution to society in a financial way, we may have health issues because we don't have time to take care of our health. And we may not have time for our family members. And spiritual growth is probably the last thing we can afford to in terms of having time. Through my journey of learning Qigong, teaching Qigong, and serving our community as a Qigong master, I realized, wow, we can really take care of everything together with powerful Qigong practices. A lot of things come to us without a lot of efforting, right? That's the divine help. That's how she helps us attract goodness into our life without us working so hard in juggling, in trying so much. So that's the message I'm working on spreading, so people can really have it all, and at the same time help others have it all.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy Wu, and we look forward to diving with you during the Congress. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, beautiful.
The story was very beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I look forward to having a dim sum lunch with you again.
Yes, I would love to.
Like Dr. Effie Chow, I remember with fond memories.
Yes,
And
that was beautiful. Yes.
It was very good dim sum as well.
Yes.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce MJ Bulbrook, who is the pivotal partner for the Congress with Dame Dr. Effie Chow for so many years. And she's not only the founder of Akamai University, who is giving CEUs to many, many programs, and I leave her to tell you about this, but she's also a registered nurse and a visionary healer. We share, Mary Jo and I, the work of palliative care and helping souls transition from the physical plane into the energetic divine planes of the light. So it is my great pleasure to introduce Mary Jo, who will also do a circle of love meditation with us, besides telling us everything about the work that she has brought into the world. Thank you so much, Mary Jo.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. May I have permission to share my screen?
Certainly, Neil.
Go ahead, you are the co-host.
Okay, sounds great. You can all see the PowerPoint at this point?
Yes, we can see it. Can you maximize it? So we just cover the whole screen.
Okay, yes, I can.
And I love the logo of Healing Our Earth. Well done.
Thank you. All right, so the topic today, healing the earth. Why? Why now? Why not? We are all connected. The earth, the planet, the cosmos. We are all one. Life before life, life during life, life after life. We are light beings, to lights becoming. Universal energy communications. As you can tell by what I have just read to you, I'm focusing my presentation from the World Congress in a little bit different direction. I'm talking about the energy aspects that, of course, everything all of you have just described so eloquently are talking about. But I'm going to do it from a little bit different angle right now, in an angle that has been part of my life journey. I want to start by saying today is 9/11, September the 11th. This is a pivotal time in the history of the United States that has impacted the world community. We're looking at how can we begin to look in a new direction, not just selfish gains, what happens in one country, one nationality, one community, one profession, one this, one that, but how do we pay attention to the bigger arena? And as was noted in some of the presentations, what happens in the environment affects us, impacts us tremendously. What you're seeing is a card deck that I have produced and put together, and the picture of the healing hands over the earth is part of what we have used in a couple other conferences that I've worked with. In Touch for Health with my colleagues and friend, Dr. John Thie, who was a chiropractor and the founder of Touch for Health. He and I met with our beloved friend and healer, Virginia Satir. And during that time when we began to come together, I was introduced to such a broader perspective. And it was through my relationship with Effie in 1970 that we first connected at the beginning of the East-West Academy of Healing Arts in the first presentation that she did in introducing her theoretical framework and system. And so in my work, I began to I have always followed guidance. And first I'm going to finish talking about the Planetary Health Initiative, and going with the theme, what happens in one part of us affects the other. What happens in the planet affects what happens in us as humans, what happens in communities, etc. Climate health and human health are inseparable. National, multinationality, we are acting irresponsibly and have created multi-systems failures to protect the health of our planet, climate, oceans, land, animals, cities, communities, and humans. Change is needed now by everyone doing their part, no matter how small. Every action taken helps a whole picture as we are one. The actions of one affect everyone, everything, everywhere, and so it will be. This is from a group of nurses that I worked with in the United Nurses Network and focusing on heart-center connections and how we could bring about changes in the world. And we were part of the International Association of Near-Death Studies. That's about 20 minutes, the headquarters from my home site, which is now the administrative site of Akamai University. This is a picture that you'll see. The Triangle Holistic Center is the official name of where I'm located. And as you see, we have hanging in the side yard signs talking about the relationship between birds, humans, plants, animals, trees, etc. And what you are seeing on the ground is a labyrinth that is called Journey to the Light Labyrinth. And it came to me in a vision. I don't remember the exact year right now, but we have many people who come and walk this particular labyrinth that is dealing with the different energy centers and aspects of our body in 4 directions. And you see massive trees here on the side of it. And at times I teach people how to connect to the tree, how to feel its energy. The different trees have energy that flow in different directions. Nobody ever taught me this in school. I learned that from my connection with the indigenous healers that I became associated with. My story about the circle of love really accesses what I am wanting to represent today. These are things that will also be addressed in the 22nd World Congress that I have joined forces with others to bring forward our unique perspectives. And I'm going to start with the Circle of Love meditation. And I would like for us to include it in several thoughts to keep in mind. How can we heal the earth? How can we shift in a new direction? How can we bring nations together instead of dealing with our difference of opinions about many kinds of things to come to a new sense of unity? I first want to tell you about the circle of love picture that you see, where it came about, and the story associated with it before we go through the exercise. I was assisting some of my professional colleagues in the energy therapy field, and it was with a very difficult, challenging issue we had in our community. And I happened to be a witness in a lawsuit that was being pursued. And I'm not going to identify any of the specifics, but what I want to tell you is when I met with the person, the organization involved, and the lawyer representing them, I was told the lawyer might not be able to meet with us because her sister was dying. And I said, that's fine. We can meet at another time. We can figure it out. So, anyway, the lawyer was able to meet with us, and she said a little bit about the story of caring for a family member. And we proceeded to deal with the work that we had to do. The next morning, when I was eating breakfast, the woman who was dying appeared to me. She said to me, I need you to help my sister. Help me to make my life transition. And I said, I don't know your sister. She's a lawyer for someone else. I don't think I can do that. Thank you, but no thank you. So I just kind of ignored it and continued to eat. And I shared with my colleague what I was hearing. She appeared to me again and said, I really need you to help me. I said, okay, I'll try, but I'm not promising anything. So I called the organization I was working with and I said, I would like to convey a personal message to the lawyer if you're willing to give me her phone number. And they said, that's fine. So I called the lawyer and I said, what I'm going to share with you is going to sound really off the page, but I'm guided to do it. And you can tell me to go jump in the lake if you want. But I really want to say, in my heart, I'm committed to share with you what came to me. So I told her the story that her sister wanted her to call together her family, put their hands in arms in a circle, holding each other around her bed and helping her to make the transition of her light body from physical life to spiritual light. And on the other side, she wanted to call the spiritual beings to her to help her family members on the other side to transition. And the lawyer said to me, wow, you're right. That is off the page, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. So I said, fine. And she called me a couple days later. She said, we did what you talked about that was conveyed to you. Our family met together. We held our hands. We held the light for her. And shortly after that, she made her transition. Then I was instructed to take the Circle of Love meditation and begin to use it in my work and to experience it in healing the planet and healing ourselves. And this is tied into the bigger story I plan to talk about today, which is titled Inner Species Meditation, the Circle of Love, Accessing Healing Energies that I learned from traditional healers. I didn't learn it in my graduate work at either the bachelor, master, or doctoral level. I learned it by walking multiple countries and meeting with healers in other countries when I was there to teach either nursing or healing work. And what we did is combine our efforts with traditional healers. So, what I want to do now is for us to experience the circle of love. I invite you, if you choose, to close your eyes, go inside, and connect with your heart. And let us all hold the planet in our hearts, that they begin to give us the wisdom that is needed to change the trajectory that we are moving into with selfish concerns and self-serving interests, rather than looking at how do we help heal the planet that influences life on Earth, all life, not only the planet, but our Earth and the cosmos. So as we go inside and think of the wonderful meditation that Sharon did and Amalia did, and tune into the vibration, the chi that was laid forth as we started these presentations. And it will guide you. It will guide you in the process of the circle of love. We must change. We can no longer go on the downhill turn, but we can turn into the light. We can move in new directions that will show us the way, with each of us using our gifts of spirit, our gifts of sharing with others. We'll begin to know how we can help and support each other. Let us follow the path of love as guided this day, in this moment, in this mission. Feel and experience the energies flowing in our body, within and without. And know that as we put aside any of our concerns that focus on a me approach to life, to us, we, them, a unified effort of taking care of what is before us, we can change. We are changing. Allow the visions to come to you that will represent you, how you can help, how you can make a difference in the world by holding the intention, the energies of love. Bring the energy fully into your heart. Let it infuse your entire being with care, caring, and compassion for others. May we respect and operate under universal equality. May we respect differences. May we join together in a circle of love. Take a couple of deep breaths. And be aware of what you see, what you may sense, what you may hear or feel. Notice what comes to you. You could see pictures. You could experience an emotion or maybe an event. And perhaps it may not be clear to you what it means at this point, but just honor it. Honor what comes and know that it may guide you in a direction that not only is fully helpful to you, but also to others. And know you can come back to this at another time. Just tune in and just say, I'm ready and willing to serve. Show me the way. And gently open your eyes. And if anyone would like to comment at this point, feel free to do so. Yes.
Mary Jo, thank you. Thank you for this inspiring journey into the soul spectrum. And I was taken back to the time when I was in New York City, 2 years actually, in serving the first responders of 9/11, as you mentioned, as you brought it up, that this is a time and also a pivotal time in history in revealing the truth. So I was there with architects and engineers in the first meeting in the 9/11 truth, and also with Penny Little, who did a film called Dust and Deceit. And I was there offering solutions in healing with the first responders with Qigong. And this was at Columbia University. And so I was taken back to that time to download the energies again for the healing of this situation, historic situation, and to pray for the revelation of truth as with the current situation as well. So thank you for taking me back to that time and to serve again.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for such a beautiful professional presentation.
Well,
on every level. And I really do want to acknowledge all of the work, the hidden work, that you are doing for the Congress, that you have done and are doing and have done for many years.
Mm-hmm.
We really are grateful to you for this immense work.
Yes, we
well,
are.
thank you. Thank you. I would like to show you some things and comment about what the indigenous healers have passed on that is tied to it as well, if I may. Do we have a few minutes?
Sure. Beautiful to weave them in, the
Okay.
indigenous healers.
So let me go back to the PowerPoint. All right. So this is Bob Randall, Aborigine elder from Uluru, Central Australia. I actually met him in New Zealand when I was teaching at an international conference. And every time I turned around in New Zealand when we were planning and giving our presentations, he was standing next to me. And I thought, isn't that kind of strange? And this is when I was a new kid on the block doing energy work and really understanding the meaning of things. And he came to my personal workshop during that time. And he said to me, Mary Jo, I would like you to come to Uluru, which is Central Australia, where Ayers Rock, the very famous main location of where the energy split out from all of Australia and where the cornerstone is of the indigenous people. And he said, I would like you to come. Our people have forgotten their indigenous teachings, and I would like for you to come back and help reawaken it in our country. And I said, Bob, I'm teaching healing touch. I'm not teaching Aborigine history. And he laughed and he said, but oh, yes, you are. And so that was the beginning for me of truly understanding that things are connected worldwide. And in different cultures, we have different language and different ways of exploring energies and what it means. And it was Bob Randall who taught me how to communicate with the trees. He also taught me how to take my energy and send it throughout the world. And he gave examples of how his people did it. This is before we had the internet. And he was part of the individuals who were taken from their families and were moved into areas to give them the local upbringing and help move them away from their history. And what he used to say to me, our home is the outdoors, it's the trees, it's the sky, it's the land, it's not these walls and this glass windows. And that was even a new concept to me because, you know, I was born in a hospital, et cetera, et cetera. So these were way new things. And in this next picture is Rose Perry. And I actually met Rose at the same time I met Bob. We were both speaking in New Zealand. She is a Maori Tuhuna, which is the word for their indigenous healers. The picture that you see is actually her in my home at the current healing center I'm at. She and her husband, and behind is my sister who has since passed. Rose passed, I think it was a year and a half ago. My sister passed last year, and Rose's husband, who is shown with us, had passed before. And Rose taught me one, she always used to say, I've got your back, Mary Jo. And the building that now houses where a branch of the university is on the edge of where my home is. And when I went to put it there, we were moving here, and I thought, oh, I need some kind of a building to store things till I figure out where to put everything. So that small building kept getting bigger, bigger, and bigger until it turned out to a building. I said, oh, I think I need a permit now to get this, keep it here permanently. And when I went to the town of Durham to get a permit, the gentleman said, you will never get a permit to leave that building where you have it. You have to have it in the backyard. I said, but it's perfect where it is. I know where it is where it needs to belong. Well, you'll have to go before an official council and get extra approval. So I meditated on a regular basis, and during the meditation, I saw 4 angels on the corner of each one of the buildings. I saw Bob Randall, Credo Mutwa, and I'll be describing him later, and Rose in the back. And I thought, boy, that sure looks like some good ammunition for me to get approval for this building. And obviously, it did get approval. So one of the things that I learned is bonding together, helping each other. And Rose used to say to me continually, when she came, she stood in the front yard. And the reason why I bought this property, because of the magnificent white oak trees that I have, that you can extend your arms out about as far as you can reach. And that's how big they are in my yard. And she said, I'm going to show you how you communicate with the trees and how you set the stage. So in this next picture, you'll see Credo Mutwa. Credo Mutwa is one of the most famous indigenous healers of South Africa. I was teaching, again, healing touch in South Africa, then eventually my own training called Transform Your Life Through Energy Medicine. And when I landed in South Africa, I had said I would like to meet some of the indigenous healers here. They took me from the plane directly to Credo Mutwa's home. And I didn't know anything about him. And on the floor of his home, he had a lot of magnificent things all around the edge of the room we were in. So I was taking notes, and he was telling me the history of various things. And while he's doing that, I hear a voice that says, and well, first I'll describe to you, he opened up, he said, before you came, I opened up this iron box that has a stone in it. And the stone is the cornerstone of a temple that we have here. And when the stone, or when the temple was taken down, they gave it to me for keepsaking. And so I heard a voice, and it said to me, I was to make the stone speak. It had a message for him. I said, And I said to myself, I said, I can't let that man know I talk to stones. He's really going to think I'm a Looney Tune. I'm not going to do it. So I heard the voice again, tell him I want to talk to him. I have messages for him. So I thought, okay. So I turned to him and I said, Credo, the stone would like to give a message to you. Would you like to receive it? He said, yes, I would. So I put my hand on the stone and I looked away from him because I thought, I cannot let this man know I speak. I can't look at his face. So I shared with him personal things that came to me about his life, Credo, who I knew nothing about. And he thanked me for it. And then he was guided, or I was guided to tell him, they really appreciate the work that he was doing and wanted him to continue. And Credo's story within itself is magnificent. Since that time, I've had many visits to his home, and something you're going to see in my next slide was in his home, and it blessed him, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. But anyway, what Credo said to me, when he was given the stone, he was told a woman from far away would come and make the stone speak. And he said, you are the one that I have been waiting for. Now, in the other picture, you see some of the colleagues that I have worked with, and it was at a Zulu village, and the gentleman his name is C.J. Hood, and I continue to work with him today. Some of these other people are teachers that I've worked with and have learned many things from them. In this next picture, this is what you are seeing is that bear sitting on the desk. And who I'm with now is Amelia Pandora. She is a curandero from Peru. And again, I didn't know what kind of work they did or who they were. And as you can tell by the smiles on our faces, that is very genuine. We had a wonderful time together. In this bear, his name is Hug Bear, and he's traveled all over the world with me. In Credo, when I brought him, I have a picture of him in Credo's home. And when you squeeze Hug Bear's arm, it says, I love you. I love you. And Credo Mutua said, oh, he loves me. And so the story behind the bear is at one point when I was separated from my children, when I first moved to St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada, where I head up the nursing program there. And I said I was separated from my husband at the time. And I said, the children need to stay with you until I feel grounded and I can make this work, because we used to have the children go between our two homes every week. And obviously that couldn't do it since my home was Salt Lake City, Utah, and I was now living in Newfoundland, Canada. But what happened is different issues came up in our family, and I knew my children were in trouble. And I used to send energy to them and say that you're going to be okay. I will find a way to help solve the problem, and which I did, and that's a story within itself. But after that happened, I decided I need to have a bear that I can hold, because I had a great big bear that I used to hug and send energy to my children because I couldn't hold them in person. And so that's when I went to, they have these stores where you buy bears. And that's when I bought the bear. And since then, I have taken him to many countries and teachings, and he holds the energy of sacred traditions of those I work with, as well as I have various tools that are used in the healing that are native to the indigenous people. And this, with one of my students who will be presenting at the World Congress, she had given me this, and it represents the sacred traditions. And I continue to work with them and show how they all work together. And I feel compelled to show you this. I heard a voice when I was working with Physicians for Peace and they found ways how to bring children from many countries who were poor and needed very advanced surgery that could not be supplied in their country. They found ways to bring them to North America and paid for their surgeries. And so what happened is while I was there helping to plan again another workshop and conference, I heard a voice, kids helping kids. And so I went to the woman there. I said, we need to develop a program called Kids Helping Kids. And she said, oh, okay. I said, I have no idea what that means, but we'll figure it out. So I was going back to Peru, and who you see now standing there with her arm up is a religious sister who is from Australia, and she's a missionary now in the poor in Peru and works with the poorest of the poor. And she gathered the children together, and we did our first training there, and an artist put together what you see, this model called Kids Helping Kids. And then the picture on the various end that you see is the session that we did. And in the session, I always started with the meditation. And the children, I would say, and the parents were there with their children. And I said, well, whatever comes to you in this meditation, now go talk to your parent about what you're sad about. Because I heard a voice to talk about what makes them sad and what makes them happy. So after we did the meditation, the children went and connected with each other, with the parent or whoever came with them, and talked about it. And then at the end, and I don't speak Spanish, the children came up, and this was done through a translator, and they would tell me about their experiences of what they experienced. And one of the mothers came to me and said, I had no idea my child knew the difficulties we were having in our home. And so then we began to show them ways on how they could balance their energy and help let go of their sadness and be connected. And the place where I was staying, it actually is on a city dump in Peru. And the walls were so thin, it's like they stood cardboard up, and that's what the wall was. So you could hear everything that was going in the house next to it, house in a place next to it. So there was a family there. And every day when I woke up, the family were yelling at their child and do this, do that, or don't do this, etc., etc. So and before I went to Peru, I heard a voice that I was to write some chants. I go, what do you mean write chants? I've never written chants before. No, write some chants. So I said, okay. So I wrote a chant called goodbye stress, goodbye stress. So that was one of the things I taught. And of course, they translated in Spanish, adios stress, and made songs out of these chants that I did. And so, what would happen in the house that I was, where I could hear everything in the morning, again, in morning time when they woke up, the child, there was so much yelling going on, and I could hear in a low voice, adios stress, adios stress. So the child was able to incorporate what he learned, how to deal with his home stress. Well, this is just some of what I learned. What is the light? Why does it matter? How does it relate to me, to my health, or to the earth's health? And when I was asked to head up Akamai University, I didn't found it. It was founded in 2002, but I came on board in about 2009 and helped manage the complementary and alternative medicine. And I've been a university educator almost all of my career, except for the time out when I started focusing on energy therapies. And my personal life purpose is to help awaken and empower individuals on their personal and professional journey. It started in my teens when I began to have multidimensional experiences. But what I want to mention, and I'm going to finish soon, the Science of Global Coherence, Heart Math Institute, has been able to start documenting where the energy come from, how we are connected, why their group coherence is important, and expanding heart initiatives. And I've started teaching this when we've had a Nurses Global Coherence starting in 2020. And this I want to mention, it is current as of 2 weeks ago. I attended the 2022 conference in Salt Lake City of the International Association of Near-Death Studies. Again, their headquarters is about 15 minutes from my office. I've been very active in that community for many years, and they have done a great deal of research on afterlife and near-death experience, or primarily near-death experiences, is how they started, and a lot of research that has been conducted. Mark Anthony, who I want to make a comment about, he was present there again. I've met him there before and at multiple conferences, and he and I hit it off and spent, when we saw each other, he said, "Mary Jo, where you've been? We haven't been together in a long time." I said, "Yes, it's time to get back together." He showed me his new book, and that's what he was talking about, 2021, The Afterlife Frequency and the Scientific Proof of Spiritual Contact and How That Awareness Will Change Your Life. Mark is a psychic lawyer, discussed the evidence of eternity, and it's absolutely brilliant. And I'll play a little bit of piece connected to this, and it'll just give you some understanding. As you can see, all of the different things connected to, he's spoken on many TV shows, and it's well known and well sought out presenter.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us for a great day, Houston. The people in our live studio audience today want to communicate with loved ones who have passed to the other side. So how are they hoping to do that? Well, our guest today has been talking to spirits for most of his life.
Whoops. Sorry. Internet things have a life of their own.
Please welcome the author of the books Evidence of Eternity and Never Letting Go, the psychic lawyer, Mark Anthony. Good morning. All right, every time you come to town, I get stopped by people and they go, 9 times out of 10, "Oh my gosh, the psychic lawyer, when's he going to be in town? Oh, this is amazing, it's amazing." But the 10th person says, "That's evil, and I'm a religious person." You wanted to be a priest at one point.
I did. I've always, when I was younger, I was always drawn to the clergy. And what I've found in my work, Deborah, is there's nothing evil about this. In fact, the Bible is filled with people who make spiritual connections.
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Yes.
Exactly. And, and spiritual entities visiting people either in dreams or appearing before them is very common, not just in the Bible, but in our entire history.
Yeah, so people who obviously have passed over. You've also talked to people who had near-death experiences. You've had a near-death experience.
I did. And a near-death experience shows us that the other side, heaven, whatever you want to call it, is not some nebulous, distant realm, but literally it's only a heartbeat away.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to get some kind of rules out of the way before we start doing readings. So explain to the audience certain things, for example, who you might be wanting to come through. You may have a pushier relative who comes through instead.
That's true. Sometimes the person you want to talk to the most is not always the first one in. We have to trust in the other side, trust in God that the person or the message that you need to receive is the one that's going to come forward. And I'm going to be drawn to certain people or areas, or a spirit will start presenting him or herself to me. And if it makes sense to you, raise your hand. And we may get a group of spirits with a commonality either to the people here or in how they passed or something about them, which is going to apply to more than one person.
I've asked you this question several times, like why they don't speak in like full sentences, right? And so it's really kind of not as literal as we speak to each other on a day-to-day basis.
Well, it's not texting or instant messaging. And see, a lot of people are like, well, I want to know this and I want to know that. Or so we'll just text heaven and see what they say. And what it is, spirits are pure electromagnetic energy, and they're sending an EM pulse into my brain, which then gets converted into recognizable concepts based on my memories, feelings, and cultural associations.
Because you can actually feel sometimes what somebody have gone through.
I can feel things. I'll hear, see, smell, taste things. And spirits don't speak a human language. They don't speak English or Spanish or Chinese. They speak frequency. And so they may communicate through metaphor, through images, through sensations, and it depends on the spirit, how they will communicate.
Yeah. All right. Now I see a certain number of people in the studio this morning, but are you starting to see some extra ones lining up?
Yeah, I'm getting it's getting kind of crowded here, Deborah.
Coming in, word has gotten out.
So, and what I'm going to do is switch to the next piece. Whoops. And this particular piece where he describes in depth his book on the afterlife frequency. This is on his YouTube page. And I'm in the middle, 3/4 of the way, finished reading it. And every night I go through another section and usually then have a dream connected to what he is revealing and what he's teaching. And it is a wonderful combination of both theoretical information and embracing spiritual, religious, quoting Bible passages that confirm different things, and then giving clinical examples from his work. And I'm going to stop sharing this and show you. I couldn't embed it in the PowerPoint, but he does have it on. It is available for us to see, and it's brief. I don't know if I need to stop here or we have time to
That would be, yes, we're coming to the close, but I do want to tell you that my husband and I, with our company Sacred Mysteries, made a film called Infinity, about life after death, with Dr. Brian Weiss, Alberto Bioldo, and many other luminaries in that field. So I don't think you knew that. It's been on Gaia TV, a very top watched film. So I'll send you, I have your address, I'll send you a DVD.
Yeah, and we certainly would like to, Mary Jo, invite you back to speak on this. And Mark Anthony as well, if you could extend the invitation to him to Healing Our Earth, because this is the other spectrum, right, of healing, soul healing. That's where we talk about the medicine being us. And the medicine in our practices, the different systems, is actually to come back, to go back to soul healing and to clear all our karmic correspondences and miasmic correspondences. And that is actually the practice of medicine.
And one of the things that in the Congress, a number of our doctoral students and faculty will be presenting. And they are really a living example of how to focus on following your spiritual path and moving that towards advanced education and research and clinical practice. So this is the direction that the whole group has confirmed of our board of directors and the affiliations that we form. And like I said, Effie also had a near-death experience and is a nurse. And our colleague, Bernie Siegel, who I've worked with extensively for about a year and a half now, and Effie has been able to connect with Bernie and I. We're looking at how healthcare needs to be changed in a whole new direction. And what was emphasized by a number of your speakers, it's not what somebody tells you to do or how to do it. You need to be informed and make your own choice and follow the path that suits what your beliefs are or what you are spiritually guided to do. So the work is how to awaken that spiritual aspect within the self and follow what you are guided to do. So thank you.
Thank you for all of your really wonderful work on so many levels.
Thank you.
And Dr. Chow, the same to you. We're coming to the closing portion now, and we want to show, just to give an example of the quantum chi work, we're going to show you the trailer, and you'll see our dear Effie for a moment there with her sword.
Remember that time, Effie, in the Golden Gate Park?
Yes. Oh my.
We were together then.
Surrounded by people like you. It makes life blissful.
Sweet. We are very grateful for you too. It's sweet. Where's my, okay.
So I want to thank you, Neil and Sharon and Amalia and all of you here, all movers and shakers. And you can see the different directions our mental, our spirit, and our souls travel.
Right. You know, and also this moment of gratitude, also expressing to Neil, Kumar, and Healing Our Earth, and to all of you, to Rajiv as well. And my beautiful
And Dr. Howe,
and
Dr. Howe, I really appreciate as a filmmaker the tips that you were giving us to have professional video and, you know, etc.
And lighting.
Yes,
the lighting.
Well, we need all that. So I really appreciate it and really appreciate you coming on and everything you said, and it'd be really nice to be in touch. So here we go.
So to the Congress.
Martial art include all the combative arts like karate, judo, Chinese kung fu or Chinese boxing. It's a combative form of fighting, the art of expressing the human body.
Kung fu, it means time and effort together is kung fu. The muscle power, the right position, the right spirit. More than that is the internal qi, like a battery.
The beauty of these qi cultivation practices is that you can enter in anywhere. The qi in qigong is obvious because it says qi work. With tai chi and kung fu, it's still qi work, it's just called something else.
Qigong, qi skill, is the energetic core of Tai Chi Chuan and Wushu. The skill of delivering power in a punch is not that different from what is required to move qi within the body for self-healing.
When you exhaust your qi from doing fast physical activity, as one might in martial arts, you need the qigong to bring everything down, to settle the energy, to come back into repair mode.
So through practice, you feel in your heart and your whole body full of love, full of qi.
All of the history of the martial arts, it came out of the need to protect oneself, to protect your property, your family from being abused by someone else who was overpowering your forces.
If it's a threat of someone harming you, the best thing is to try to avoid it. But if your life is at threat, you need to know how to save your life. There is a physical protection, there's a mental protection, and there's a spiritual protection.
Most of us in modern life don't have aggressors attacking us. Most of our martial battles are emotional, are against stress, finances, money, our own internal voices in our heads. So how do we stay protected against those attacks?
The best way to protect yourself in a martial situation is to have mastered relaxation and presence. Then it's very difficult for somebody to harm you.
To be a quantum warrior or warrior of the Tao, we have to be brave enough to enter into unknown parts of ourselves and to bring forth the places of power and the places of shadows that we can transform into light.
The essence of martial arts is not to be aggressive. It is to be secure in yourself so you don't have to accept the challenges of others.
Martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. When you start dealing with energy,
You want to know, oh, can I hurt somebody? When you expand and grow in love, can I help somebody? Can I heal somebody?
So beautiful. This is a reason we gave the award to Sharon for the producer of the year.
Thank you, Effie.
Well deserved, definitely.
Well, you should have an award for just the producer of, for everything. So many awards, you should be just showered with awards.
Showered with blessings, and we're going to shower everyone in this convergence. Beautiful, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Beautiful, and thank you for your presence, your divine presence here. Dr. Jason Howe, and who else? Dr. Kathy Moon is still here, and Dr. Alex, Dr. Amy, and Lata. Let's see,
Neil Kumar.
Definitely Neil Kumar, healing our earth. Yay.
And Nishit
Thank you for
Kotak.
being the bridge, and Nishit who's behind the scenes.
Incredible behind the scenes. We love you.
We do. And then, so please, you saw also many of the links and East West Academy of Arts.com. Please do join us. Please tell your friends and family to join us, because we have so much to share and so much to receive as well. Have we not learned a lot today?
Oh, I have something else.
Please.
We have completed 2 episodes of Quantum Chi. Our dream is to bring Quantum Chi and Qigong, all of these teachings which you will encounter in the Congress, out to the world through this film series. And we've completed 2, and we will be raising money to do a 3rd one called Quantum Healing. So we'll be telling you more about that. So then we'll complete the trilogy.
Right, thank you.
We all promise support.
Thank you.
Yay. Send the abundance in, Kathy, who's a
Yes.
CPA.
Yes.
She holds the frequency for abundance, cash flow, wealth, money. Okay,
Yes.
we need that too. Please bring that in. If you know of anybody who can support us in this mission, please do. And we thank each and every single one of you, including Mary Jo, I did not mention at the end, for this convergence and that beautiful circle of love. And perhaps we could end with opening up more of the portals of the circle of love to humanity on this day. So if you allow me, I will just close this session and this circle, but it's never closed. It's open ever and spiraling up. So everyone just take a deep breath into the namaste, or the gesture of honoring for each one of us being brothers and sisters of chi and prana in spirit, divine presence. Breathing in, coming back to our center as we've never left it, and enfolding, embracing each and every single one of us in this beautiful cosmic hug, in this circle of love. Breathing in and breathing out this love, encircling the stratosphere of the planet and humanity, and to all those who need this love and healing. We give blessings and we receive.